Hi guys. So I have this stream up because I think we might jump right into it. They're supposed to start early. I think 8:45 was the time. According to Doug Weinstein, he replied to someone on Twitter asking if the state had sent in their briefs, and Doug replied 3:18 a.m. this morning. I haven't seen them pop up on the portal yet, so if we can see them, we can hop over and look at them, but we might see them, discuss them this morning anyway. I don't know if 15 minutes will be enough time, but the state at least got some homework done. Now, right before we start, I do want to look over. Thugger Daily had posted, and he says, warrant for Quindarius Zachary, which was sent anonymously. So, someone sent it to Thugger Daily. He's saying it looks legit, but these are normally filed under seal, so I'm not sure how it was obtained. So again, take this with a grain of salt. I don't really see Thugger Daily to be the type to post something without trusting where it comes from. But still, you guys decide what you think. Here's a link to it. And let's make this an image so we can read it. Now make this bigger. So, order for material witness. We know that that was the reason this warrant went out for him. The state is applying for an arrest warrant for a material witness with the criminal offense of OCGA 17-7-90. We're going to look at that. Quindarius Zachary, and they describe him, his last known address. Mr. Zachary is a necessary and material witness, so that's something that you need to meet this application for, a judge to issue this warrant. You also need to submit something that substantiates the reasoning you need this warrant. So he's a material witness. He's necessary. We need him. He has stuff he can tell us about count 1, RICO Acts 16 through 20, Acts 39 through 47, and count 2, murder. Mr. Zachary received an in-person admission by defendants Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendrick to the murder, and of the facts and circumstances before, during, after its commission. Furthermore, Mr. Zachary has personal information related to his participation in the April 28, 2015, all that stuff we were talking about yesterday, retaliatory shootings related to count 1, Acts 41 through 46. To support such a warrant, the state has provided the court with an affidavit, which we don't have. The affidavit lays out the cause, the basis, why we believe that, 1, I guess a little bit more about why he's necessary, but 2, that he's not planning to appear. So, they attach an affidavit provided by Assistant Chief Michael Green from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, demonstrating that the witness has demonstrated they will not appear in court when needed to testify in the above-captioned case. Upon application by the state to obtain a material witness warrant for a material witness, Quindarius Zachary, and having considered this motion, it is the order of this court that the person of Quindarius Zachary be placed under arrest and held until he can testify at the trial of this case. Now, this was signed off on the 9th of September by Judge Paige Reese Whitaker. So we don't have the affidavit. It was signed off on the 9th. So the 9th would have been not yesterday, but the Monday before. So 2 Mondays ago. They execute this warrant on the 13th, Friday. And they still didn't call him yesterday. So, there's that. And what they're citing here is OCGA 17-7-90, and this is the updated version. A bench warrant may be issued by a judge for the arrest of a person, 1, accused of a crime by a grand jury. That does not apply to Quindarius Zachary. Except as otherwise provided in Code Section 17-6-11, charged with a crime, who has failed to appear in court after, and we know this isn't going to apply, he's not charged with a crime. Charged with a crime upon the filing by the prosecutor of an accusation supported by an affidavit. Not charged with a crime. Who failed to dispose of his or her charges or waive arraignment and pled not guilty after the expiration of the 30-day period set forth in subsection B of Code Section 17-6-11. Every officer is bound to execute a bench warrant within his or her jurisdiction, and every person so arrested shall be committed to jail until bail is tendered. Any judicial officer or the sheriff of the county where the charge was returned may receive the bail fix the amount of the bond, and approve the sureties unless it is a case that is bailable only for some particular judicial officer. Doesn't apply. Doesn't apply. And then there's even this opinion. There's like some extra stuff down here. And I was like, oh, maybe this applies, but this is very narrow and only really talks about members, employees of Department of Public Safety. So it relates to witnesses who have not obeyed a subpoena in a criminal case. But even though such a warrant would not be a bench warrant under the narrow definition given by this section. So still doesn't really apply. So unless I'm missing something, I'm curious. I want to see the affidavit. Why was this signed off on the 9th already? The 9th. I don't think they were ready to call him before the 9th. We heard them mention that they expected their next witness to be difficult. But how did they already get this warrant signed off on the 9th? And what if the state executed the warrant on like the 10th and still to this day did not plan to call him quite yet? What if they planned to call him today? If they served the warrant, that would have been last Tuesday. That would have been a full week that they kept that man in custody if they decided to execute that right away. So something about it just doesn't add up. Just doesn't add up. And then again, if you want the link, here it is to the Thugger Daily post. Shout out to Thugger Daily. And guys, so Woody wasn't arrested. He was like on the phone with Kayla and mentioned that there was like, they got into an accident with four-wheelers and it was the friend that actually crashed their four-wheeler into a car or something. So the friend has a warrant. It has nothing to do with this case and it's in another county. So I think if people are saying that Woody was arrested, it's just something that has telephoned. I think. Oh, on the 6th. So Miko's headphone says, did you see the clip of her arguing on the 6th? She says he's out of the hospital is what I'm saying back then. Interesting. If that was the 6th. Because, that would be, if the 9th was a Monday, 6th would have been the Friday. That's business day to business day, right before the weekend. I mean, unless they were trying to call him on the 6th, it still doesn't add up to me. And then we still don't have any action over here on the streams. So that's interesting. Paige is not doing a great job with getting things to start early. So that might mean she's in a cranky mood today, because I think she was yesterday. And I'll also pull up like law and crime. Okay, law and crime hasn't started. So hold on. Law and crime started like... My bad, guys. I don't know why this didn't start. But law and crime is live, so we'll watch that. We'll get caught up. So we're rewound at the beginning. We didn't miss anything.
There's one. Now we need Mr. Harvey back. Okay, see, I cannot see that far around the corner, so. All right. So I am in receipt, which I'm sure everybody else is, of the state's kind of amendments.
Kind of amendments.
Some of the witnesses.
Oh, it's a witness list.
So does that mean that you will not be calling Ms. B that we discussed yesterday?
Ms. B?
Yes.
We
Not
don't
this
plan
week.
to.
Ms. Hilton was scheduled to speak with her tomorrow. So I want that opportunity. I want her to do that before.
All right.
All right, we've got to pause there. So Miss B was the subject of this very interesting email yesterday, and after Whitaker looked at the email, she realized it was just a misunderstanding and it wasn't really anything crazy. Miss B is Miss Battle. She was a neighbor of the apartments that were shot at, or the owner of the apartment next door on one of the April 28th shootings. And we heard all this fuss about emails yesterday. It ended up being like a nothing burger. But Miss Battle did express, I don't think I'm a victim. I don't want to be seen as a victim. I feel like she thought the judge was telling her she had to come testify. And so we don't know if the state was telling her the judge was already maybe pumping the gas pedal on something like a materials witness warrant for her. So Miss Battle had sent an email to the court. And now all of a sudden the state doesn't plan to call her next, but they still plan to call her after Hilton talks to her more. So, book note that.
So to be determined, but she knows it won't be this week.
Right.
Okay.
We're not trying to put her up this week. And also, as far as the first person that we had, that person has said that to apprise the court that they are in traffic. I told them they were going to be here. They were supposed to be here at a certain time. They had a problem with their back yesterday. I talked to them early this morning, and they said that it was giving them a little bit of trouble, but I talked to them about 10 minutes ago. Actually, I talked to them before 8, at about 8:15. And that's when they also said that they were having a little trouble with their back, but they were on their way. They should be here by 8:45. I talked to them a few minutes ago. They said that they were still in traffic. The traffic was heavy and that they anticipated 9:15. Or that's what they said. And they called while I was on the elevator with Mr. Harvey, and I was trying to just get in here.
Okay.
So,
All right, well, I think one of the jurors is running a little bit late today as well. So although he or she, I don't even know if it's a he or she, might be able to get here by 9, but we'll just see. So can I ask why? I mean, you gave us a list of several crime scene investigators and techs and officers that you have added back in based on, you said, I guess, evidentiary objections that have been made recently. Yeah.
So, for instance, one of the ways that the state pared down its witness list was to, we did not anticipate that there would be an objection to such a thing as, we know that this was this person's apartment. The responding officer saying this was this person's apartment. Yesterday, we garnered a hearsay objection to that information. Many of the witnesses that we had taken out are, for instance, people who've collected shell casings from scenes.
Okay.
A few weeks back, I believe that there was an objection or there was a concern voiced that we will object to the NIBIN results if there's not a chain of custody shown. We
Okay.
had more than 28 shootings that had shell casings collected on scene.
Okay.
If there's that objection, we have to have people to talk to.
Okay, so that's based on chain of custody. I was trying to figure out why the crime scene techs would be now needed based on yesterday's objections, but it's not yesterday's, it's the chain of custody objections. Okay.
Correct. Correct.
All right.
And I believe that the question was posed whether there were people that we weren't intending to call, and I wanted to include those people that we were adding back in.
Okay. And then the second set is to establish who lives certain places.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. Well, is there any defense movement on either of those issues, either chain of custody if every crime scene tech does not testify, or who lives where? If not, I guess we've got 28 additional witnesses.
What?
Okay,
28?
We have 28 additional witnesses.
No, why do we have to have 28 additional witnesses for that?
Refer to someone as them.
Someone's what?
As them. I know that we
Who's
have
them?
the AS that we haven't been using. That person's name, is that who we're talking about with the back issue? Or
Mm-mm. That's,
Thorpe.
who is it? Miss Love?
It was-
Thorpe?
Yes, that's what we announced.
And hold on, we gotta be a Pawsy McPawserton. Yesterday, Love tried to be so slick yesterday. She was discussing upcoming witnesses. She was talking about how Thorpe was having some delays because of a back issue. And she had said there are 2. So Whitaker was looking for both names for the 2. And while she was talking about Thorpe having a back issue, She tried to sneak in a mention of Quindarius Zachary without naming him, saying also, as if while we're talking about back issues, this is why Thorpe and that other one is not going to be here. So she didn't want to say in court on camera that the other witness, Quindarius Zachary, that wasn't going to show up was because he's getting blood treatment and dealing with treatment for sickle cell. She just couched it along with Thorpe's issue. Like, that was just really frustrating. But Schardt is also like, why are we being vague right now if this is not about AS, which I think is Antonio Sumlin?
Remember yesterday at the,
Okay, so that's who they're planning on calling first?
I guess.
Okay.
And regarding the witness who is the other one,
AS, yes. What, do we know anything new about? Is that who you meant?
no. the
Okay,
one
a
that's-
different other one.
Different other one.
Okay,
The one with the medical issues.
okay.
I believe Mr.
One with the medical
Schardt is here. We're
issues.
trying to discern what their current status is. I don't know that, and I have had no opportunity to speak to his doctors. That I believe is very important based on just the conversation that I've had with,
Sure. I doubt if his doctors are going to tell you anything without a court order.
that's what we believe too, so.
Mr. Scheib, however, could tell you if he wanted to. Or if his client is okay with that.
There was,
Okay, so definitely Zachary.
When I was 50 miles from here, but what I'd like to do is I have a preliminary hearing, deal with that, go to the hospital. You can have an investigator or somebody else be right there, and the doctor's there, and with my client's okay, they can get whatever.
Okay.
information they want.
that is exactly.
That would
would be
work, I
perfect.
believe.
And, yep, that would be perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And Brittany
So,
Brown, you
Mr.
might be
Scheib,
right,
would
and
you
Trevia Smith could
alert
be AS.
Somebody from the state team once you're finished with your preliminary hearing. Okay,
I swear they mentioned a
okay,
plea.
great.
Investigator wants to go with me.
thank you.
Thank you.
I swear they mentioned a plea when talking about AS
All right, so
yesterday.
the
Squeak.
crime scene investigators and officers that you're needing to add back in for a chain of custody, can you try to just limit their testimony
Oh, it will be.
purely to chain of custody, 5 minutes, they're done?
That is exactly what we
Wonderful.
intended to do. Yes, we did.
All right.
And,
Okay, so we're going with AS being Trevia Smith, but I swear they mentioned a plea
All right.
deal for witness with AS
And I
yesterday.
received the brief from Ms. Abbasi and from you, Ms. Love, on the overt, I think, I can't remember, I haven't looked at it yet, but a brief from each of you, which I'll look at. All right, the juror that was running late is not here yet, but close, so.
and Your Honor, if the court will
Yes.
permit me to step out just to inquire about my witness and his ETA as well. And I would also,
Oh, and you had asked if Mr. Zachary can be called out of turn or in the middle of testimony, and that's fine.
Thank you.
However it needs to work.
thank you.
Okay.
This microphone, though it's showing red that we're supposed to be off, I believe that it is amplifying and broadcasting. I don't think that we would be able to have a conversation that's not broadcast. I don't know why though it's off as red, it's live.
Yes, it is.
Is it?
If you turn it to green, does it turn off?
No, I turned it to green.
So a new set of sound issues. Great.
Can we, is it possible to have IT come and,
Well, Ms. Persfield's reaching out to them now.
thank you. May I step outside?
Yeah, you may. Is there any other matter from the defense that we need to take up before, obviously, the juror gets here? We have to wait for the juror to get here, but anything in the meantime?
Not on behalf of Mr. Williams.
Okay, anybody else? Nope. Okay. We'll
Interesting.
just recess in place until we have the witness and the jury.
Because they had the new IT
Sure.
come in last night, right? After court. And now they gave her a microphone that doesn't turn off. Help us all. Help us all. But yeah, guys, I do think AS is Antonio Sumlin. It could be Trevia Smith. But I swear they mentioned, a plea deal. He didn't want to testify. Or didn't want to be shown on camera or whatever. So that's why I keep saying I think it's Antonio Sumlin. And yes, Antonio Sumlin's AKA is Obama. So, but thank you to Leah's dad for becoming a member. Another instance where I thought you were already a member. So if you never were, thanks for becoming one. If you were and lost it, thanks for becoming a member again. Steven Satchel, thank you so much for all your support. Already starting early, gifting a membership. Make sure you guys say thank you. And Gwennon. Gwennon saying, I'm going to snipe somebody today. So Gwennon just slimed somebody. Ike says, good morning, Kat and chat. And guys, I love that you guys are doing the capital C and the 2 T's for the chat. It's amazing. And Ike, you are our resident timepiece eyeballs, and we're skating to Liberty. Yeah, we're skating away from Liberty with this trial, day 131. Ike, you are our visual storyteller with emojis. Marlena Mack, how generous, is gifting 5. And I'm late to getting to these, but I'm sure you guys in the chat already said thank you, but show some thanks again if you got a gift membership. Make sure they know that you're appreciative. And as soon as you say thank you, check out those custom emojis. It's been like a week since we've added new ones. It might be time for some new emojis. Maybe, who do we got? We can get Keratin Matthews up in there. We need a Keratin Matthews emoji. And a Miss Westmoreland one would be kind of nice too. And don't forget, there's a duck. There's a duck emoji that we added to count the chair squeaks. So that's always a good time whenever we catch one of those. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, Marlena. My military mind says, does anything the state has done add up? Nope. No, they just keep adding. That's like the only thing that adds up is they're adding 28 more witnesses and extra questions that don't need to be asked. 30 questions about what alcohol of choice someone keeps next to their nightstand. But no. Cash Money Cass says, will Love have her homework done? Hard copies. That was actually really funny to me yesterday. Judge Whitaker, a couple days ago, or I think on Friday, wanted hard copy printouts of these email correspondence between any witness that took a plea deal, and there may have been negotiations done through email for changes to these plea deals. Just like we had with Derek Wright and Mungtunk Antonio Sledge. So they're supposed to turn over these digital copy, or these copies of these emails. Love adds them all to one long, I don't know the file type, but let's say it was a PDF. She just like pastes all of the email correspondence in one big hodgepodge with no separation between email replies, or, you know, if this is relating to one witness and then these are related to the next, it was just one long run-on sentence of a document that she sent over digitally. So then I think yesterday Whitaker's like, can you get a hard copy of these? Or it was Friday. She's due to bring a hard copy of these emails yesterday morning. Didn't have them. And Whitaker's like, okay, well, by the lunch hour, I, told you to bring me a hard copy so we can do this in-camera review. And I need it before lunch so we can do the in-camera review during the lunchtime. Then they get the hard copy review and same issue. You can't tell where anything separates. So Whitaker's like, basically, can you put some page breaks in here? Like signify where what stops and what starts again. So maybe today will be the end of that hard copy email correspondence being finally produced and they can have this in-camera meeting and get that squared away. Right? So Linda says, I'm not even sure she left signatures in her little copy paste. Her signature was giant. Do you guys remember from one of the motions? Maybe it was Doug's, or I don't know whose it was. But they included the correspondence between Melnick and some of the defense attorneys. It might have been Schardt. And it was like one line email and then like giant signature. So the signature block was like this on the page versus the actual body of the email. Oh, man. But it's like, I don't know. Just make it easy to tell where one conversation, one reply stops and the next one starts. And Trevia Smith is the girl that they're saying, there was YSL retaliatory shootings involving, but Mungtunk came and testified like, no, that was someone I was involved with who was also involved with Kell. Like, it was a different beef, personal beef over this girl and Trevia Smith. But the state's theory is that YSL was ordering Mungtunk to go shoot up Kell over this girl as a rival gang and gang retaliation. So, and actually, I think if you guys want face to name, hold on, I have the PowerPoint open. And I'll say it again, I love that I rely on this Operation PowerPoint, Planter's PowerPoint, when it's excluded and the jury can't rely on it to keep dates and faces straight. I think that's hilarious. But here's their slide about Munktunk and Antonio Sledge. And are they spelling Munktunk wrong, or have I been spelling it wrong this entire time? Because I spell it with a U in both parts as two words. Munk, like Mounkatunk. Maybe they have it wrong. But yeah, so this is Antrevia Smith here at the top. So, this dang PowerPoint. And again, I'll drop the link to that. I do find it really helpful for these dates. I'm not very good at hearing dates. I have to see the date written down on paper to keep track of a timeline. And this PowerPoint has helped me. Oh no, it wouldn't surprise me if the state was wrong. And then shout out to John Coleman. Good to see you, John. John is gifting 5. John Coleman. Very good to see you guys. John Coleman is someone I enjoy seeing in other chats as I float around the YouTube universe. Okay, good. I think we're all on the same page here that the state probably spells Munktunk wrong and there's U's in there somewhere. Cambo says, well, neither Munk nor Tunk is a word, so I think either will fly. There we go. Oh boy. And then Belle Louise dropping 5. Belle dropped 5 yesterday. Thank you so much. Cute dog in the picture. Very cute dog. I want to pat the head. Wait, where's my... Boop. Unnamed and unindicted gifted a membership and says, and this is to everybody, good morning, Slime Fam. So we're going to say good morning. Put all the green in the chat. And one of my favorite things about this trial is how Doug Weinstein, an attorney in this case, has embraced all things green, references to snakes, slime, talking about when an athlete or a celebrity does the nose wipe. Always a good time with Doug Weinstein. And let's see. I do want to look real quick and see if we have any filings, if we got the state's briefs up there. So let me refresh real quick. It seems like they didn't send in their witness list yesterday. They had to send it this morning, which I guess circumstances, they kind of brought some of the circumstances on themselves, but I also, once they put themselves in that situation where they don't know if they can call Quindarius Zachary because of his health, you know, you're there, you're already in a situation where you have uncertainty. So I get that the uncertainty made it necessary. All right, and now the portal doesn't want to let me log in, so I'll check when the court starts back up for those briefs that the state apparently filed at 3:18 a.m. this morning. Sherry Aguilar, thank you so much. Sherry Aguilar slimed somebody in the chat. We've got someone green because of Sherry. Thank you so much. Felicia sends $1, no comment. Thank you for the 1. And then gifted 5. So we're going to say, hey, Felicia in the chat. Hold on, I skipped over to the chat and I see you guys saying we need a Kokomo emoji. I can add one if you want. He is kind of like the I Spy, right? When there's a Kokomo sighting. Let's see. What was his first name? Shaquille. So Shaquille Kokomo. Okay. Okay, he has a picture on LinkedIn, so I can make a Kokomo emoji if you guys want. My Pet Goldfish. Shout out to My Pet Goldfish. Gifted 1 membership. Thank you so much. I had a goldfish when I was little. It was like the fancier ones, the ones that are big. And it had air in its stomach and it just kept like floating at the top of the tank. And it was like that for like a month until finally my dad like squeezed the air out. And then it kind of like swam lopsided. It never really like fully got rid of that air, but it never floated back to the top. That thing lived for like 8 years, all wonky. It outlived all the other fish that could swim normally. So shout out to my pet goldfish. Good walk down memory lane. And thank you for gifting a membership. Ike says, doesn't the average DA office have lots of 3-foot minions to do all of this paperwork, collating, and dissemination? Well, I don't know. It seems like these investigators are running around looking for different witnesses. They had to get 28 new witnesses on their list, so I'm sure their team is busy. Very busy. Oh, man. Heather, so when I get a red line, sometimes YouTube will tell me that, well, it's through StreamYard. So StreamYard will give me a notification that my comment couldn't send because it thinks it's spam for some reason. And YouTube thinks a lot of weird stuff is spam. Like sometimes all caps will trigger it. Sometimes if you use too many emojis, it'll trigger it, but not always. It's, I don't know. There isn't really an exact criteria I can say that triggers or doesn't trigger it. Yeah, can you imagine working in that office? No, thank you. No, thank you. All right, so I saved the picture of Kokomo. And when court starts, I'll clip it out and put it in the emojis for you guys. So they're on break, so one of the witnesses is late, but so is a juror, so I guess we have to wait for 2 people to get here to really start because the witness is supposed to be the first witness they plan to call. So definitely a late juror. They cannot start with a late juror. And then if the juror happened to have arrived already and the witness still isn't there, it seems like the state also was not prepared to call someone else before that witness. So a double layer of why we're on pause. But what's interesting is, I mean, if the state filed briefs, I mean, we could have used this time to make some arguments here. And we're not using it, so... Yeah, we're doing a 10 a.m. start. Glanville's back. If you hear me say Obama, that is the AKA, the also known as for Antonio Sumlin. Antonio Sumlin is one of the... He was indicted, but he took a plea deal. Hold on, let me get the stats on his plea deal. Okay, so Antonio Sumlin is here. A 6th defendant charged in the sweeping gang indictment involving rapper Young Thug entered a negotiated guilty plea on Thursday. This was a while ago. This was back in that plea marathon of December. Antonio Sumlin, 32 at the time, who's also known as Obama, pleaded guilty to 1 count of conspiracy to violate the racketeer, so RICO, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit a crime, and participation in criminal street gang activity. So all just vague acts: RICO, conspiracy, and participation in criminal street gang activity. As part of the negotiated plea, Sumlin was sentenced to 15 years of probation. Sumlin is among 6 defendants who have pleaded guilty ahead of next month's trial. The initial indictment charged 28, blah, 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 blah. All right, so does this go on? Okay, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't going to end and not give us details. He might not be great. Oh my gosh, get it together, Kat. He might not be great at math, but he's sure great at gangs, Your Honor. Imagine this being like your yearbook quote. He might not be great at math, but he's sure great at gangs, Your Honor. Oh my god, they're talking about the gang expert. Guys, do you remember Quentin Hall? Hold on, this article is a gem. This article is a gem. Defense attorneys and prosecutors square off, taking turns questioning DeKalb County jail investigator Quentin Hall on his qualifications as a gang expert. He might not be great at math, but he's sure great at gangs, Your Honor. This is hilarious. We need to go back and do a rewind on this. We need to go back and do a rewind, because if I'm not mistaken, this is the one that actually... Well, didn't they not qualify him? This is a throwback. Holy moly. So Siri Shada Jimenez, shout out to Siri. He's no longer working this case because, you know, his client's out. But Siri Shada Jimenez does a podcast when they get time with Doug Weinstein. The testimony shows that he just doesn't meet the qualifications, responded defense attorney Siri Shada Jimenez. Hall testified that he had interviewed or identified more than 50 gang members at the DeKalb County Jail and listened to more than 1,000 hours of recorded jail phone calls. But defense attorney Siri Shada Jimenez, who was representing co-defendant Quindarius Dorsey, questioned Hall's qualifications. The judge sided with the defense and did not qualify him as an expert. We have to rewatch that. At this point, I'm not going to qualify him as an expert, explained Judge Glanville. I'll revisit that should the state repackage his particular or he testifies more succinctly. I'm not satisfied as to now. Okay, so they don't give us details about the plea terms in that article, but that was a throwback. Holy moly, the Clinton Hall expert witness. Let me get this shared back up, the court feed. And oh my gosh. Oh, back then I thought the case was going to go way differently. Like, okay, they're not qualifying this gang expert. And then fast forward, we still have like a million gang experts testifying to the same thing over and over at trial. And just think about that. They actually disqualify somebody, but they kept the other knuckleheads. Like, let's see if I can find terms of the plea. Okay, this is Atlanta Journal-Constitution. They're usually very good with their details. Shout out to our guy, Joseph Batt. So Antonio Sumlin, 15 years probation. Here we go. Conditions of the plea. Conditions of the plea agreement include a curfew from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. unless he's working, going to school, medical emergency, and no contact with any co-defendants. As part of the deal, Sumlin will testify, quote, truthfully. So it's going to be the same language used in Trontavious Stevens, Tick, Slug's plea agreement, if asked to during the trial, but reserves the right to invoke the Fifth Amendment. There we go. Sumlin joined Atlanta rappers Slime Life Shorty, Gunna, and Lil Duke, and co-defendants Walter Murphy and Quantavious Greer in entering guilty pleas in the past 2 weeks. Most have already been released from jail. While Greer's back in prison, I think he violated probation. With less than a month before trial starts, the 6 plea deals bring the remaining number of defendants to 22. So boom, they just go into... All right, we get a little more. This is Siri Shada Jimenez in this picture here. We get a little detail here on the Quinton Hall not being qualified as an expert. Siri Shada Jimenez argued Hall didn't know much about gangs inside the jail. He said prosecutors are trying to get as many, quote, experts as possible to testify at trial. This is going to be a 6 to 9 month long trial, not because of the evidence, but because of the sideshow prosecutors are trying to put up, Jimenez said. They are trying to get everything in, everything that has nothing to do with the facts of the case. Woo, shout out to Siri. Siri Shada Jimenez is the one that said Love accused him of using a printer to spy on her. That is Siri Shada Jimenez. All right, so according to the indictment, Dorsey, so Siri Shada Jimenez's client, allegedly ordered and directed Sumlin to kill a fellow gang member for disrespecting Dorsey and refusing to put money in his account while he was locked up. He is charged with conspiracy to violate the RICO Act and conspiracy to commit a crime. Jimenez argued prosecutors are trying to group in people who are not experts with those who actually are in an effort to bolster the state's testimony. If you put them all in there, they all sound very important, but they are not. And then Glanville seems to side with the defense. So, there we go. There we go. That's a little bit of background and interesting context there on Sumlin and Dorsey. And back to the old seal. Back to the old seal. Shout out to the printer. MH Cassidy says, please thank Felicia Anderson, I think, for my new membership. Yes, it was Felicia Anderson. You got it. Thank you very much, Felicia Anderson, from us and from MH Cassidy. So happy she got one. I found because of TLA. Shout out to TLA. Someone gifted a membership to Lead here in this chat yesterday. I didn't see him pop up, but it gifted him a membership. Thank all generous gift givers. God bless. Thank you so much for the kind words. And I did actually ask 2 days ago. I said to Lead, did you retire? Because he hasn't been live in a week and a half. It seems like he's like too comfortable being retired. Ike says, a gang is, quote, 3 or more people and the expert isn't good at math. Yeah, this stuff writes itself. Oh my goodness. And that was Lizzie, I never remember her last name, Lizzie R., the second lead prosecutor on this case before Love. Oh, that's good, Ike. Thank you so much for the 5. And Brooklyn T says, thank you so much, Kat. You are amazing. Thank you so much, Brooklyn T. Thank you so much. And I don't think we have a break because a juror was late, and then also the first witness the state wants to call is late, and we don't actually know right now why we're still on break. We just are. And guys, yeah, I don't have much of an opinion about the Diddy stuff, except, like, you know, when he apparently did that much and other people get arrested for so little, my take on it is about time. If he has a defense to levy, go ahead and try. All I know is he denied everything that was in Cassie's lawsuit, and then we have that video come out, just like that lawsuit said. So, I reserve judgment. If he tries to say he's completely innocent, we've heard him say that before, and then the video that he said didn't exist came out. So I don't have much thoughts on Diddy besides money is power. You know, I think it's so shocking the things people can get roped up on and be in jail for many years for a long drawn out trial. And then Diddy got away with so much for so long. So he has the right to levy a defense. That's my thought. That is my thought. Oh, Lizzie McGuire. That's a throwback. That is a throwback. Oh yeah, do we have a hand sign? Hand sign is just me doing a floppy wave. That's a good explanation. Heather D says we're late because they're always late. Oh man. Like, just a mess. And I'm sure, like, well, this is in New York, right? So, with Diddy in New York, you guys have heard me complain about New York before, you know, not a very transparent area for courts. I'm assuming as a Southern District that scooped him up. I mean, I know there's gonna be media applications, and shout out to the attention that's going to be on that case, because it probably will be more access than most cases will get. But New York courts are notoriously expensive to grab records from, you know, difficult. Like, you've got to make 12 different calls to get someone to tell you you're still in the wrong place to speak to the right clerk. And because Manhattan courts are so busy, even court reporters switch day by day. It's not like they have dedicated court reporters sitting in their courtroom that are attached to a judge like we're seeing here in Fulton County. With New York, it's typically one of the parties, and sometimes they'll agree to split the cost. The court reporters are paid, and there's a shortage of court reporters. So if you're trying to request transcripts of a case in New York, sometimes it's different court reporters each day. And you've got to get in touch with them and put in an application with them for the transcripts that you're requesting. And if you need a 48-hour turnaround, it's like $8 a page. If you wait, the minimum that they can charge, I think, is $4.10 a page. It's insane. It is not a fun process trying to follow a trial in New York. So my expectation would be we will not be able to watch I could be wrong. They could make a change, and I would be happy if they did. But I would guess that we would not be able to stream this Diddy trial. So I'm not gonna say guarantee, but I don't think you'll be able to watch it on YouTube. I just don't think so. So shout out to all the media people that will be there trying to cover it. Yeah, you'll get the drawings, which is sometimes pretty cool to look at, but it's just not the same. Miss AB says the judge is going to flip her wig when they start. And then giggle. And then giggle. Oh boy. Jennifer Devine says, how does a printer spy on anyone? Backstory? Oh my god, when did this come up? I'll go find the tweet. It was when Love was accusing... Was it when Love accused Brian Steele of eavesdropping? Or not Love? I think it was when the June 7th ex parte transcript, the Friday ex parte transcript came out. And they were talking about, it was Love, Hilton, and Glanville talking about, you know, we're keeping eyes, there's outside agitators. And Surishada Jimenez had responded to somebody on X saying he wasn't surprised because, you know, she's always made accusations like this. Let me see if I can go find it. What's his name? It's like Shada Law or something. And Suri used to be a prosecutor. So, you know, at some point, I imagine he worked alongside on the same, I don't want to say the same team, but same office as Love. You know, I don't see him on X. I can't remember what his name was. Oh yeah, do you want to play that clip? Hold on, let me play that. That was a good time. That was a great clip. And guys, I'm glad you posted that because I hear mist. I don't hear the mist with a T. I don't have the greatest ears though. All right, so first and foremost, I'm going to drop the link to the clip we're about to play, which means you have an opportunity if you use X to give JR, a resident comedian. JR is the one that started the buffering thing a long time ago. Where is this clip? Great clips of this trial. So if you don't want to sort through a 9-hour stream and find something, JR is usually on it. So here's a link to the clip we're going to watch and an opportunity to click that follow button if you use X. It's short. This is the moment yesterday where Whitaker says Miss Brown.
22 case.
So, Miss Brown, did you hear what he just said?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sorry?
You called Miss Brown.
Well, you know what? I'm sorry, but you didn't introduce yourself, and so I was just taking a stab at it.
I'll tell you.
What's your name?
Seth Brown. 88 Seth Brown.
Okay, so what was wrong with me saying Mr. Brown?
You said Miss Brown.
No, I didn't. I said Mr.
court
Brown. I
reporter.
just slide my words into each other sometimes.
22 case.
Now, what's the additional problem there, right? It seems like she didn't realize she said Miss Brown. She thought he was raising a fuss because his name wasn't actually whatever, Brown. He sits in this courtroom every day. How do you not know his name as a attorney at this point? So her first issue, she didn't realize it was a Miss versus Mr. thing. She thought it was, well, what is your actual name? Is it not Brown? How do you not know his name by now? Like, you've been here for like 30 days. Like, come on. We might have to do a side counter today. Yeah, and then blames him for it once she realizes that it's a Miss vs. Mr. thing. Yeah, and this is why here's that clip for you guys, and give JR a follow. Yeah, just oblivious, exactly this. And she was, I didn't really pay attention to it much earlier on. Where'd the comment go? Here. So she says, I also feel like she doesn't like him. Oh my gosh, after this interaction, when the defense objected, even when the defense didn't object, and there was like a hearsay thing the defense should have objected to, Whitaker was on there like, stop. She was like against Brown for the rest of his questioning. Oh boy. Yes, Jason. Good morning. Good morning to Jason. Did the state add 28 more witnesses this morning? Yep. And what's very interesting is their reason for doing so. I don't know. The state will give an explanation for one thing, and then just like Whitaker slides her words into each other, Love will slide her explanation for things into other things, so she doesn't have to explain the other things. So I don't really get if these 28 witnesses are all chain of custody witnesses. But if you need to add 28 chain of custody witnesses at this point in the game, chain of custody is really important. You never should be saying, oh, I got 28 things I need to establish chain of custody for. Like, either way, you're either adding 28 witnesses to be extra, or you're adding 28 witnesses that actually is something really critical and important to testify to, and you just weren't going to call them. Like, just come on. Just come on. Ah, the state. I don't know if we've got anything interesting going on. Every once in a while, someone will say that, hey, here's why we're not there, but I don't really see an update on that. I think someone's just really late. No, they really said 28. Now, I know people were critical of the way Brown was doing questioning yesterday, and I think that's also valid, but the thing is, the objections that were getting sustained against him, or that Whitaker was volunteering to lodge herself, are things that Love also does, and even when the defense objects, the judge overrules it. So Love does the same things Brown does. I don't know if the difference is Whitaker doesn't like Brown, or Whitaker likes Love, or Whitaker doesn't pay attention when Love is talking because, we know how Love is. But the things that we could criticize Brown for asking a leading question is one example. Cool, we know that's a leading question. He should have a better way to ask that question. It gets objected to and it actually gets sustained. Well, when Love does the same thing, she gets the free pass to keep going. So I don't know what the explanation is, but I still think there's a distinction there. Live, laugh, printer spy. I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. Belinda Tigner says, Love coaches him, for better or for worse. Yeah, so the difference here is Brown doesn't have the word salad. And yeah, according to Love, this witness was supposed to be here at 9:15, but we know how Love time operates. And it could be the juror, too. Nameless says the late juror heard about the 28 extra witnesses, turned around and went home, said nope. Oh boy. Yeah, this better not be the case if they're chain of custody witnesses. 28 witnesses, 56 jury days. Well, Whitaker don't like anything Brown, but she likes Love. Even when she gets annoyed with Love. I think like her moments where she gets annoyed with Love, the next time they have an interaction and they're cool again, it's like almost like Whitaker gets endeared to Love after being frustrated with her. Yeah, no, I agree. I think Kiana Shaw's got it here. I'm sure she doesn't like Brown, but then also Brown does horrible witness questioning. Same with the Hertz employees, and then he thought he was doing something and wasn't. Yeah, we haven't had a smooth day of court in like 2 weeks. That is true, Anthony. Always seems like something. Is Rich Homie Kwan's funeral that close? Like, I'm imagining the volume would still congest traffic for certain points in time. Is that close to the courthouse? I've got to say, because I live in Florida, and my brother lives just like, my geography's bad, but I have to go through Atlanta. He's like just north, maybe west. I don't know. But whatever the case is, I'm coming from Florida and I gotta shoot up and go to Georgia and then go up to get to my brother. If there's like an accident in a bad place, it will add an extra hour and change to the trip. And last time I went up there, my trip getting there was like 14 hours versus getting home was like 7 hours, where I didn't run into any accidents. So, and that was along the whole stretch of the trip. But oh my goodness, if you are stuck in traffic in Atlanta, it is not a joke. It is absolutely not a joke. It is not a good time. And apparently, so Smart Towel, good to see you. Did Love actually have her homework done? So as soon as court starts, I'll pull up the portal and look for the actual documents. But Doug Weinstein said at 3:18 a.m. state's briefs were filed. So oh, this is actually a really good point. So Mark Wardle, he's questioning these witnesses that, they're not co-conspirators. So he has to actually ask things, and there's hearsay objections that are going to be lodged, and he can't just say co-conspirator exception. So Brown has an obstacle that Love usually doesn't question those witnesses. It is always Atkins and Brown that question these non-co-conspirator witnesses. Hilton and Love always question the co-conspirators. Great point. That's really a great point. And shout out to Tay Biz, my guy Tay Biz. Tay Biz is taking a little break, but has some videos coming up later this week. Or wait, did you do one? You did a quick one on Diddy. You did a quick one. And you also did one on a quick clip of Quindarius Zachary's lawyer. You guys know how much I shout out Tay Biz. Tay Biz, I always have a great time in your chat. I'm so glad you come hang out with us on your downtime. It's an honor. And if you guys aren't already subscribing to Tay Biz, you should be. You absolutely should be. You will not regret it. You will like laugh real tears watching Tay Biz cover, and he's informative. Like, that's the beautiful thing, right? It's such a good combo. You actually learn stuff and you laugh your butt off. So I see some motion in the court, but I don't know. Enjoy your coffee, Mallory. Heck yeah, Tay Biz is a good follow. Facts, shout out Tay Biz. Yep, that's right. That is right. Black Butterfly says, the 28 added is out of spite to debunk yesterday. Yeah, we have 2 witnesses that have back issues. Even though it's only one that has a back issue. So, we don't want to keep talking about why they won't show up, why that one witness can't show up. What's wrong with that one witness who's dealing with something? We'll just add 28 more witnesses. We're late on our homework. Sorry, we had to organize 28 more witnesses. Oh, the defense called a bunch of sidebars and we lost them all. Oh, we'll just call 28 more witnesses. I think 28 is going to be a new number that we adopt in this chat. Like, 28 is just now a magical number. And shout out to Black Butterfly. Always has great comments. Thanks for the 2. Tamika. Shout out to Tamika. Tamika says, working a little till noon, in listening mode, love my cat and chat with a capital C. That's what's up. Show Tamika some love. Recently gave her the wrench, and I'm loving her in the chat. She's so friendly, so insightful, and I see you guys interacting with her. I'm so glad that you've embraced Tamika. Shout out to Tamika, and thank you for being an awesome mod. Hold on, I see an acronym here that just popped up. Ike says, Brown, Love, Atkins, and Hilton. If you take the first letter, the blah team. Please, 403. Imagine it being like, if you could treat courtrooms like an auction. And, hold on, let me scribble it so I can demonstrate. The lines on my notebook are going to make it hard to read, I bet. And I think my camera's flipped for you guys. So let me know if this is backwards. But you guys will know what I mean. Imagine it was like an auction in the courtroom. We could just be like, 403. We can lobby our objections. It'd be a good time. Whenever the blah team is up, we start yelling 403. Thank you so much, Ike. Mary Ma became a member. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Steven Satchel gifting one. Steven Satchel is sniping in these little slimes. Getting new members one by one in here. Appreciate you for all your support. Angie McLaren says, Hi Kat, new to your channel and only started watching this trial since Steele was held in contempt and requested to be jailed with his client. Yeah, that was a very applaudable move. Can you direct me to where Young Thug's charges are listed? Yes, so let's get the indictment. So I'm about to post the indictment PDF in the chat. It's a good one to bookmark. And I think people get confused. It seems like common sense until you see it. Or, it should be common sense once they think about it, but I think some people get confused. They see a name and they just think that the stuff right next to it is attached to that person. And that's really not how this works. So when you're looking at this indictment, you have to look at the counts listed under each person's name. And so for Khalif Adams, for example, everybody in this indictment is charged with conspiracy to violate RICO. But these other counts, we'd want to go down to 40, 42, and 43. So 40, 42, and 43, and we could see that, you know, he's got an attempted murder and then 2 charges of participation in criminal street gang activity for 2 different sections of the statute. So I know that seems like really stupid, but just want to point it out because I think looking at this document can be confusing. And then the other thing as you're going through it, there is a section for overt acts. And when you're looking at these overt acts, you know, these aren't things that they're actually charged with. They're just things that can go to substantiate, you know, there was a conspiracy, that RICO is actually happening. So when you're looking at the overt acts, you may see some things in here, like for, let's find Rodelius Ryan. So here, so Rodelius Ryan, this murder charge, he's already had a trial for. And I think it's confusing, like how can he be charged again? Well, he's not really being charged in this indictment again for the same murder. That would be double jeopardy. This is actually just an overt act. So really, what they're saying here is they're asking the jury to determine if this thing, they're not asking for guilty or an acquittal on this thing. That's not the actual charge. What they're asking is, did Rodelius Ryan do something in furtherance like of the gang? Is this an overt act? So I think those are 2 things to keep in mind when you're looking at a document like this. That I'm sure as I'm saying it, it's common sense, but all right, we're back, you guys. There's no sound though. We got the linen suit.
All right, State, you may call your next witness.
And thank you so much for the super chat, Angie.
State calls Detective Jim Gore.
All right.
All right, so I know you guys are gonna go bananas with the emojis. I know the emojis are about to go bananas. And I agree, Raunchy Dog, about it's not technically double jeopardy, but it is in practice. There we go. You guys are already on it.
Swear firm testimony give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I swear.
That's it. State and spell your first and last name loudly to the microphone, court, please.
Yes, sir. Detective J. Thorpe Jr., Thorpe. Jim.
Good morning, Detective Thorpe.
Good morning, ma'am.
How are you?
Fine.
Good. Detective Thorpe, would you please introduce yourself to the jury by telling them where it is you currently work?
Yes, ma'am. Detective Jim Thorpe Jr., City of Atlanta.
Hang on just a second. You're gonna have to use the mic, Miss Love. Can you hear the witness?
Yes.
All right.
All right, if everyone can hear me and can stand the static, I'm going to use this
Thank
one.
you.
Thank you. Would you, go ahead, I apologize. Tell the jury where it is that you currently work.
Yes, ma'am. I currently work City of Atlanta Police Department Homicide Unit.
How long have you worked at the City of Atlanta Police Department in the homicide unit?
I work with the City of Atlanta now for 30 years and 9 months.
All right. Have you worked as a homicide detective the entire time?
Yes, ma'am, 20 years.
Now, 30 years and 9 months and 20 years are different. So what did you do when you first started working with the Atlanta Police Department?
My first assignment,
They cannot hear you if you don't use the mic, and I'm sorry that it's staticky. Maybe one day we could get that fixed also, but we're just gonna have to endure the static.
Yes, Your Honor. Try to minimize it. What did you do when you first started working with the Atlanta Police Department?
yes, ma'am. The first assignment was the Atlanta Police Zone 3 Precinct Evening Watch Mobile Patrol.
That would have been in what year that you started that?
I started Mobile Patrol in 95.
What types of activities did you conduct as a Zone 3 Evening Watch Mobile Patrol officer?
Answering 911 calls, dealing with all types of calls of accidents, suspicious persons, shootings, robberies, burglaries, car thefts.
Okay. There we go.
Yes, ma'am.
And tell the jury what parts of Zone 3 you patrolled as a patrolman in Zone 3 Evening Watch.
Then the beat I was assigned was called 304, and that beat was mostly around Metropolitan Parkway, Sylvan Road, leading up to Cleveland Avenue and Lakewood Avenue.
How much of Cleveland Avenue did you patrol?
It would depend on if we were short an officer, they would reposition my team. It was 2 officers assigned to the beat 304. So either one of us could get pulled, and usually around Cleveland Avenue, that was the 308 beat. And we pretty much control all of Cleveland, 75, 85, north and south, Jonesboro Road, and all the streets surrounding Old Hayville and streets like that.
Okay. As a homicide detective, are you restricted to one zone only, or do you work the entire city of Atlanta?
We work the entire city of Atlanta.
Are you familiar with the neighborhood surrounding Cleveland Avenue and including Cleveland Avenue today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury whether it's different, the same, or in some ways both to 95 as between today and then?
Sustained.
All right. How do you describe the neighborhood of Cleveland Avenue back in 1995? How would you describe it in terms of the community?
Community, like a better terminology, wasn't aggressive. That part of the Cleveland Avenue really was not a high crime area or gang activity respondent back in 95 to 97.
And that was the length of time that you worked evening patrol, 95 to 97?
Yes, ma'am.
And typically, what types of crimes did you have the most opportunity to respond to in that area?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Overruled.
Mostly shootings, like I said, robberies, burglaries, things of that nature.
Would you describe for the jury your, you mentioned there was not a lot of particular kind of activity. Did that change? Has that changed today?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a particular kind of crime that you see more of today that you did not see back in 95?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you tell the jury what types those are?
Mostly gang activity shootings, related shootings.
Now, after you left evening watch patrol of Zone 3, what station did you take up at APD?
Yes, ma'am. I was transferred to the Red Dog unit, evening watch and day watch.
How long did you work the Red Dog unit?
About 3 to 4 years.
Now, after the Red Dog unit, what was your assignment?
I was promoted from the Red Dog unit to a detective, and my first assignment was the burglary unit,
And what year was that?
2000. About 2000, yes, ma'am.
Prior to joining the Atlanta Police Department, would you tell the jury what your education was?
Yes, ma'am. Graduate of high school on time, associate's degree, and at that time I went into the military, U.S. Army.
How long did you serve in the Army?
Roughly about 6 years.
And what was your station? What was your job in the Army? Without getting into too much detail, just generally speaking.
Soldier.
Okay. Are you originally from Atlanta?
No, ma'am.
Did you come to Atlanta after you left the Army?
No, ma'am. I was here.
Okay. After you joined the burglary unit, tell the jury what your responsibilities included.
Investigating burglaries, whether it was commercial or residential burglaries.
Was there a particular area of Atlanta you were responsible for?
Yes, ma'am. My primary zone was the Zone 1, and my secondary was Zone 3.
What area of Zone 1 were you responsible for? I'm sorry about that static.
That's fine. We believe, if anyone's familiar with the Bluff area, Donnelly, Hollowell, Hollywood Road, everything over in that generally Perry Boulevard.
Hang on one
Oh
second.
my
I'm trying
gosh.
to solve this problem. Sorry about that. And how long did you serve in the burglary unit?
2 years.
After the burglary unit, what did you do?
I was transferred to the robbery unit.
Is that me, Judge, or is that?
I have no idea.
All right, after the, what was your position with the robbery unit?
Detective, and my primary zone was Zone 3. The secondary zone was Zone 1.
Were you patrolling the same or responsible for the same area in the robbery unit as you had been when you were in a Zone 3 evening watch patrol officer?
Yes, ma'am. Except I had the whole entire zone.
Okay.
I mean, yes, the whole entire zone,
All right.
A sector and B sector.
Did you interact often with the residents of Zone 3?
Yes.
During your time as a patrol officer and as a detective in the robbery unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your interaction only when you were arresting people or investigating suspects?
No, ma'am.
What other types of interactions did you have?
At that time, I was also working at part-time as a Atlanta Public School resource officer. And the school I was assigned was the Crawford Long Middle School,
Okay.
which is right off of Cleveland Avenue.
Would you tell the jury what years those were that you worked as a Crawford Long Middle School resource officer?
I would say it'd be from 2001 to 2012, 2013.
And what were your responsibilities as a resource officer with Crawford Long?
Primarily maintaining the safety and security of the school, walking around, patrolling the grounds, make sure the teachers' cars or anyone visiting the school wasn't cars when getting broken in, things of that nature.
Did you have interaction with the students outside of investigating car break-ins and the like?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you describe for the jury what types of interactions that you'd have with the students at Crawford Lawn Middle School?
Oh.
Your Honor, as it pertains to particular people that are involved in this case, his knowledge of them and the jury's awareness of his foundation.
His attention to that.
Did you interact with the court's indulgence? I'd just like to ask a broader question and narrow it down. I won't prolong that. Did you interact with the students and converse with them on a personal level?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you interact with the students' parents at times?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you interact with a student by the name of Quindarius Zachary?
Yes, ma'am.
Slab of oak.
Describe
Yes, this is Squirrel
your,
Brain. Thanks for the 2. Same to Ken
when you
Thompson.
first
Yes, this is
met
Squirrel
Quindarius
Brain.
Zachary,
Thanks
how
for the
old was
2.
he?
I say he'd be about 11 years old.
And in what capacity did you interact with him? Was it?
Usually times when he was misbehaving, and I would just take him to the side and talk to him rather than seeing him being suspended or suffering school punishment. I try to talk the kids to the side, get them out of trouble, and once again, put them back into the classroom.
Now, Quindarius Zachary's dad, I think this was on Infamous Sylvia's show, was talking about how this crew, these units, would be at the park when these kids were young and still do it to this day with binoculars on. And the connotations that came, the sentiment that came from Quindarius Zachary's father was not that they were standing there with binoculars on to try to be a fatherly, good inspiration figure to these young kids in the neighborhood. It was the opposite. They were looking to snipe someone, rope them up for something. So, big contrast there with how Thorpe and Love are portraying this. What do you guys
What year
think
was
in the
that
chat?
that you got to meet Quindarius Zachary?
Can I recall right offhand? Probably around 2010, maybe.
Did you establish any level of trust with the students? Would they come to you and talk with you about things that they were encountering
Yes, ma'am.
as students?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say you talked to them, did you talk with them only about scholastic things, or did you talk with them about things like getting involved with groups that they shouldn't get involved with?
Yes, ma'am. All of the above.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Back then in 2010, did you see any signs of what you believe to be the formation of gang activity within Crawford Lawn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, what was it that you saw that led you to believe that?
The kids was constantly discussing the gang that was starting to sprout. They was calling themselves the Red Cartel.
No, I heard you, and it looks like Mr. Schardt's also about to say something.
Same objection.
thing. Overruled.
You may continue.
Yes, they would say something about a gang sprouting up called the Red Cartel.
You may continue.
Okay. They call themselves the Red Cartel, and they was becoming very prominent over in the Cleveland, Springdale, Cleveland Avenue area, Old Hateville area, Macon Drive area.
Apart from hearing the name Red Cartel, did you see any indicators or signs of the ways that people calling themselves Red Cartel identify themselves?
They would mostly wear the color red.
Did you ever see them, without specifically showing any gang signs, did you ever see them display any signals that were seemingly unique to members of the group itself?
No,
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. I don't believe that there's a proper foundation for this witness.
Your Honor,
Is this the first time this witness has testified?
yes.
Okay, you need to lay a foundation.
So the judge doesn't know that Thorpe hasn't been called
Sustained.
Yes,
before
Your Honor.
because so many others have been called multiple
When-
times.
You started out as a school resource officer at Crawford Long Middle School. Would you describe for the jury what type of training that you had with the Atlanta Police Department?
Had basic academy training along with interviews, interrogation training, also burglary and robbery. And later during that tenure, I was transferred to the homicide unit, which I received numerous homicide classes and training.
What training or experience did you have that caused you to form or to believe that you recognized gang activity when you saw it at Crawford Long Middle School?
Basically just growing up. It was prominent in Chicago.
You're from Chicago,
Yes, ma'am.
all right? What part of Chicago?
South Side.
Now, what did you see growing up that caused you to believe that what you were looking at Crawford Long were signs of gang activity?
It was the same standard. Kids would wear like red bandanas or clothing of red, some article on them with red. Usually with the red bandana, we called it flagging. Show people who you represented. At that time, once I received that information, I notified the gang unit.
Your
And
Honor,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object to relevance, lack of foundation, and this line of questioning, I don't believe is going to lay a foundation. So that's why I'm saying relevance as well.
Okay, overruled.
Thank you. You may continue. Please speak to the jury.
Okay. At that time, I notified the Atlanta Police Gang Unit, and they confirmed that that it was.
Sustained.
Without speaking specifically
Okay.
about confirmation in particular instances, more broadly speaking, when you did see things that you believe were gang activity, did you notify the gang unit?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
Why did you do that?
Just to alert them and to get more information for myself.
In talking with the kids at Crawford Long Middle School, did they confide in you about their involvement in, for instance, groups like Red Cartel? I'm not asking what they said.
Sustained.
Okay. Without speaking specifically about what they said, what types of things beyond what you've already testified about did you gather from the students that allowed you to help them navigate?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
How often did you talk with students' parents?
Usually when they come to pick up the kids or student got in trouble.
And when you saw things that concerned you that you alerted the gang unit about, did you ever talk to the students' parents about those same things?
Overruled.
You may tell the jury.
The parents that were receptive of listening, there were some that wanted to hear, and there were some that didn't want to hear.
Did you ever speak with groups of students, or was it just individual ones about trying to stay out of or trying to avoid particular pitfalls? Your Honor, I am.
Overruled.
You can continue.
Yes, I would talk to them in a group or talk to them individually.
And were the subjects of the conversation always how to stay out of trouble?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you share with the students the information that you had from growing up or other sources about gang activity?
Sustained.
In what ways, beyond talking to the students, did you attempt to keep students from being involved in gangs?
Sustained.
Did
This
the
is Detective
information that
Thorpe
you were
or
able
Squirrel
to gather
Brain?
from the students in any way inform your investigations and ability to get information about criminal investigations later on as a detective?
Yes, ma'am.
How?
I developed rapport with several of the kids. A trust was formed, and they would, if they see me out on the scene, anywhere near that, they'll come to me next day in school and say, hey, officer,
Generally speaking,
yes,
they would come to you and would they offer you information?
yes, ma'am.
All right. Other than Quindarius, Zachary, were you familiar with any other persons that, through your investigation in this case, that you came in contact with?
Yes, ma'am.
Who were you familiar with during your time as a school resource officer?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object under 404A.
What's your response?
Let me look at my book and see what 404A is. They're looking at the book. They're looking at the book to see what it is. Oh my gosh, this is other acts, prior bad acts. So you're asking, who did you have an eye on back in school days? You're asking information
I'm not certain
on
what
what other bad
exactly
behavior
the-
did they have?
Maybe tailor your question.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't know what 404A is. Oh my gosh. They were
What
really
other
about to look at the book.
persons, did you know during your time as a school resource officer that you also interacted with or taught or gained knowledge about during this case?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Do you understand the objection? Can you tailor your?
No, she doesn't understand
Did
the
you know
objection.
any other Trontavia Stevens? Did you know Trontavia Stevens?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What age did you learn about or did you meet Trontavia Stevens?
Age 11.
Was he a student as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he a student at Crawford Long Middle School?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know Shannon Stillwell as a young person?
No, I did not know Shannon Stillwell.
Did you know Diamante Kendricks?
I knew of him. I never had any interaction with him.
Did you know of him as a young child?
Yes, I think as he was getting to high school, yes.
What about Quentin Porter? Did you know of him?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he a young child or was he an older person when you got to know him or knew of him?
I believe I met him when he was in 7th or 8th grade.
Okay. Of the people that you've named so far that you met, did you interact with them in the same way that you did with Quindarius Zachary, or did they not talk with you as much?
They talked with me, but that was about it. They talked, but they never.
Okay. All right. What year was it that you were promoted to a homicide detective?
2004.
And during your time as a homicide detective, have you been recognized or given any special awards for your work as a homicide detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, Your
Tell
Honor,
the ju-
relevance.
Sustained.
Would you tell the jury how many homicides you've investigated during your time as a homicide detective?
Close to over, maybe as lead and assistant, probably close to 300, maybe more than that.
Now, were all of these within the city of Atlanta, or did you ever have an occasion to interact with or investigate crimes that were outside the city of Atlanta but connected with crimes that you were investigating in the city of Atlanta?
Yes, part of Atlanta is also in DeKalb County, so I worked some cases. I was Atlanta, DeKalb County, and also Atlanta, Fulton County.
Would you describe for the jury some of the training that you received as a homicide detective that allowed you to perform your duties, that was different than the training you received as a patrol officer or a burglary detective?
Yes, interviews and interrogations, reading crime scenes, logging things, crime scene processing.
And as a homicide detective, were you involved in investigations that related to purported gang activity?
I'll repeat that again, ma'am.
As a homicide detective, did your investigations ever involve gang activity, the
Yes.
homicide investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you share information with other law enforcement officers as it related to gang-related homicides?
Yes, ma'am.
And how, if ever you were trained to recognize gang activity while you were performing your investigations, what kind of training have you received?
It was the processing of the scene, doing thorough background checks on the victim or witnesses, finding out different incidents may have happened at the location prior to the homicide incident.
Did your rapport with community members aid you in furthering your investigations as it related to potential
Judge, Your Honor,
gang
leading.
homicides?
Objection, what?
Leading.
Sustained.
What about your interactions with the community, if anything, helped you learn more when you were investigating gang-related homicides?
Yes, I would go talk to people that lived in the area of the incident. And at that time, I take them to the side and have a low-key conversation with them, and they'll advise me of, well, this is what they've been hearing, or this is what they know.
Did you always as witnesses, or were there times when people gave you information and didn't want to be identified?
Correct. There's several times people want to give information, but didn't want to get involved any further than that.
And did you respect their wishes not to be involved, or did you list them and sort of out them as having given you information?
No, I respect their wishes.
Okay. Would you tell the jury, as a homicide detective, how it is that you come to be assigned to any particular homicide?
What we have in Atlanta Police homicide unit is called a unit rotation. So it doesn't matter if you work one of the other shifts, day watch, which is 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., or evening watch, which is 2 to 12 midnight. It's kind of like a pitcher rotation in baseball. If you catch a case today, you're not due to catch a case until you come back up. So say there's 30 detectives. If you're number one, you go down to number 30. Number two becomes number one. Number three comes number two, and it goes like that. So it doesn't matter if you're off or it's past your shift time. If the call comes up, you have to come in and respond to it.
And during the time that you're not up, is that the time that you're able to investigate whatever homicides that you do catch on your rotation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When you arrive on a scene of a homicide, are there any particular steps that you take to jumpstart your investigation?
Upon arriving, I try and brief with the first responding officers and first responding detective on the scene, see what information he or she has gathered prior to my arrival.
Is it your practice, has it been your practice to attempt to identify witnesses on scene if there are any?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it your practice to identify or attempt to identify surveillance footage if there is any?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you go about determining whether or not there's surveillance footage at a particular location?
We walk around and you try and see if there's cameras fixated on the structures, or you go inside and see if there's door ring cameras on some of the residents, or you go inside the business and see if they have a camera that may be facing out their front windows.
As the lead detective, do you delegate responsibilities in the investigation of the homicides that you're responsible for, or do you handle every aspect of that investigation?
We delegate.
What types of activities do you delegate to other persons?
Depending on how many homicide detectives on the scene, I have them do what is called a neighborhood canvas. They automatically go around, start knocking and talking to people, and also looking for surveillance cameras, things of that nature.
And do you work with the VIC unit to determine whether or not there are? Do you ever work with the VIC unit?
Yes.
And how long have you worked with the VIC unit?
Since their first inception and coming into work with the APD, we usually call down and ask them, do they have any VIC cameras in the immediate area? And they're able to tell us they have cameras at this location, either facing north, east, south, or west. At that time, we give them the time frame of the incident, and they're able to go back and take a look and see exactly if they have any footage of anything that may be relevant to our homicide investigation.
Has the number of VIC cameras remained constant over the time that you've worked as a homicide detective?
No, ma'am.
Would you explain how they've not remained constant? Have they increased, decreased?
They're increased because of the success of the video integration camera systems.
Because of the what now?
Video integration camera system that is increased because of their reliability.
Okay. Would you explain to the jury whether license plate readers and VIC cameras are the same or different?
They're different. The license plate reader picks up on a tag of a vehicle, stores it in, as they would tell you exactly which direction that vehicle has been traveling, what other LPR readers it has hit on. So you can go back and backtrack to see exactly where that vehicle may have started or came from.
Is there any particular information you'd need to be able to track a vehicle with license plate readers?
Sometimes we're able to give a make and model and description of the vehicle. And once again, the LPR teams are able to go in and say, okay, we found this vehicle that looks like the vehicle you're talking about. We see that the license plate reader is showing that it was in the immediate area at the time of the incident.
Okay. Now, have license plate readers always been in effect within the city of Atlanta during your time?
No, ma'am.
And do you know or remember when you all first would have had access to license plate readers?
I want to say probably around maybe 2018, 2019.
Has the number of license plate readers since that time that you're familiar with remained constant, increased, decreased, or something in the middle?
Increased.
And how do you know how it's determined where a license plate reader will be placed?
No, I tend to think that it's based on the high activity of traffic or whatever in that particular area, and also the crimes that may occur in that area.
And does the Atlanta Police Department decide where license plate readers will be placed?
I believe it's decided by City Hall and the police department talking together.
All right. And what about video integration unit cameras, VIC cameras? Who decides where those will be placed?
Same thing. I think it's a joint collaboration between City Hall and the Atlanta Police Department.
All right. Do you obtain knowledge about whether license plate readers caught any particular information in the same way or different than you get information about VIC cameras? Or to ask a better question, how do you learn whether or not there are license plate readers that may have captured something you need in your investigation?
Once again, we'll call and see.
Sustained.
Your Honor, how do you know where the license plate readers are that might have captured something of interest in your investigation?
We call the unit and they'll tell us if they have a license plate reader in the immediate area, and they'll tell us exactly where it's positioned.
Okay.
And what direction it's facing.
All right. Would you describe for the jury where the Summer Hill community is located?
It's located off of Robert David Abernathy at McDaniel Glen area.
Okay.
Down where the old Fulton County Turner Field used to be.
Okay. How much time have you spent working in that area?
I would say majority of the whole entire my career, 30 years.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Castleberry Hills area of Atlanta?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And how often have you worked in that area?
Per my patrol as a Red Dog officer and responding as a burglary detective, robbery detective, and homicide detective.
330 McDaniel Street. What area is that in?
That is the Zone 1, Zone 5 area. This is like a border.
Okay. And when you say border, is it a border between different communities?
No, it's a border between the zones.
Okay. What communities make up that area?
It's both residential, apartment buildings, businesses.
Okay. And is 330 McDaniel Street in Fulton County?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
Did you have an occasion to respond to that location on January 10th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
What time, if you recall, did you respond?
I believe I received the call around 9:30 PM from Detective Darren Smith of the Atlanta Police Homicide Unit. He advised me that there were 3 subjects shot at that location.
Are you called only when there is a confirmed death? Or are you called before you know whether or not someone has died?
It depends on the status of the paramedics when they transport. If they say the person is low critical, we respond because there's a good chance that they might not survive once they get down to Grady.
When you responded on January 10th, 2015,
Grady.
did you have any confirmed deaths?
Not until I arrived on the scene.
What information or what were you responding to?
I responded to 3 subjects that were shot. One is low critical, one is in critical condition, one is in critical but stable condition.
And would you tell the jury what the names of those 3 subjects were?
Yes, ma'am. The first subject that was in critical condition was Donovan Thomas.
Mhm.
And I want to make sure I pronounce their names right. You might look at my notes.
No, and
Okay.
if you, I'll hand you a copy of your report.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Second subject that was in critical condition was Reginald Hendricks, and the third that was in critical but stable was Quindarius Sanders.
Now, did you have an opportunity when you arrived on scene to speak with either of those 3 people?
No, ma'am, they was already transported to Grady.
All right. When you arrived on scene, had the scene already been cordoned off or roped off?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you arrived on scene, was there any other homicide detective already there assisting or directing?
Yes, ma'am. Detective Smith was on scene.
Now, was Detective Smith up in the rotation or was
No,
it
ma'am.
yours?
No, ma'am.
So when a detective is not up in rotation, how is it that one homicide detective would be working a scene before you, if it's your homicide?
Yes, ma'am. That depending on how many subjects, how many detectives are working that day.
Mhm.
There's a lead detective that will go out to the scene, gather the information, start processing, and they'll notify the next up homicide detective that there's a call and there's 3 subjects, like on this day, 3 subjects that were shot.
How familiar with you were with the area of 330 McDaniel Street before you got that call on January 10th, 2015?
Very familiar.
Had you ever interacted with persons in that area on a casual basis as opposed to during an investigation?
Yes, ma'am, doing an investigation.
And when you say during an investigation, is it only during investigations that you interacted with persons in that area?
Yes, ma'am. Just about. Yes, ma'am.
Were there or was there an apartment complex in that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember the name of the apartment complex?
No, not off the top of my head, no. I believe that one across the street, down the street was Castleberry Apartments.
Okay. Were you familiar with or had you had any occasion to visit or be familiar with Castleberry Hills Apartments?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got on scene, did you make any efforts to locate surveillance footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the jury what efforts you took to locate surveillance footage.
Immediately that caught my attention was there was cameras fixed on the Barbershop at 330 McDaniel Street. Also, I noticed that there were surveillance cameras down at the gas station at the intersection of McDaniel Street and Northside Drive.
What about at the
Was
McDonald's?
it daytime, nighttime, something in the middle when you arrived on scene? I did not ask that question. No.
We know, yeah, we know the time, so.
Let me ask a better question. Was there daylight, moonlight? Was there natural light for you to see on scene when you arrived there?
No, the street was lit up with city lights.
And how were you able to see the cameras that you were able to identify?
They were just fixed on the building, so you can look up and see the cameras.
At the time that you saw them, did you know whether or not they were working?
No, I did not.
Did you take steps to find out?
Yes, I talked to the owners.
All right. And when that happens, are you able to get the camera footage on scene immediately, or do you do something to get that footage?
Yes, ma'am. I contact the cyber crimes unit, who goes out and retrieve all type of video surveillance for us.
Detective Teague, are you familiar with Detective Teague?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does Detective Teague do for you during your investigation?
Detective T went to those different locations and downloaded the video surveillance from those locations. I gave him the dates and the times.
Okay. Did you, at the time, know whether there were, or did you learn if there were any surveillance cameras at the apartments across the street from 330 McDaniel Street?
As I walked over there the next day, I saw that there was no cameras facing McDaniel Street.
And what other efforts, if any, did you take to get surveillance footage or any kind of captured footage of what happened at 330 McDaniel Street?
It was just those two locations that had cameras.
Okay. When you said that you went to the Texaco, where were you focusing? Where was it that you understood the shooting to have occurred?
The shooting happened right in front of the barbershop. The vehicle was traveling down McDaniel Street to Northside Drive and made a right onto Northside Drive. And that would place it right in the path of the Texaco cameras.
How did you learn what the vehicle did without saying anything that anyone specific told you? How did you learn?
People that was on the scene.
Okay. And at the time, on scene, the night of January 10, 2015, did you get any specific details about the make and model of the car? Any definitive details?
No, ma'am, except that it was probably a silver or a light gray colored vehicle.
Okay. When the Atlanta Police Department investigates a homicide, do they have ways of soliciting information from the public that might assist in the investigation?
Yes, we have what is called the Crime Stoppers Hotline. Information given that leads to a portion of the investigation or successful arrest of the investigation. There's a $2,000 reward for any information given.
And where do you display that? Do you put it on TV? Do you put it in newspapers or something else?
It is displayed on TV, and also we post flyers around the neighborhood.
Did you do this with the McDaniel Street murder that you investigated?
Yes, ma'am.
What was it that you put on TV?
Basically, there was a subject that came inside with an assault rifle. When I identified who that person was, because they were not on scene when I got there.
Now, when you say a subject that came inside with an assault rifle, inside where?
The barbershop, I'm sorry, the barbershop.
And why did you put that particular footage on?
Because I want to see what this person was a person of interest that may be related to the shooting itself, that he may have been one of the shooters.
Did you later learn whether that person had any relationship to either of the victims?
Yes.
And what did you learn that person's relationship was to either of the victims?
I learned through the parent that that was their son and the brother of the decedent.
Okay. Other than the footage of the person going into the barbershop, did you have any other footage displayed on television to try and help in your investigation?
I believe we just closed captioned the screen of the vehicle coming by. We didn't show the actual shooting itself, just the vehicle.
And when you say closed caption the screen, did you do a still shot or did you play a portion of a video surveillance?
Yes, what we did, we condensed it down so that the shot would just show that's the vehicle coming down the street. And we had a couple of still shots in there of the vehicle, but we never showed the victims getting shot themselves.
And did you show footage from the barbershop or the Texaco?
The barbershop.
Did you ever display any footage from the Texaco on TV?
No, ma'am.
All right. How do you decide which footage you're gonna put out there and which footage you're gonna hold back?
Based on the relevance, because the Texaco did not show the actual shooting itself. The Barbershop did.
To your knowledge, did you all get Crime Stoppers calls or people calling in after you put up the video from in front of the barbershop?
Yes, ma'am.
When you arrived on scene, were there people who were willing to talk with you and have their names listed as witnesses?
There are people willing to talk, but they didn't want to list their names.
And how did they make that known to you?
Simply by giving me the information. And I said, you want to come down and talk to me? And they're like, no, that's all from, as far as I'm getting involved. This is who was involved.
Are you able to force people to get involved more when you're conducting crime scene investigations?
No, ma'am.
Are you not able to take people down to the police station if they tell you that they have some information?
We can ask them for their consent. If they say no and we force them down, that's called kidnapping.
Okay. All right. Did you have any persons that you were able to talk to, but you were able to also list out their names?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember who those people were?
One person in particular was a person by the name of Spencer Wright.
Now, let me ask you this. Was at the time you went to 330 McDaniel Street on January 10th, 2015, did you see a Spencer Wright on scene?
No, ma'am.
Did you talk with a Spencer Wright on scene?
No, ma'am.
How long after January 10th, 2015, did you talk with Spencer Wright? Without saying anything Spencer Wright said?
Probably around the month of October 2015, maybe.
And was there anyone with you when you learned of Spencer Wright?
Yes.
All right. Who?
Detective Gaither of the Games Unit.
When you first began your investigation into Donovan Thomas Jr.'s murder, was it a joint investigation with the gang unit, or did you do something to have them become involved?
It was a joint investigation. They were providing me with information and intel stemming from their investigations on gang-related activities. And what they deemed may be relevant for my investigation, they passed it on to me.
Did you delegate any duties to members of the gang unit to aid you in your investigation?
Some just...
Or better yet, did they offer up assistance?
Yes, ma'am.
Who within the gang unit offered up assistance in your investigation into the Donovan Thomas murder?
Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis.
Did you gain information that allowed you to interview people in relation to the homicide without saying any information that you gained, just yes or no? Did you get information?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you conduct interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, the night of the homicide, did you direct anyone to reach out to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you direct to reach out to you?
Kenneth Copeland.
How did you reach out, or how did you direct Kenneth Copeland to reach out to you?
Upon returning to the homicide office so I can start my investigation, I got alerted by the Zone 3 Morning Watch Mobile Patrol of a shooting that just happened on Van Ira.
Mm-hmm.
And from what the officers gathered was that this was...
Sustained.
Okay.
We won't talk with
Okay.
you about the officers on Van Ira
Okay.
and what they said.
Okay, ma'am.
But were you able to determine whose residence or what was on Van Ira at that location that the officer told you about?
Yes, it was Kenneth Copeland's baby mother's house.
All right. And
We've heard a lot
how
about this
did
from
that
Woody.
cause you, why was that of interest? And to ask a better question, what did you do after you spoke with the officer about the shooting on Van Ira?
At that time, I went out to the scene myself.
Okay. Did you speak with anybody on scene at Van Ira?
Yes.
Who did you speak with without saying what they said?
I believe her last name was, now I look at the notes.
Nope, I don't mind at all.
I don't want to mess up her last name, Quartermain.
Was-
Deshaun.
Deshaun Quarterman?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you speak with anyone else?
I spoke with Kenneth Copeland over her phone, over her cell phone.
Now, there's a lot here, and earlier someone said, hey, I thought there was only supposed to be 5 minutes for these detectives. This detective actually has a lot that he's going to say. I'm so excited for Cross, but we're getting into where we heard Kenneth Copeland talk about, that's little Woody. You know, Deshaun is his baby mom that had passed away. At her apartment, they end up finding a firearm there. They rope Woody up for that firearm. Gaither ends up getting on the phone while Woody's roped up and is like hinting that we can help you out, we can help you out, we can help you out. And this starts the chain of events of, you know, we can help you out so you're not going to have to face time. And then lo and behold, after Woody is under pressure and starts telling, suddenly Gaither's like, oh, you know what? I can't actually do anything for the feds. I can't help you with that. So Gaither, we didn't see as much of him as Dennis and Gaither in those Woody interview videos. Thorpe was in there once in a while. He was wearing that green satin vest. And he's also someone that spoke with Woody like the day after the Donovan Thomas murder. And we just heard him say, I directed Kenneth Copeland to come down to the police station. Why is that a big deal? Because the state has been trying to make a big issue of Jeffrey Williams trying to get people to go down to the police station and say something on his behalf while he didn't want to come down and speak to the police. And the state's not allowed to talk about Jeffrey Williams not coming down and speaking to police in front of the jury. They've tried to. But Thorpe just said, I'm the one that directed it.
All right. What did you see at Van Ira that caused you to be interested in talking to Kenneth Copeland? What did you see?
There were assault-style rounds, spent shell casings in the middle of the street.
Now, were you able to see what type of shell casings, if any, were on scene at 330 McDaniel Street?
Yes, ma'am.
And what type, if you recall, did you observe on scene at 330 McDaniel Street?
At 330 McDaniel Street, there were 7.62 assault rifle rounds. There were 45 caliber rounds and 9mm caliber rounds.
How familiar are you with firearms?
Very familiar.
And what training have you received in firearms over your career, not only as a law enforcement officer, but in the military?
Extensive.
All right. Tell the jury what kind of training.
Basically, the uses of the weapon, the safety of the weapon, and what particular weapon is able to fire what kind of round.
All right. Have you had occasion to fire those type of weapons that you saw shell casings for on scene at 330?
Wait, Deshaun's
Yes,
still
ma'am.
alive? Who is the one that passed away?
What you saw on Van Ira, were they similar type rounds? Not necessarily caliber. Were they similar or different?
They were assault rifle rounds, so they similar but not similar.
Okay. And when you say similar but not similar, could you explain a little bit more?
Okay. The 7.62 rounds that was recovered from 330 McDaniel Street are typically fired from AK-47 assault rifle. Any rifle built off that schematic. The rounds that we recovered from Van Ira was rounds that is associated with the AR-15
Okay.
assault rifle.
Okay, so the other not Deshaun
Do
baby
you
mom is the one
recall
that passed
how
away.
many rounds you observed at Van Ira?
I want to say possibly 10 to 12, so 10 to 15, something like that.
Did you observe any damage to any structures or property at Van Ira?
Yes, there were some defects to the residence.
Were there any people shot at Van Ira?
No, ma'am.
Were there people at home at the time that the residence was shot up or something different?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you stay on scene at 330 McDaniel Street from when you first arrived?
I believe I arrived probably about 4, maybe 5 hours.
Okay. So approximately what time did you leave?
I left probably around 1:30 a.m.
And what time would you say that you went to check out Van Ira?
Probably about, the call came in, I want to say probably around 1:40, 1:45 a.m.
And where were you when that call came in? Had you made it back to police headquarters or
Yes,
were you
ma'am.
still on scene?
I made it back to police headquarters.
And how long did it take you to get to Van Ira after you got that call?
Probably about 10 minutes.
Okay. Did Deshaun Quarterman offer to have you speak with Mr. Copeland, or did you ask her to call Mr. Copeland?
I asked her to call Mr. Copeland.
Okay. Did she tell you her relationship to him before you asked her to call him?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to get his phone number from her or any information like that?
No, ma'am.
How long did you speak with Mr. Copeland?
Roughly about maybe 3 minutes, just to let him know that he needs to come down to the office and talk to me.
Did he come down to the office and talk to you?
Yes, he did.
Do you have any idea how long after you asked him to come down and talk to you that he actually arrived at the police station?
I want to say probably between 20 to 30 minutes.
When he came to the police station, do you recall, did you meet him in an interview room at the police station?
No, actually, I met him.
Oh,
No.
go ahead, I'm sorry.
I met him in the rear of the police headquarters.
Okay.
I was standing by. I was standing by with his brother, waiting for him to get there.
Who is his brother?
I forgot his brother's name. I don't recall his brother's name.
Are you familiar with anyone by the name of Runtrez Brock?
Yes,
Do you remember whether that was the brother or was
yes. Rontrez Brock was the brother.
Now, how is it that you came to be standing there with Runtrez Brock?
Because he got word that people was coming after his brother.
When you met with Mr. Copeland and his brother behind the police department, was that something usual that you do? Like, why do you meet behind the police department as opposed to?
It was easier parking for them.
Okay.
Instead of having to park and walk all the way up, I just said, meet me here. I can get your brother in, get him upstairs and talk to him.
And did you get Mr. Copeland in and upstairs to talk to him?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you first saw Mr. Copeland, do you remember what his demeanor was like? Whether he was sad, happy, excitable, based on what you could observe and see? Or something wholly different?
It was something totally different. He was even killed, and he just kept asking, he don't know why people putting him in this.
Okay. Did you tell him that he had to come upstairs and talk with you?
No, I didn't tell him he had to come upstairs.
Did you have the ability at that time to force him, or would that have been another situation like kidnapping?
Yes, ma'am. There's been another situation like kidnapping.
Okay. Did his brother come upstairs and talk with you?
His brother came up and stood by outside.
All right. Did anybody else join Mr. Copeland in that police station?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. Do you remember about how long you talked to Mr. Copeland in the police station?
I think maybe a couple of hours, an hour or two.
Did you talk to him inside an interview room, outside an interview room, or both?
Inside the interview room.
Did you start any conversations before you got to the interview room?
No, just basically that his name had come up in the investigation.
Okay. Now, when you have people that you want to talk to, are these interview rooms always equipped with recording devices, video and sound?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they running constantly, or do you turn them on before you take someone inside?
You turn them on and you log it in to our database up under your particular case number.
Okay. And when you began talking with Mr. Copeland, did you read him any Miranda rights or just start?
No, ma'am, because he was not under arrest, so it was a non-custodial interview. So there's no need for me to Mirandize him. We just started conducting the interview, the formal interview with him.
When you began conducting the interview with Mr. Copeland, did you have any particular target in mind that you wanted to have him implicate?
No, ma'am, no particular target.
And as you interviewed him, did you attempt to get him to tell you somebody did any particular thing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And were you telling him the people that you wanted him to talk about, or were you asking him for information or something in the middle?
Yeah, I was asking for information, and pretty much the question was always in the middle.
Okay. When you began talking with Mr. Copeland, did you have knowledge about any people that you wanted him to give you information on?
No, ma'am.
All right. And during the course of your conversation with Kenneth Copeland, did you get information that led you to other people you were interested in talking to?
On that initial night, no.
Yeah. And was there any particular concern that you understood Mr. Copeland to have that night?
Other than he spoke about an altercation.
And when he spoke about an altercation, did you say anything to suggest to him that you knew about the altercation?
Somewhat, yes, ma'am.
Now, did Mr. Copeland's, did he ask you questions during the interview?
I think just general questions like, how did my name come up in this? Once again, I don't know why.
Did he try to get you to help him in any way in terms of ensuring his safety?
Yes, ma'am. He wanted me to speak with the family of Donovan Thomas, let them know that he had nothing to do with it.
Oops.
And
This is not good for the state. Love wanted him to talk about how he feared for his safety, so she can go into this whole spiel of how Jeffrey Williams had to get him out of town and send everybody down to Miami. But what is the fear here? Thorpe just said the fear was Donovan Thomas and his family, his people. Not just that YSL is going to be on my back because I'm snitching. Oops.
stop coming after him.
Okay. Now, did he know, or did you know, did you tell him that it was these people coming after him, or was he just speculating to your knowledge?
Yeah, clean it
He was
up.
just speculating.
Okay. Did you give him any assurances about what you would do to try and ensure his safety?
Yes, ma'am. I told him I would speak with the family and let them know that at this point in time, he is not a person of interest or suspect.
And when you gave him that assurance, when you told him that, did you have any information that anybody in Donovan Thomas's family was involved in shooting at Kenneth Copeland or his family?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No information.
At the time that you told Kenneth Copeland that, had you spoken with any member of Donovan Thomas's family?
Not at that time.
Did you at any point go to the hospital where Donovan Thomas was taken?
Yes, ma'am.
When?
The next day.
All right.
Well, the morning of the next day.
11?
Yes, ma'am, the 11th, the morning of the 11th.
How long after you spoke with Kenneth Copeland did you go to the hospital?
I want to say about close to midday. About close to afternoon, because I went and spoke to the other two surviving victims.
Okay. Without saying what they said, were they able to communicate with you at the time that you talked with them?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And let's start with Mr. Sanders. Without saying what he said, was he willing to talk to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he offer up any information about who it was that committed the shooting?
No, ma'am.
And what about Mr. Reginald Hendricks?
Yes, ma'am, he's willing to talk.
Do you remember how long you talked to each one of them?
Because they were down at Grady, I made sure I didn't do an extensive, interview with them, so I had to say probably about 20 minutes apiece, no more than 20 minutes.
Were either of them under arrest at the time you spoke with them?
No, ma'am.
Did you do anything like read Miranda rights or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Were there people in the room with Quindarius Sanders when you talked with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was in the room?
His mother.
Did his mother communicate with you without saying what she said? Did his mother give you any information that helped you in your investigation?
No, ma'am.
Was his mother the only person in the room with him?
That I can recall, yes, ma'am, that I spoke with.
Do you remember how old Quindarius Sanders was at the time?
I want to say maybe he was 14, something like that, 14, 15. He was a juvenile.
All right. And what about Mr. Hendricks? Was there anyone in the room with him when you spoke with him?
I don't call anyone else in the room with him.
Okay. Do you remember about how old he was when you talked to him? Was he older than Mr.
Yes.
Sanders?
Yes, way older.
And was he able to give you any information about who committed the shooting?
No, ma'am.
Was he able to describe whether there was any acts of aggression that he saw that could have prompted the shooting?
No, ma'am.
By the time you talked to Mr. Sanders and Mr. Hendricks, had you had a chance to look at the surveillance video from either the barbershop or the Texaco?
No, ma'am, not at that time.
Do you remember when the first time it was that you had a chance to look at the barbershop video?
I probably want to say probably later on that evening.
And what about the Texaco footage?
The next day.
Now, as you're looking at the barbershop footage, did you personally recognize anybody that you saw display faces of anybody that you saw out there?
No, ma'am.
What about the Texaco footage? Did you see anybody you personally recognize in the Texaco footage?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay. And I mean from when you first saw it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you, in releasing the information you released to the public, did you ever release a make and model of a car to your knowledge?
No, ma'am.
Shout out to Nuts for gifting 5
When
memberships
you spoke with
while Squirrel Brain is on the stand.
Mr. Copeland, did you ask him about being involved in any kind of accident?
Yes, ma'am.
Without talking about what anyone else said, do you know why you asked him about being involved in an accident?
Yes, ma'am, because I started a deep dive investigation on his name.
Uh-huh.
And put him to the APD, Atlanta Police database. And I was able to suss out several reports
Mhm.
of him connected to being in an accident or traffic stops.
Okay. And were your questions based on whatever vehicle you saw reflected in that report, or
Yes,
something
ma'am.
different?
What was reflected on people's description of people was given of the vehicle.
The incidents that you saw within the database, were they incidents that had occurred in 2015, January 2015, or earlier, 2014? Around what time frame?
I think there was time frames of 2012 to 2014.
Okay. Did you have the same kind of familiarity with Kenneth Copeland as a child that you did with Mr. Zachary?
No, ma'am.
When, if you recall, was the first time you knew about Kenneth Copeland? Like how old was, like around what year?
2015, the year of the incident.
Okay. Other than what you learned as you began investigating the murder of Donovan Thomas, did you have any other knowledge about Kenneth Copeland?
No, ma'am.
Did you ensure or did you offer to do anything else to, or offer any advice to Kenneth Copeland to help him secure the safety of his family? Did you make any suggestions?
And I think probably general
Okay,
suggestion of that nature.
all right. Did Kenneth Copeland have any cell phones or anything with him that you saw when you first talked to him on January the 11th?
I didn't see him with a cell phone.
Okay. Now, do you remember Mr. Copeland offering you, and let me ask you this, the interview with Kenneth Copeland, it was recorded, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, when was the last time you could remember looking at that interview? Like, did I show it to you today?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And do you remember everything about that interview? Everything?
Not everything in detail.
Okay. Like the kind of clothing Kenneth Copeland was wearing. Do you remember that?
I couldn't remember. I think it was dark clothing.
Okay. All right. Did Kenneth Copeland offer to give you any information that might help you sort of determine that he should not be a target of any retaliatory shootings?
Yes.
All right. Did you follow up on the information that he gave you?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you tell the jury the ways that you followed up on whatever Kenneth Copeland told you?
Yes. The information I got from Kenneth Copeland, I immediately went to Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither to see if they knew about this information. They knew about it. They gave me details on it. Even able to find that they had already started an investigation themselves into it, I believe.
Before, Your Honor, he's not.
The very last comment.
Well, Your Honor, I would say that it is offered as a explanation for his investigation and why it is that he took certain steps. So, and also that the jury has heard from these witnesses as well.
Go ahead with your next question.
Okay. Before you got the information from Mr. Copeland that you went to investigators Dennis and Gaither about, did you personally know about any of that?
Not personally, no.
Had you had any involvement with any persons that you knew called themselves YSL in any capacity?
No, ma'am.
Had you had any, did you have any knowledge about what YSL was before you talked to Kenneth Copeland?
Say that question again, ma'am.
Did you know about YSL at all before January 10th, 2015?
Overruled.
Yes.
All right. Now, was the knowledge that you had of YSL, was it gained from your investigation, your time with it as a detective, or something else?
Or from Moody?
My time as a detective and my time of working in the school system.
All right. Now, when you say your time working in the school system, about what year would you say you first heard about YSL?
I'm gonna say probably about maybe 2012, 2013.
Okay.
That's
about the first year that you heard of it?
yes.
Okay.
And
What year did you want me to say?
Conduct any investigations yourself into any group called YSL during that time?
no, ma'am.
Did you speak with, without saying what they said, did you speak with any students about a group called YSL?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many students you talked to?
All right, a total of 8 students.
How many?
8 students.
And were you on school property, or was this outside school at the house or some other place?
School property.
Okay. Were there any particular incidents that led to your speaking to these students about YSL?
Just I heard the name constantly coming up.
And was it you asking particular students or particular students just coming up to you?
Just actually certain students I was very aware of and had a trust relationship with.
That you had a trust relationship with?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, was Quindarius Zachary one of the people you talked to about YSL or not?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember the names of the students that you talked to about YSL?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember the relative ages of the students?
Yes, ma'am.
About how old?
14.
And did you, during the time as a resource officer, did you personally observe any things that were being used to identify people as YSL?
No.
Okay. Other than the name YSL, when you were a school resource officer, did you have any other information or knowledge about YSL?
About the name YSL, had no other information other than their previous names.
What do you mean the previous names?
The name went from the Red Cartel to the Rock Crew, which stood for Raised on Cleveland. Then it went over to YSL.
All right. Is this information that you learned, how did you learn this information that you just talked about?
Talking to the kids and working the neighborhood.
All right. Did you ever speak with grownups, the family, the parents of the kids about YSL or these other groups, Red Cartel or Rock Crew, without saying what they said?
Yes, I did.
All right.
Overruled.
Did you ever arrest anybody during that time just for being affiliated with Red Cartel, Rock Crew, or YSL?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you conduct any investigations that involved either of those groups even after you learned about their existence from the students, but before January 10th, 2015?
As in the YSL name itself or their previous names?
Either.
Yes.
All right. How many investigations?
Probably total myself, probably a total of maybe 4 or 5.
What type of what type of incidents? Forms his basis for his knowledge of other questions that he will be asked.
Overruled.
What type of incidents were you investigating that you spoke to the jury about just now?
About aggravated assaults and aggravated assaults, homicides,
How many homicides?
probably about 2.
Do you remember
About 2.
in particular the persons that were involved in the 2 homicides, victim and suspects? Your Honor, we've, based on the evidence we believe that has already come out and information that this witness can provide, we believe that the witness has information which will allow the determination of certain material matters in this case. He can, I don't want to.
Overruled.
Okay, go ahead.
Do I remember the victims' names?
Who were the victims in the 2 homicides?
The one particular I investigated, her name was Julian Jones.
And who was the suspect?
He was not a suspect.
Hang on. What'd you say?
I don't know what, but what, what is relevant. I mean, we're talking about information that will aid the jury in making determinations about.
Yes. Let's take a bathroom break anyway. It's probably about time for one.
May the
Heard that,
witness be-
guys?
Yes.
You heard that, guys? Take your bathroom breaks. I think this might be a pretty long direct, but hopefully not anywhere near as long as direct for, like, Woody. Hopefully we don't see too many of those videos, but who knows. We have a ton of gifts flowing in the chat today. Stephen Hickman gifted one. Thank you so much, Stephen. Jennifer Atkins, no relation to Mr. Atkins here in the courtroom, I assume, gifted one membership saying she's paying it forward because she got a gifted membership. So super nice of you. Thank you, Jennifer. And I wish we could hear these approaches, but we can't. And I wonder if they're talking about... Interesting, it's only them two up there. And then Mary Ma says, September is National Sickle Cell Awareness Month, and what better way to raise awareness than have it be an integral part of a high-profile case? I know a lot of people are familiar with sickle cell. People that aren't familiar with it are learning more about it because of Quindarius Zachary.
Bench conferences are always taken down. Bench conferences are never recorded, so this is a bench conference.
Love wants to know about the cameras.
Well, honestly,
And public
it's not,
knowing.
because it's just an evidentiary issue, right? Yes, so, yeah, that's fine.
Or are they going to
Okay.
talk about it? There is a GoFundMe for Quindarius Zachary pinned at the top of this chat. So Mary Ma, thanks for the reminder. I'll drop the link again. If you don't see the pinned chat, you can refresh or look in the chat right now for the GoFundMe.
Right. That's, I believe, I'll let Mr. whoever make
Okay, so that GoFundMe link is in the chat.
Are you gonna respond beyond just, I believe it's relevant? No. Are you gonna tell me why?
Your Honor, the homicide, I believe one of the homicides that the witness will talk about is a matter that an earlier witness talked about as it related to rock crew. I believe that the one that he is going to talk about is going to deal with Quentin Porter and Javaris Crittenton. I believe that this information corroborates information given by other witnesses and allows the jury to determine the credibility of information that they have heard from other witnesses. It's not bolstering because it's his personal knowledge, but to have information about a subject from two unrelated people who are not connected with one another, but are saying things that are consistent with one another, we believe allows the jury to determine things that are pertinent to this indictment, the existence of the enterprise, some of the information in the indictment about the start of the enterprise, its beginnings, the kind of crimes that have been committed, and some of the people that they've heard other witnesses talk about. So in as much as I think it was a 401 objection, it's relevant. We're talking about YSL and the beginnings of YSL and the groups.
Did she just stop and say, I think it was a 401 objection to show she knows what objection it was? We know it's a relevance objection. The judge just asked you, do you want to explain why you think it's relevant? So did she just say that to establish she knows evidence? Like what? After the 404A thing?
From which YSL evolved. The relevant standard is a very low standard, in as much as it's a 402 objection. Any relevant evidence is presumptively admissible. In as much as it's a 403 objection, I'm not sure what, I haven't heard any offer as to how it's substantially more prejudicial. I know I hear a lot about,
Is it that
I don't know.
prong of it, Mr. Steele, or something else?
Every prong of it, Your Honor.
Well, him saying every prong, Your Honor, any information that tends to prove an allegation in the indictment is going to be prejudicial to a defendant. And Mr. Steele or no one on behalf of the defendant Williams is offering up how it unfairly prejudices Mr. Williams for the state to be able to prove the elements in the indictment, the existence of the gang, the beginnings of the gang as we allege, and the kinds of crimes and activities that the enterprise participates in. And the conspiracy itself, he has, I don't know how it's unfairly prejudicial in such a way.
So the question that you asked was, who was the suspect of the murder? I mean, are you going to establish that he, I mean, just for somebody to be a suspect doesn't establish anything other than they were a suspect. Are you going to establish something beyond that?
The person's involvement, I'm not going to go whole hog into convictions and statements and things like that. I wanted to have the jury know people who were alleged to be involved and people he talked to. And as I said, I believe that even when the jury doesn't know from one witness exactly what a particular person did as it related to an incident, that information is then supplemented by other witnesses' testimony. It corroborates things that they have heard and will continue to hear.
What was that noise?
What? No.
Phone.
Okay.
Was it the court
whose
reporter's phone?
Whose phone made that noise?
Oh, the jury.
Somebody knows whose phone made the noise. Whose phone made the noise? Okay, whether it's outside a bag or not, phones aren't supposed to be making noise. So if you can't turn the phone off before you come into court, then you're not going to be able to have the phone in court. Understand whose ever phone it was? Because that's disruptive, and they all need to be on silent. If you are permitted to have one at all because you have a Rule 22, it needs to not make any noise. If it happens again, you won't be permitted to have the phone in here. All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
And this is a case that Trontavia Stevens, I believe that we've heard a little bit about. There were objections, I believe, prior to Your Honor coming on about getting deeper into it, but Trontavia Stevens was a material witness in that case. In fact, had to be arrested on a material witness warrant because of his unwillingness to cooperate in that case. And
Okay, I mean, I get, maybe I'm just not following. If the point of it is that Stevens was a material witness and knew something about it, how does?
no, that I'm
that's
tying
not
it
what
into members, alleged members of YSL and the activities that they participate in and the steps to which they go, the way that they operate as an enterprise, the existence of the
All
enterprise.
right, tell me how whatever you think this witness is going to say is going to do that.
It gives the jury the information that this witness is aware of a particular murder that involved two rock crew and then later YSL,
Those
Porter
being
and
Porter and Crittenden
Porter and Trontavia Stevens.
and Stevens,
Yes,
and he's going to be able to testify that they were involved in this murder?
no, they didn't do the murder. They
Okay,
were,
so what is it then?
Your Honor, their involvement and their association with one another, we have to prove association between members of YSL. We have to prove the type of enterprise it is. We have to, and the type of activities and the lengths to which they go to protect and preserve it. So,
And what is it that this witness is going to say about
That
either of
proves
those
any
two
of those
people
elements.
that's going to show that?
Your Honor, the existence of those people and their associations, number one, and it's not always going to be a linear, this person saying this directly proves a fact. It's evidence that is relevant in that.
If it doesn't directly
gives the
prove a
jury
fact, then
information.
bye.
Don't tell me what it's going to do. Tell me what the evidence is. I mean, I don't know your case as well as you do. So I don't know what it
Okay,
is
sorry.
that you think this witness is going to say that's going to show any of that.
That Trontavia Stevens was what I know happened. So he was believed to have been set up by Big Boo. It was put out.
What I know believed.
That he was set up by Big Boo. There was a break from Big Boo as a result of this particular murder. And that offshoot eventually produced YSL. Now, I don't expect that he's going to say all of that, but it's the connections between Porter and Stevens that I believe are.
Okay. And how is this witness going to testify to connections between Porter and Stevens?
Based on what his investigation and his involvement in the investigation of the murder. He interviewed.
Just going to show that these two people knew each other?
No,
You're
so
not telling me anything. So,
to the
I mean, I'm trying to follow you, but.
To the extent that their relationship is one that has been described and will further be discussed. Your Honor, just one second.
Okay.
Oh
Maybe we'll all
my
take a bathroom break,
gosh.
and then when you come back, you'll be able to.
You'll be enlightened when
articulate
you
what
come
it
back.
is. So let's all.
Yeah, I can, I'll be able
Yes,
to better
Mr. Schardt.
consolidate. it.
Okay.
I'll be back.
For the record, I'd like to add my objection, which is going to be hearsay and confrontation clause on top of Mr. Steele's objections.
Okay, well, I, at this point, have no idea what this detective might testify to.
But it
so
doesn't
I don't
matter
know,
because Love
maybe
was already
we'll-
saying,
Everybody who needs to, go to the
I
restroom,
heard
and then we'll
from
reconvene
whatever.
and try to hash this out.
so Love trying to explain just created room for Schardt to make that new objection. So shout out to Love doing great arguing there. Oh my gosh, guys. Hold on, wait, does Doug Weinstein have a new tweet? They're always funny, so even if it's old, it was probably funny anyway. And also, how about we give the defense 10 minutes to come up with a response next time they're trying to make an argument, because Whitaker will make a ruling for the defense and move on. Give them some extra time. Do the same thing. Guys, Doug Weinstein! Shout out to Doug. Oh my gosh. Guys, if you're listening, look at your screen right now and look at what Doug Weinstein has tweeted. There's going to be another motion against extrajudicial statements. Oh my gosh, Doug Weinstein. Doug Weinstein. Well, I have the court audio. I'll hear when they come back. You guys enjoy this. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Beck, for pointing this out. Oh my goodness. Lillian Murray says, another day of the state's debacle. So what's new? I feel like we've had like 5 days of debacle within this one day so far. It just keeps going and going. And it's a Chipotle salad too, right? Hold on, what is the alt text here? SpongeBob eating. This is Patrick, but okay. Look at the activity already. Why did it pause? Hold on, let me refresh it. Let me go back to Doug. Oh my gosh. But yes, thank you for the 10, Lillian. Touche had said, good morning, what have I missed? You came in right when Thorpe took the stand, so I think you came in right on time. The state switched their witnesses around, which wasn't really a surprise. A juror and Thorpe were both running late. And apparently there were some briefs filed by the state this morning at 3:18 a.m. We'll see if we get any motion arguments for those today on the floor. Chill Panda, thank you so much for this. I had put this up on the screen. A lot of people were asking who we're watching. We are watching Squirrel Brain. This is the detective that Kenneth Copeland said, you mean Squirrel Brain? And it sounds like you guys are pointing out we can see why he was easily finessed. Mr. Nobody became a member. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, touche. You also missed some mic struggling. I don't know if you were here when that was happening. But L1915 says, Love doesn't like mics. Call 28 different technicians. And I love that you put an X for the 1C because we got to censor certain letters. Oh my goodness. They might have actually had 28 IT calls already since the contempt of Steele, not even throughout the whole trial. It's like every day they're calling IT. So I think we might be at 28 for that. 28 is the number of the day. My military mind, right on cue, says, did you interact with 28 other squirrel brains? Oh, man. And that's the thing. Like, Love is trying to get this witness to say he heard about things from the kids at the school. But all these kids are the same kids on social media saying slime, slat, rubbing their nose, and they're not part of YSL. I mean, this could be about anything. It's just SpongeBob / Patrick eating salad. I would love to see it. I would love to see it. What are we going to do? Argue about in court about word salad? It's just going to make Doug renew his motion for a speedy or time limit on the state. So there we go. There we go. Yes, this is very true, Gwennon. It sounds like the school to prison pipeline. And then, I didn't really realize that Thorpe is still with the police department. He's not like Dennis or Gaither and left or retired or whatever. He's still actively employed. And he previously used to work with the Red Dogs. So, we're talking about how you're in school looking for sources, and thank God the defense objected to it. They've been doing great with the objections today. And Whitaker's been sustaining a bunch. I feel like part of that might be because she was a little annoyed this morning about the late start. And whenever she's in a mood, that seems to be favorable to whoever's lobbying the objections. We'll see what happens with this relevance one that we have all this extra time being given for. This long break. All right, I'm always nervous now. I don't want to miss this. I can hear it. We'll go back over here. Shout out to Doug. Right, are the kids unindicted co-conspirators? A junior co-conspirator? Like, just crazy. Like, what is Thorpe really doing out here? Yeah, Renee says, thanks for the 2. Renee says, who volunteers info to a cop when in a gang? Like, it just defies common sense. And I'm not saying that, like, one person won't do stupid things and tell on themselves or blurt out information that they maybe shouldn't blurt out or decide to snitch because they don't want to go to prison, whatever the case may be. Like, that stuff happens. But this case, they make it seem like every single person they've ever walked down the street they've passed in passing, has just blurted out, YSL is a gang. Like, their whole case is just everybody telling them without any prompting that YSL was acting. They're an association. They commit criminal street gang activity things. So I get one person spilling the beans, one person snitching. But I don't buy that every single person ever was always saying that YSL's a gang, Jeffrey Williams is ordering people around. It just doesn't add up. Ike says, amazingly, Love is implying, quote, bad seed as a foundation. And that was awful. I mean, there's a reason prior bad acts shouldn't come in at trial. If you guys, and I don't want to mince names, I'm actually talking about Harvey Weinstein here, not Doug Weinstein. Harvey Weinstein's conviction got overturned because, the appeals court agreed that evidence of prior bad acts, testimony from witnesses that weren't actually victims charged in the case, that what they were allowed to bring in as prior evidence, prior bad acts, character evidence, was more prejudicial than probative. Because the things that they were alleging that Weinstein, in their course of interaction with him, may have done, didn't match the same type of crimes that he was being charged for. And so that gets overturned because of that. So it's not a joke to try to insert this really bad seed is great because we're dealing with back in school age, when they're younger, when they're kids. Were they bad as kids? Well, if it's not directly relevant to what they're being charged with here, if they weren't a junior RICO enterprise back then, it's not really relevant to talk about if they were a bad kid in school. And Love should take that seriously because prior bad acts, 401A, I'm pulling a Love. 401A, I mean, that's Georgia statute for it, but there's federal codes against bad act evidence. She should know better than to even ask that question, let alone have to look at the book and see what the objection was. She should have not asked that at all. So, I mean, what's one more appellate issue, though, right? Thank you, Ike, for the 5. Mr. Nobody says, why is this farce still going? I don't know. Thank you for the 2. Jim M became a member. You look good in green. Ms. Jazzy Jazz also became a member. Thank you so much for joining. Love the blue in the picture. Ike says, these kids never had a chance. Dossier's at 11 years old. And that's why, and I think Obi made a good point in the chat. Like, of course, Quindarius Zachary's father is going to think well of his child and say, the police were looking at us with binoculars in the park, And maybe that could just mean I'm not seeing the bad things that my kid might be involved in. Fair enough. But then you have someone like Thorpe come in, and even that like fair balance of trying to consider both sides, it gets tipped all the way this way when you have Thorpe like, I've got 11-year-olds coming in and telling me about gang activity and what these other kids are up to. I'm basically grooming snitches. And he's not just a school counselor. He was an officer. And that's also problematic. You've got white boy Rick currently. He's got a lawsuit against the police department because he's saying, you know, I was their snitch, but they groomed me from when I was a young kid to be their snitch. So, I mean, that's an ongoing case that's active. I'm interested in seeing where that goes, what the courts or a jury agrees or doesn't agree with that line of argument. But it could set a precedent that something like what Thorpe is doing here with school-age kids is grooming. And can we actually end up in the future maybe have a shot at holding officers, detectives, investigators accountable for using that as their strategy, their methodology in putting together a case? So, and that's without even getting into the reliability of non-adult witnesses. So just a mess, just a mess. Yeah. A mess all around. We're still laughing at Doug Weinstein. We can hop over to the presser if you want. I still just see the podium. You guys can call the shots. I don't know how long it'll last. This is the Diddy, the federal indictment presser for Diddy. I don't hear anything going on in the YSL courtroom. So your call if you want to check this out. We can at least have it on and see a bit of it and toggle back over when court resumes. We can watch the presser and then speed up YSL to catch up. Okay, so we still got a couple minutes there. Yeah, and I think the grooming thing is something that, yeah, I think you're right that it happens all over the country. Small kid snitches. All right, we've got some people. And while they're walking in, one more encore here on Doug Weinstein's tweet. All right, now the stage is empty again, so. Hey, that ill kid, Jay. All right, so I guess we'll check this out, guys.
Morning, everyone. My name is Damian Williams, and I'm the U.S. Attorney here in the Southern District of New York. Today, I'm announcing the unsealing of a 3-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice. Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee. As alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal. In addition to the violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance. Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security or facing more abuse. The indictment also alleges other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson. The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses. Now, Combs did not do this all on his own. As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with RICO conspiracy. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff. The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the freak-offs. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linens, and lighting. When the hotel rooms got damaged, they helped clean it up. They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs to pay for the commercial sex workers. The indictment also alleges that they helped Combs cover up his crimes. During the March 2016 incident at the LA hotel that I mentioned earlier, a member of the hotel security staff intervened, and Combs attempted to bribe the staff member with a stack of cash to make sure that what happened was kept quiet. And as the indictment alleges, in late 2023, after public allegations were made about Combs' crimes, he and others pressured witnesses and victims to stay silent, including by making phone calls to witnesses and victims and giving them a false narrative of what they had experienced. And as alleged, Combs used others to help conceal his abuse by monitoring and preventing victims from leaving a location in order to hide their injuries, or by locating and contacting a victim who had attempted to flee. As part of this investigation, in March of this year, special agents from HSI executed search warrants at Combs' residences in Miami and Los Angeles. They also executed a warrant for Combs' electronic devices. During those searches, agents seized evidence of the crimes charged in this indictment. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and a large capacity drum magazine. They also seized evidence of the freak-offs, electronic devices that contain images and videos of the freak-offs with multiple victims. And they seized cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs, more than 1,000 bottles altogether. Here are some of the items that we recovered during the searches. As you can see here, this is a drum magazine, large capacity, and it contains, I believe, 59 rounds. I mentioned as well, we recovered 3 AR-15s. This is a close-up shot of one of the AR-15s, and you can see right here, the serial number has been thoroughly defaced. Another picture of more ammunition and parts of 2 AR-15s right there. Now, I want to be clear about 2 things. First, this office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York. Second, we are not done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly. Anyone with information can call 1-877-4-HSI-TIP. I want to express my deep appreciation for the victims and witnesses who have used their voices and helped bring this criminal conduct to light. We would not be here without them. I also want to thank the dedicated case agents on the HSI Trafficking in Person Squad in New York. They have been with us since day one and have worked tirelessly on this investigation. They will continue to be invaluable partners to us. I also want to thank the incredible agents and analysts from SCNY who have also provided tremendous assistance on this case. I'm deeply grateful for their continued work. And finally, I want to thank the outstanding career prosecutors from SCNY who are handling this case. Meredith Foster, Emily Johnson, Chrissy Slavic, Madison Smizer, and Mitzi Steiner, and their supervisors, Jamie Backleeper and Jacqueline Kelly. They are members of the Civil Rights Unit in our criminal division. We created the Civil Rights Unit when I became U.S. Attorney. I'm deeply proud of their work on this and so many other cases. I'll now take some questions.
Eric Katursky, ABC.
Do you guys want to hear questions?
Damian, thanks. The indictment describes aggressive, open, violent, hedonistic abuse that you say was recurrent and widely known. Why did it take law enforcement so long to intervene?
All right, if you
How
guys
many
want to
women
continue
were
on this, here
victimized
is the link to the
by
press
Sean
there. We're going to go
Combs,
back
and
over
how
to
many others
YSL.
were involved?
We will go back over to YSL and catch up. Put on 1.25, although YSL is going to go on lunch soon, so we can watch it at normal speed if you want, but it is going to be Love continuing her argument here.
And it may be that based on Mr. Schart's objection, I withdraw the question, but I'll just tell the court briefly. So Mr. Stevens was believed by Mr. Crittenden to have robbed him, stolen some of his jewelry. As a result, it is believed that Mr. Porter alerted Mr. Crittenden as to Mr. Stevens' whereabouts. And Mr. Stevens was Mr. Crittenden's intended target. There has been testimony and will likely be a little bit more testimony about the impetus of the transition from one group to the other. Detective Thorpe, because of his relationship with kids who were, I'll say, rock crew adjacent associates, he was able to, because of his relationship with them, they willingly offered him information that he was able to then go and get to assist to help him solve that crime. So that's as specific as that inquiry gets.
Okay.
And so,
But yeah, given the hearsay and confrontation clause objections that have just been voiced,
yeah, I can, what I'll do with the court's permission, if it's okay, it's an okay question by the court standards, is just ask, well, given that that was what I was going to pull out, whatever the court's ruling is.
well, it seems like the only way he would know that is through his investigation, and given that it was an investigation, that would be testimonial and
they're not, he's not talking about what they said. He's just saying that they were able to.
he's going to be saying, I learned X, Y, Z. Well, how did you learn it? Well, somebody told me.
Right.
So it's still hearsay,
So I
even if
can-
you rephrase it in a different way.
Right. I can withdraw.
Okay.
I can.
All right.
Your Honor, I appreciate the fact that
We're
the state's
withdrawing.
withdrawing this line of inquiry. However, I would just like to say, moving forward, this is an example.
Over
This
and over.
alleged crime, or, I mean, it was adjudicated in court from 2011, I believe, is not on the indictment. There was no 404B notice, there was no 418 notice, there was no discussion of this as an intrinsic act. So, you know, I just don't think that we should just be bringing up wholly unrelated murders just willy-nilly without at least noticing the other side of our plans to do so.
That seems reasonable.
Your Honor, as it relates to the information that I elicit from the witnesses, it's nothing that hasn't been, number one, it's not 404B because I'm not saying that any one of the defendants committed this act. In fact, it was alleged that Trontavia Stevens was the intended target. So in as much as the questions that I ask may involve incidents that YSL members were involved in, number one, it's going to be things that have been provided in discovery. But number two, just because it's another act or overt act, and I think that my brief to the court sort of addressed this, but it's relevant information and evidence of the existence and the nature of the enterprise that they claim is a rap group. So every time that we present evidence of something that proves the existence of the enterprise and the nature of the enterprise, there has been and will be the objection that it's 403, it's too prejudicial. But the point is that the information that I'm soliciting from the witnesses are intended to prove up elements of count one in this indictment.
Your Honor, may I respond?
He's talking about a lack of any kind of notice.
But so he wants to know the questions, because I don't believe that a notice of my asking about questions regarding incidents that, one, we've talked about. I don't believe that
We have
the
never
court, that the
spoken about
defense
this.
is entitled to the list of questions that the state is going to ask.
No, I agree with that. but
We've
that's-
never spoken about this. There's no mention in the discovery, to my knowledge, certainly no police reports about the murder of, I guess, Julian Jones. I only know that because Detective Thorpe said that name. No mention of the Javaris Crittenton case. There's no mention of that in the discovery, to my recollection. So I don't know where the state's saying that they've given notice through discovery. But even if they had given notice through discovery, there's also Georgia rules of evidence that dictate when notice needs to be given when bringing up extrinsic, non-charged matters in a trial.
launch
And
out
that
of
has not been
receipt.
done. And I just don't want, at this point, I think that we've cut this off, this particular incident, but I just don't want it to repeat in the future.
Your Honor, and that's another thing. These matters that are alleged by the defense as being extrinsic, uncharged matters, they're not. When we're asking about them, and just to cap off something Mr. Schardt said, we've had a witness already talk about the Crittenton murder earlier on, and Trontavia Stevens' involvement in it, just to put a point on that. But the assertion that these are extrinsic, uncharged matters are efforts, we believe, to curtail the state's right to prove its case through valid questions that are not improper, they are not impermissible, they're not 404B. These are questions and evidence through testimony, we believe, that proves an element of one or more elements of count one, the existence of the enterprise, the nature of the enterprise, and the means by which particular people participate in the enterprise.
Well, I'm not sure that evidence, I mean, it's not going to come in through this witness in this way anyway, but I'm not sure how evidence that Porter told Crittenden Stevens' whereabouts
No, so
in any way establishes any of your elements that you need to prove for RICO.
So, Your Honor, since we're not talking about this particular one, the point that I was making is that this detective's investigation involved two members of Rock Crew, and information he was able to obtain through other persons associated broadly. I'm not arguing or trying to get that in. I'm saying that there will be times when we are asking about matters that I have heard alleged are extrinsic, but they are not. And I guess it's on, if there's an objection, that's one thing, but the defense is in no way entitled to know every time we're going to ask about something that tends to prove what it is that we are alleging in the indictment. And so to the extent that that's what is being asserted, we vehemently disagree with that. We are not and will not go further into that particular inquiry with Detective Thorpe about that particular murder, but instances that involve actions and YSL members that witnesses have personal knowledge of are relevant to show the existence and nature of the enterprise and other material
I
elements.
guess we'll just have to see as the evidence plays out. All right, let's get the witness and the jury back in.
Gotta update this counter again. Lots of squeaking today. Lots of squeaking. And Christian Harris, thank you for the 5, says, I was gifted a membership a month ago and hooked by knowledge and beauty inside and out that Kat provides with the GGG chat. Something, gang, chat. 1 month down, many more to go. Thank you so much for the kind words and for the support. Are we zooming in on Doug? Oh, they're going to Mr. Williams. I thought the media pool heard our request for Doug Weinstein facial expressions, but this is fine too. Ms. Butterfly says, the fact that she is more upset, yes, about the phone. Whose phone was that? Someone knows whose phone it is? Then the lives of these men is disgusting. Girl, bye, please and thank you. Yeah, very, very stern, sharp, and angry. And not for nothing, but it's not like the jury or a witness was in there when it happened either. It's not like it's disrupting the jury's time. We were already on a break for another issue. So why direct that anger at the squeaking cell phone? Thank you so much for the 5 and the food for thought, Miss Butterfly. Steven's gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Steven. You guys know, put the SS in the chat.
Thanks for y'all's patience. Go ahead, Miss Love.
Thank you for all the new members and gifts and chats today, you guys.
Was the investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas the most exposure or most extensive investigation you've done throughout your investigation of Donovan Thomas? Did you have an occasion to investigate more about the group YSL?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the most extensive investigation that you have done that has involved or in which the name or group YSL has come up?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What is when you went out to Van Ira on January the 11th of 2015, was Deshaun Quarterman the only one you talked to?
I recall, yes.
Did you speak with an Emmett Yarborough as well?
Yes.
All right.
Excuse me.
Without talking about anything that Emmett Yarborough said, were there concerns addressed regarding the Donovan Thomas murder?
I recall, I believe so.
When you collect shell casings did you direct, I'm sorry, when you are on scene as lead detective, do you or other homicide detectives working sort of in tandem with you, do you all direct the collection of those shell casings?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you do with them once you collect them?
Yes, ma'am. They're photographed and they're placard, so we know exactly what shell casing belonged to what group. And at the time, our crime scene investigations unit, they collect the shell casings, and we at that time, we turn them in directly to the GBI, firearms.
Now, do you all also have with the Atlanta Police Department, do you all also have a firearms section or a department that conducts NIBIN comparison?
Yes, ma'am, we do now.
Is Jennings Kilgore the person that does that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you work during the investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas with ATF as well as the GBI?
Yes, ma'am.
Was some of the evidence that was collected in later associated incidents submitted to the ATF versus the GBI?
I believe so, they were. Yes, ma'am.
Did you collect the firearm, or did you interact with the person that you saw going into the barbershop with the assault rifle?
Yes.
Did you collect that firearm?
Yes, I did.
At various points in your investigation, did you gain information that caused you to interact with a Quintez Griffin?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that person have a nickname?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that nickname?
Head, Head.
Now, how was Head ever brought in as a suspect?
Yes, he was.
And was he interviewed?
Yes, he was.
Did you collect any information, any evidence from that arrest of Quintez Griffin?
Yes.
And was that evidence submitted to the GBI or the ATF? Either one.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Throughout the month of January and into February, were you personally aware of other incidents that you then looked into as connected with the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Not myself in particular, but I was getting information from the gangs unit.
All right. And when you were given information from the gangs unit, what, if anything, did you do to aid in your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas?
At that time, we did a collaboration. Anything that they needed done, like search warrants or anything pertaining to that nature, or oral production for inmate to do an interview with, I would conduct that for them.
And when you would do things like an order of production to produce an inmate, is there a record that you're taking someone out of custody to APD, for instance?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you keep records of each inmate that you did that with?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you talked about Spencer Wright, how did you learn about Spencer Wright?
Okay.
Let me phrase that better. Did Spencer Wright reach out to you, or did you reach out to Spencer Wright?
Neither.
Did he reach out to a member of the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, he did.
And when he reached out to a member of the Atlanta Police Department, did that member of Atlanta Police Department reach out to you?
Yes, they did.
At the time that you spoke with Spencer Wright, was that the name that you thought was his name?
No, Spencer Wright was his real name.
Right.
Yes.
Was that the name that you were first advised
No,
when he
ma'am.
talked to you?
No,
Do
ma'am.
you remember the name?
I think it was Robinson, I believe it.
Nicholas Robinson?
Nicholas Robinson he used.
How did you learn, or from whom did you learn that his name was Spencer Wright?
Detective Gaither of the gangs unit.
All right. Between January of 2015 and October of 2015, when you interacted with Spencer Wright, were there any other steps that you took that you can describe for the jury to help you solve the murder of Donovan Thomas without going into anything anybody said, just the steps that you took?
Yes, I will work and correlate information along with the gang unit, possibly develop suspects based on their investigation.
Okay. Do you know how many incidents between January of 2015 and October of 2015 you looked into to aid in your investigation of the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
How many?
It was over 40.
Were all of these incidents the same type? What type of incidents were they?
Retaliation shootings.
Did you interview the people who were affected by the shootings? Did you have an occasion to interact with or interview any of the people who were affected?
No.
Did members of the Atlanta Police Department,
Yes, ma'am.
responding officers,
Yes, ma'am. In the gang unit.
and was it always Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither, or did, for instance, Investigator Connor, Investigator Price, and other people help you?
Sustained.
Was it always Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither?
Yes, ma'am.
Sustained.
Who in the gang unit gave you information during the course of your investigation of the murder of Donovan Thomas?
It was Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis, and Detective Underwood at times gave me information also.
Detective Underwood, did she work in any other capacity with any other agency?
I believe she worked hand in hand with the ATF.
Was she a task force officer?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Did Detective Underwood ever participate in any of your interviews with persons that you found were of interest in your investigation?
Not that I can recall.
Did Detective Dennis and Gaither?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they the only persons who helped or participated in these interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many interviews you conducted in trying to find out or solve the Donovan Thomas murder?
Objection to solve.
Objection to what?
To
Solve. Oh, okay. Sustained.
I asked,
To
did he,
help.
to,
Just
okay.
rephrase it.
Do you know how many interviews that you conducted to aid in your investigation into the Donovan Thomas murder?
Probably a little bit more over 12, a dozen or more
Were these between January and October 2015, or did you do any after that date?
after that date.
All right. Now, at some point, do you try to locate or determine what vehicle that is that you saw, that grayish vehicle that you saw in the surveillance?
Yes, ma'am.
What steps do you take to identify that vehicle?
It was one based on a description given by one of the victims. I started sending around other officers or detectives in the Atlanta Police Department who are very familiar with vehicles.
And without talking about what anyone says, unless I specifically ask you, beyond seeking information from other people, did you take any other steps to identify that vehicle?
No, ma'am, nothing about it.
Did you, at what point did you learn of a specific, did you ever learn of a specific make and model vehicle that you were interested in that investigation of Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the specific make and model of the vehicle you were interested in?
I believe it was an Infiniti Q35.
And do you know if the Infiniti Q35 preceded any other model?
Not to my knowledge.
Now, when you became interested in the Infiniti Q35, did you do anything to determine who had or whose vehicle it may have been?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to tell the jury whether you got that information from a source, one particular source, or multiple sources?
Multiple sources.
How many times did you talk to Kenneth Copeland?
Maybe a total, maybe 4, I believe.
Did Kenneth Copeland provide you information that you were able to in any way use to get more information about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he provide you information that you were able to confirm or deny was accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take steps to confirm or deny the accuracy of the information you were given by Kenneth Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you ever given phone numbers by Kenneth Copeland?
I can't recall.
Were you ever given information regarding vehicle rentals by Kenneth Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Before 2016, did you go or make any efforts to try and locate information about that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what vehicle information did you get that you tried to follow up on before 2016?
That it was possibly a rental.
And a rental from where?
The airport.
And did you ever go out to the airport before 2016 to try and get information about it?
I believe I did.
Were you successful?
No, ma'am.
Now, after a certain point, do you keep your file with you and that's the end of it, or do you turn it over to the district attorney's office at some point?
Turn it over to the district attorney's office upon their request.
When you turn the file over to the district attorney's office, does the investigation, or do you stop working on the crime itself?
No, ma'am.
Do you work with any particular people to further investigate the crime?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any one particular person at the district attorney's office back in 2016 that you worked with to try and further investigate the murder?
Yes, ma'am. Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle.
All right. Do you know what his job was at the district attorney's office during that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he work primarily homicides?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you participate in any interviews with Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle back in 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Pay
Based
attention
on-
here.
Were you able to get information from Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle that you didn't have before 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you make any effort to follow up on that information?
I did, because I worked with him. He was doing the follow-ups and let me know.
Okay.
So I became his assistant.
All right. During 2015 and 2016, were you familiar with social media?
Yes, ma'am, somewhat.
When you say somewhat, did you ever utilize social media inquiries to help you in your investigations?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever gain assistance from others with social media to help you assist in your investigations?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the Donovan Thomas murder, do you recall who it was, if anyone, that gave you social media assistance?
I believe it was Detective
Gaither.
Gaither and Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle.
All right. And how is it that Detective Gaither assisted you with social media?
She would tell me about different media posts,
Okay.
what is being spread around on Instagram, media posts, social media, period, about this incident.
Now, gotta be a pausey McPauserton here. So, Love needs to establish that Sprinkle, and sorry, Peter, Love needs to establish that Sprinkle and Gaither know how to look at an Instagram post and hover over the date and get a actual date things were posted. However, when Gaither was on the stand, Gaither was afraid to try to explain what Repost Wiz app means. She's like, I don't want to get it wrong. So she also explained that she didn't have much experience with social media because it was new. So Love 2-3 weeks ago at this point during an evidentiary argument said she's going to corroborate that there was actually a date verified of the day that Shannon Stillwell is standing in a picture looking out a window. It was January 10th. And he was like contemplating or something. And the state's trying to say that that picture establishes that Shannon Stillwell was contemplating because he was involved in the murder of Donovan Thomas. While Quindarius Zachary reportedly told detectives that that picture was taken much earlier, maybe even in 2014. So it's not just a day before thinking about it, but a space and time, during times where, Donovan Thomas is in pictures and videos with Jeffrey Williams. Clearly no beef. So this is an important line of questioning because we haven't had Sprinkle on the stand yet, but we know from pretrial hearings that ADA Sprinkle, we heard about Nick Robinson and Spencer Wright. They're the same person. Nick Robinson was a fake name that Spencer Wright gave, or maybe it's the other way around. Michael Sprinkle says, well, we knew we couldn't trust the information we were getting. Oh, well, why is that? Well, he didn't actually witness what he claimed to have witnessed. So Robinson's in jail, Spencer Wright, whoever's in jail, and they hear him on a jail call with a friend. He's saying to his friend, like, oh, I'm going to get out of here. They want to talk to me about this murder, this crime. And the person on the other line says, but you don't know nothing about that. And he wasn't there. He wasn't there as he claimed. So a lot of issues that are tying around this trinity here of, I'm going to lump Dennis and Gaither together, but Dennis and Gaither, Michael Sprinkle, and Thorpe. So between 2015 and 2016, Thorpe ends up meeting with Michael Sprinkle and getting new information. And it's around this time that they stop looking at the original folks they charged with the murder of Donovan Thomas, including Kenneth Copeland and Antonio Sledge, and suddenly rework it to the co-defendants currently on trial. So, Michael Sprinkle's supposed to be called soon. Tune in that day. Tune in that day.
Did she capture any of those posts and provide them to you?
Yes, ma'am, and she'll tell me that she's looking into this to verify.
Okay. What about Senior ADA Sprinkle? Did he look into social media information to help you in your investigation?
Yes, he did.
Did he provide you with social media accounts and posts that aided you in your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Going back to Mr. Wright, did you interview him once without Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you interview him again with Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What about Quindarius Zachary? Did you ever conduct any interviews of Quindarius Zachary, not getting into anything he said?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many you conducted?
Maybe about 2 or 3.
Okay. Did you take any steps to compare information you got in one interview with information you may have gotten in another interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you in any way use those comparisons to sort of either dispel information as untrue or corroborate information?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you learn from anyone in particular who may have rented the vehicle that you were looking into, the Infinity?
Yes, ma'am.
Calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, the evidence has come in, and if we may approach so that I don't speak more improperly.
Loves these bench conferences. Thugger Daly's been on it. Like, love is loving approaching because now the camera goes to the seal when they approach. So, we can't watch their body language. And thank you so much. I also just saw an update, Diddy denied bond. And not that that's probably not surprising, but it's like good to actually hear that that's the case. Those are some serious charges, and I guess I wish that would be televised because I really like bond hearings. They're kind of like mini trials, and I would have liked to see the counter arguments to that particular argument. Thank you so much, Twan. So Twan here ventured out into another stream that's actually covering the RHQ live service, the Rich Homie Kwan funeral service. Twan says, good morning. If anyone finds themselves watching the Rich Homie Kwan live service, avoid the comments. There are people saying really rude and nasty things in there. And you guys know free speech, shout out to free speech. But I think it's like interesting that people would go out of their way to be in a place where someone might be grieving. I don't know. I think there should be a balance with some type of sensitivity for people in their grieving state. You know, a family member, if you have opinions of Rich Homie Kwan, I know you're really hurting the family members by doing stuff like that. That's my personal opinion. And I'm seeing sentiments here too that it's insane. I left it sad. That's a good idea too, just block it. But, because like this is still a recent thing that happened, right? You know? So the too soon, they say. So thank you for the super chat, Twan, and it sucks. I love chat, so the idea of like going somewhere and then feeling uncomfortable because of the chat room is not a fun time. Bama Rose also said here, this unaliving, and I was trying to look and then the chat got busy. But this unaliving was on 48 last night. Thorpe and Sprinkle was on it. YSL / Reza in Cleveland was not mentioned. So I was curious if, Bama Rose, if this was specifically about Donovan Thomas. Because I'd missed the context, but I think I saw this come up while Thorpe was talking about Donovan Thomas. However, I'm thinking it could also be the Wizards, with the former Wizards player. So I wasn't sure. I don't really know. Maybe I could Google first 48. Yeah, Javaris Crittenton. Let me do Javaris Crittenton first 48 and see if that's what the episode was about. Okay, so it was about the basketball player. Okay, so interesting. So they have this first 48 episode, and Sprinkle makes an appearance. I want to watch that. Is the first 48, like, when you guys watch that, what platform are you watching that on? I watch a lot on YouTube. I don't really have that many platforms, but I'd go watch that. So Thorpe and Sprinkle are on it. And they're not saying that it was related to YSL or Rock, but then we hear all this mess that Love is trying to bring up. Love wants to tie it in. You know, truth be told, if that stuff was allowed in, it could have been another opportunity where the defense would have completely unraveled it. But I think it's better for them to keep it out, because when the jury keeps hearing murder, 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 somebody shot and died, that's prejudicial in and of itself, even if you can get up there and say that literally is not how it happened at all and it has nothing to do with people out here. Okay, and you guys watched it yesterday. Yeah, and this is a problem, because I believe this was an issue with opening statements. They weren't supposed to talk about Steele being the lawyer. And then right in the presentation that Love had on the screen during opening statements, it's like, represented by attorney Brian Steele. All right, so they are back, you guys. I do want to say thank you to everyone, supporting the channel. So we still have your old name here. S Satchel is now becoming ST Satchel, but it shows your old name as a relic for a little bit here. So we've got 1 and then another 5. And then I think with your new name, we have 1 there too. So big shout out. Now we can say ST Satchel, STS. So big shout out. Thank you for all the support and for being so informative in the chat. Plans and Pens became a member. Thank you so much. Another person, I swear you were green already. I swear you were green. Lawrence Moberly became a new member. Thank you so much. Your name is green. You match. And then Steven, thank you so much, Steven, says, likes, please, of over 4,000 people in here. We have 1.5K likes. Can we improve that ratio, please? So yeah, as we're coming back into the court, if you guys want to hit that like button, that would be super awesome. It's free 99. Angie sprinkles a gifted membership. Good to see you, Angie. Thank you so much. Peter gifted 10. Thank you, Peter. And I got to add you to the gift banner. I got to update my banner. But thank you so much. Peter Ortiz loves to use the explode emoji, so you can drop that in the chat for Peter. And then Antoinette Ford, sorry,
Thorpe.
says, thanks, Peter, for the
Before
membership.
you got the name.
Thank you,
Jeffrey
Antoinette.
Williams from Kenneth Copeland as being the person who rented an Infinity from Hertz. Did you know that Jeffrey Williams had rented an Infinity from Hertz?
No, ma'am.
Were you present when? Are you aware of whether members of the district attorney's office, in conjunction with the Atlanta Police Department, went back out to Hertz in 2016?
Yes, ma'am, I'm aware.
Did you all talk to the same set of people? When you went in 2015, do you know if who you talked to was the same persons that they talked to in 2016?
I do not recall. I do not know if they were the same person.
And were you able to get more information in 2016 once you began working with the district attorney's office?
Yes, ma'am, a lot.
Did you use that information gained from Hertz to aid in your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
Without saying what was said to you, were you able to determine during your investigation if people went outside of Atlanta after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I do not know about that part.
Did you get any phone records during your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, I did.
Did Detective Gaither aid you in getting some of those phone records?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you get phone records in investigations like this, would you tell the jury how it is that these records assist you in your investigation in trying to determine who murdered somebody?
Yes, we use the cell phone records to plot their course of travel. Also see if they was in the area where the incident took place based on the cell tower. Also, we try to see based on their call logs, who did they call before, during, and after the incident.
Do you remember all of the phone records that you gained or gathered through this investigation from 2015 through 2016, either alone or with other members of the Atlanta Police Department or the DA's office?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Would you tell the jury, without getting into the details about the phone records themselves, some of the persons whose phone numbers you sought and were able to obtain?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, who are some of the people whose phone numbers you got during this investigation?
I believe it was Kenneth Copeland, Demikian Garlington. Can't recall the other person's real name. Known as Montonk, I believe it was.
Antonio Sledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Who else? Who else's phone numbers do you recall getting throughout this investigation?
I believe that's the ones that I targeted on.
Were other numbers provided to you by members of the DA's office or members of the gang?
Yes, ma'am.
When you met with the people that you interviewed, did you show them the surveillance footage and attempt to get information about this footage from the people you interviewed?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
I did not personally, because I didn't want it to affect how they described the incident to me.
Okay. Now, how is it that you reach a point where you turn the case over to the DA's office? For you generally, at what point are you saying, okay, here, DA's office, take the case?
Usually have a conversation with the DA's office, a meeting. At that time, that ADA or senior ADA made a determination to transfer the file to me, the full investigation completed, and we'll take a look at it and move forward from there. And we need your assistance, we give you a call.
Okay.
Follow up on investigations.
Is your completion of the file followed up by a determination or an indictment or a dismissal or something like that?
Yes, ma'am.
And who makes that decision ultimately, whether to present it or to dismiss it, as it relates to people that you've turned over to the DA's office?
The ADA's office.
And does the district attorney's office always agree with the determinations that you've made in your investigation?
No, ma'am.
And do they ever ask you after you've turned over a file to, the question was going to be, has he ever been asked to get more information after they get a file from him? I don't know how this hearsay is a request, so it's not hearsay. And does he act on that?
Why don't you just ask the second question?
Okay.
Sustained.
Yes, Your Honor. Do you ever act on do you ever act on requests from the DA's office for additional information even after you've turned the file over to them?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you act on that, do you turn over to the DA's office whatever information you get that they've asked for?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I
In the
can't wait for
Donovan
Cross
Jones murder,
on this infinity thing.
Do you know whether the shell casings from those scenes you described were compared to see if there were any knife matches?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that done at your request, the gang units, or someone else's?
My request.
Did the information that you gained from every person that you interviewed always turn out as true?
Yes, ma'am.
Every person that you talked to told you the truth?
Objection has been answered.
I'm gonna overrule. I'm gonna let her clarify.
Did the information you get from the people, everybody you interviewed, did it always pan out? Did you always find that it was true, or did you sometimes disprove or discredit the information?
Yes, ma'am. Sometimes we proved and disproved what they were saying.
Okay. And if you were able to discredit or disprove information, did that help you in your investigation as well?
Yes, ma'am.
In what way?
We know if we hit in a wall or we found a good door to go through to further investigation, find more information.
Okay. Do you all ever, do you particularly in your homicide investigations ever attempt to listen to jail recordings to get more information about your homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And did the DA's office get you information about jail recordings that aided in your homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also work with David White?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that ADA Sprinkle's investigator?
Yes, he was.
Was Mr. White able to get you even further information that helped in your investigation?
If I recall correctly, yes, ma'am, he did.
Do you know where, did you ever determine where the vehicle that you were interested in from Hertz ended up?
No, ma'am, I was able to determine what happened to it.
Do you know if
Excuse me.
ADA Sprinkle and Investigator White investigated that further?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection on calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Without saying what information, did you get any more information about where that vehicle ended up from either Investigator White or ADA Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got phone numbers to look into, were some of those numbers given to you during the interviews of the persons who, for instance, if you're interviewing me, I offer you my number. Does that happen sometimes?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that happen sometimes in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was Spencer Wright located when you first went to talk to him?
He was involved in an incident and he was transported to the homicide office. I can't recall what street he was on.
Had he been arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he trying to offer up information to sort of get some kind of help with his case?
Not to my recollection, no, ma'am.
When you get information, do you ever get information from people who've been arrested that want sort of quid pro quo?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you discard that information, or do you try to follow up on it, or something different?
I try to follow up on it.
Why do you follow up on information when they're offering it in exchange for help?
Because that's part of the investigation process. You got to figure out if they're telling the truth.
Mhm.
Information they deeming is correct and can help you with further your investigation.
Were you able to get information about persons you did not previously find of interest after you began working with ADA Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you get to the point where you turn over a case to the district attorney's office, do you have to make arrests? I mean, have you at that point made arrests or taken out warrants?
Overall, of this particular case.
In general, do you turn over the case before or after you've taken out warrants?
It depends on the investigation. Sometimes before, sometimes after. A whole lot of
What-
times more after the arrest is made.
And what is it that decides whether you're going to turn it over before you decide who to arrest versus after?
Depending on the investigation, like I said, we have a discussion, a meeting with the senior ADA, and let them know exactly what's going on in the investigation. This is what I've determined as a possible probable cause. 9 times out of 10, sometimes they see it your way, sometimes they don't.
And if you've made an arrest, do you have to go into court and testify after, not before trial, but before a judge to make any determination about whether or not?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Sustained.
Were some of the people that ultimately you believe, Your Honor, I need to approach because there's a question that I don't, this is
All
going
right.
to.
Coach me on my question, Your Honor.
All right, so we're going to take our lunch break now. Yeah, let's be back at 1. Can we be back at 1:30? Can y'all be back at 1:30? Is that going to give you all enough time? Let's do that, since we got a late start this morning.
Okay, so just over an hour for lunch. She wants to approach every 2 minutes all of a sudden. When we're no longer filming the bench conferences.
All right, Detective, you can step out and we'll see you back at 1:30.
Yes, ma'am.
Shout out to Rule 403, waste of time.
Yes, ma'am.
The question that I was going to ask was regarding some of the people that he arrested that ultimately did not end up on the indictment. And I'm going to follow whatever direction the court gives, but I think that Mr. Sledge was a person that he arrested that probable cause was not found for, and the state did not include as one of the persons, Mr. Sledge and I think Mr. Copeland. I think that that's going to come out. And
Sprinkle.
that we not only did we not proceed on that, but probable cause was not found for Mr. Sledge. So I don't, that was
Not an appropriate question.
Okay.
Anything else before we break for lunch? Nothing.
And Your Honor, just to get clarity, the court does, the appropriateness comes with the probable cause in the preliminary hearing, not with whether or not he took out warrants for them, right?
Right.
Okay.
Your Honor, to be exact, the state began to ask a question. They said, are there any defendants or whatever the noun was that you believed? That's inappropriate.
Well, that's irrelevant.
And if they want to be precise, they need to say that you took warrants out for, not you believed.
Judge, what this witness did and why he did it is relevant. I don't think that, you know, one side can tell the other the appropriate way to ask the question. I don't think it's an inappropriate question.
Judge
Whether
can.
you had a difference of opinion regarding who,
And you were allowed to ask that.
yes, the
But-
court, yeah.
Well, his personal belief is not relevant.
Okay, then, did you take out, warrants for people we didn't indict. I mean, and I was going to ask specifically about Mr. Copeland and Mr. Sledge.
Okay, but you can't ask the other issues.
Okay.
All right. See everybody at 1:30.
Like, holy moly. Guys, what's everybody having for lunch? What is everybody having for lunch? Word salad. We're gonna go back to the Doug tweet for anyone who missed it. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, I object to the object of this objectionable testimony. I mean, seriously, I know you said this as a joke, but it's a good summary. It's a good summary. It's just objectionable. You can't ask that. Oh, the other side can't tell us how to ask questions. That's a weird thing to say when the judge has been helping you learn how to ask your questions, and the judge can tell you that you can't ask a certain question. Oh, Chloe, you always see the future. Thank you for the 5. Now, Kevin Kirksey, while I'm talking about lunch here, Kevin says, remember the peanut butter sandwiches from yesterday I mentioned? So shout out to Peanut Butter and Jelly in the chat. If you guys have had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich recently or are planning to have one today, let us know how you make it. What kind of bread do you use? What kind of peanut butter do you use? What kind of jelly? Describe your perfect peanut butter and jelly combination. But yeah, Kevin, I was curious if you'd ended up having a peanut butter and jelly sandwich or if you meant that we were going to get a ton of PB&J style questioning from Love today. Oh, thank you for the 10. Mark in Texas says, Love has issued a warrant on my super chats. You are free. You are free. Material witness super chatter Mark in Texas. Thank you for the 5. Squirrel Brain, this was my favorite when I saw it. And look at the picture. Squirrel Brain said, slime, we're giving someone a membership. Thank you so much, Squirrel Brain, not just for gifting a membership, but for the entertainment with your username and picture. Super, super great. Mark in Texas says, Kat, I believe sealed warrants, and that's in quotes, are unsealed upon execution. Did a deep dive trying to figure out if QAnon was full of poo. Spoiler, QAnon was full of it. Yeah, well, that makes sense. Guys, I want to see the affidavit. I want to see how the state made the argument, what they used to substantiate their claim that Quindarius Zachary said that they would not appear to testify. Because from the rumor mill, this is just rumor mill, it said he planned to plead the 5th. Not that he didn't plan to show up and appear. He's also dealing with a lot, right? So if his health is an issue, his health being an issue is not the same as I'm refusing to show up for no reason at all. And this is a great time, a great reminder. Shout out to V22M, who sent a cash app saying, I'm a sickle cell warrior. He won't testify soon. Going into the, I don't have personal experience with what it feels like. I anecdotally, through a friend of mine, out of commission for a long, long time when it comes to sickle cell, and having those blood transfusion treatments in the hospital for a while, and then just, low energy. It's a lot to deal with for, I would say, weeks after they get done with the transfusion. And with Quindarius Zachary, they scoop him up on Friday night when he's leaving the hospital, putting him in Rice Street. Just insane. So, Mark in Texas, I would love to see that affidavit. Like, the warrant is one thing, but I want to see the affidavit. What did the state say? How did they lay this out and make their case 2 Mondays ago for he's refusing to show up and appear as subpoenaed? Because I'm sure it would boil my blood to read whatever's in that affidavit. I have confidence in that. And reminder, there should be a pinned GoFundMe link at the top of the chat for Quindarius Zachary's GoFundMe. In addition to help him get through everything he's going through, that's also to help him pay for his counsel, Mr. Sheeb. Kevin Kirksey, so any word on the Hilton email? So the Hilton email was about Miss Battle, who had seemed to think that the judge was making her come testify. And, the subpoena was really issued by the state. So I guess that was clarified, but the big fuss was, I guess the judge thought that the state was telling the witness that, or misleading the witness to think that the judge was the one making them show up to testify. And that really wasn't the case. I mean, it's not like Whitaker held this witness in contempt, at least not at this point. And then Miss Battle also expressed that I don't consider myself a victim and I don't want to be seen as a victim, which, you know, that suggests she's gonna, if they do call her and put her on the stand, she's probably not gonna be that cooperative with the state. Once again, who's surprised? So the Hilton email, I think, was a fizzle compared to what we thought it might be. So, but that was the update on that. They talked about it at the end of the day yesterday when the jury left. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, did you have bacon in your breakfast sandwich that day? Or was there pork on your fork? I swear her only point is in her head. Now, I will say, I do think Love has gotten better with not asking random, far off, who cares about this type questions today with Thorpe. The problem is that in lieu of doing that, it's like she substituted relevant questions that she should not be asking. So she's asking like, haha, the people in the room, were they bad kids committing crimes in grade school? Like, she's asking a whole different series of questions that are relevant to her argument, but completely objectionable and shouldn't be being asked. So we've just traded one thing for another. Thank you for the 5. 106 Tracy became a new member. Thank you so much. Ike says, hear that, Miss Love? It's called, quote, kidnapping. Yeah, so legal detainment, loss of conversations. And really the point that Love was trying to make is, you know, Kenneth Copeland came down there on his own accord. So this theory that he was saying whatever he told the police, at least on like January 11th or whatever, wasn't because he was trying to go home and get out of jail. Because he wasn't actually arrested, right? So that was Love's point. However, when you ask those questions after you're talking about grade school kids and being part of the Red Dogs, and I think the jury, it would be reasonable if some of them were sitting there going, oh, well, that's an interesting order of events. You're treating Woody like one of these school kids that you're just trying to get information out of. And if we don't think that Woody's credible, it sounds like the very first lead that steered the rest of the investigation is not so credible, not so good. I don't think the jury's grasping onto the supposed point that Love was trying to make, is that at least early on, Woody was down there voluntarily saying what he wanted just to volunteer the information. He wasn't coerced at that moment in time. So, and then, oh my gosh, we had that big bombshell, another landmine that Love walked herself into. In addition to her theory that he went down there voluntarily and should have been telling the truth back then because he had no reason to lie to get out of jail if he wasn't in jail, she has Thorpe on the stand saying that Woody asked him to go talk to Donovan Thomas's family to help keep him safe and get Donovan Thomas's family off his back. So we're just reiterating in front of the jury that 1, Woody did actually have a reason to go and talk to the police, and 2, that it wasn't Jeffrey Williams and YSL that were out to put a target on Woody's back because he snitched. It was because Woody, Donovan Thomas's family, and, you know, If Gang, they had this conversation, this meeting, they put the green light on him. And threat. And he goes down to the police station and asks Thorpe, get them off me, go talk to his family. Like, that is just so horrible for the jury to hear for the state's case. Like, just stupid. Just stupid. What a direct testimony so far. And yeah, G the kid, so it's not kidnapping when the state does it. Nope. Nope. It's one of those rules for me, not for thee type things. Or thee, not for me. Thank you for the 2G the kid. Alexis Lee became a new member. Thank you so much. And then Nuts, this was so great. Right during Detective Thorpe, Squirrel Brain's testimony, Nuts hops in the chat and says, look, I'm going to give out 5 memberships. Super, super appreciate you, Nuts. You got some love in the chat earlier. It's been a while, but if you guys want an excuse to yell Nuts in the chat, now is the time. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, we consulted Kenneth Copeland's baby mama's mother, her third cousin, her mailman, his kid, that kid's half-sibling, and the sibling's estranged uncle. He told us YSL ain't a gang, so it was a dead end. I mean, that this is humor. This is comedy from Chloe Albert's Revenge. But it's also, like, kind of true. Like, it seems like this is what they did. And I've got to go back to, I thought Deshawn Quarterman was the baby mom, Woody's baby mom that passed away. But you guys told me it was the other baby mom, so I got that messed up earlier. I had just remembered, I thought condolences were expressed for Deshawn Quarterman, and there was some, like, confrontation issues, motions filed that I thought were related to Deshawn Quarterman, about, like, she wasn't taking the stand, so got the wrong baby mom there, I think. And I really need a, like, PowerPoint of these ancillary, this is like family tree of people that are getting mentioned or on these calls sometimes that we're actually hearing and seeing every once in a while that aren't actually on the stand themselves. I need, like, a way to keep track of it. You guys are loving yelling thank you nuts in the chat. Shout out to nuts. Ike says, bring Woody back for entertainment purposes. No questions, just let him sit there, arms crossed, stewing, like a little mean angry pepper shaker. Well, and the state loved to shake him up. It was so stupid. The state's whole approach to Woody was stupid. Like, so yeah, for entertainment purposes, I see what you mean. Especially now, can you imagine if he's recalled as a witness and they get to ask him about things Detective Thorpe is saying today? Like, oh, it'd be a time. Thank you, Ike, for the 5. Lil Mike and Quez Show says, Squirrel Brain, when did we come into the conversation? Yeah, let's ask Detective Thorpe about when he investigated and verified or didn't verify Lil Mike and Quez. That is going to be a time. I wouldn't actually be surprised if they asked that. Like, if I was Love, and if I was Thorpe, ready to try to prove myself, and I don't know how forthcoming Thorpe is, if he's lying through omission, if he's telling the truth, like, I don't really have a full gauge on where on the scale I'd put Thorpe, because he's saying some things that are really bad for the state, but I don't know if he's aware that they're bad for the state. I do think he's trying to actually be cooperative and just is slipping up on accident. But if I was Love, I would love to ask if I knew the answer would go in my favor. And when Kenneth Copeland told you about Lil Mike and Quez, what did you do? And then I'd want this line of questioning to lead to us finding out that, well, we found out that Lil Mike and Quez were made up names. And we knew that that wasn't true. That part of what Woody was saying back then wasn't true. And we'd let that be. That was done. But the other stuff, like, right, you'd want to create that contrast. But I don't think Love can ask those questions because I don't think that that's how that went down with Lil Mike and Quez. So, great to see you in the chat, Lil Mike and Quez. Thank you for the chat. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, Love, so wait, kidnapping is a crime even if we do it? Are you sure, sir? We can do anything. I believe we can fly. Well, as long as you put something in an affidavit and get the judge to sign off on it. There you go. There you go. And hold on, it's I believe we can fly. Thank you so much for all your support, Chloe. Penny G had gifted 5. Shout out to Penny G. Put a Penny G in the chat. Any relation to Kenny? Okay, so Whitney Lynn, I'm catching this as I toggle over, says, I think they're going to try to bring Woody back. They referenced their longest witness yesterday. They'll be back from lunch at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, so, you know, what, 17? We got like 47 minutes. 47 minutes here. And then Gambakufu gifted a membership. Thank you so much. And you became a member yesterday. Thank you for that as well. Leah's dad, great timing for this. Love has high expectations for witnesses with 0 prep. I feel like they might have actually prepped with Thorpe. But, you know, we've heard, especially through Schardt mentioning it, it's apparent on its face that they didn't prep certain other witnesses. And then Schardt called it out, you know, they didn't prepare Kenneth Copeland with the exhibits they were going to show him, which is unusual. Like, it's not weird to prep your witness. You're supposed to prep your witness. But love is love. Love is busy. Love has so much homework. Her team has so much homework. Thank you, Leah's dad. MH Cassidy says, love gasps, Your Honor. It's like the jury needs me to tell them how to think, and I thought you were going to help me, Judge. She really does gasp, Your Honor, and then just has like a silent pause, like she doesn't know what to say after it. Oh, thank you for the 5. This is a great observation, MH. Dante says, Love has been speaking in front of judges for 20 years. How can she be so uncomfortable in front of a judge? I mean, I think in general, RICO is a complicated case. It involves serious matters. There's also funny moments, and she doesn't like to be embarrassed. So I do think that certain questions, certain witnesses, there's going to be a certain air of lack of predictability in a case with so many witnesses like this. However, the issue that I think the prosecution brought on themselves is the degree of uncertainty. So, you know, every case could have a little bit of a minefield, right? Some witnesses are you just don't know. You could be like stepping on a minefield with a certain witness, and you can never see it coming. You can't always see it coming. But I think with the level of uncertainty with this case, if this court was a minefield, there'd be a lot of mines. It'd be like the difficult level, the expert level on Minesweeper. And the prosecution did that to themselves because they don't have a solid case put together. My opinion. But that's probably why she's so uncomfortable, is because every 2 inches there's another mine that she could step on and set off, because her case isn't in a tidy, neat box with a ribbon and bow on it. So that's just my answer to your question there. Thank you for the 5, Dante. Ike says, Your Honor, it is relevant because this and that allows it. I cite Bugs and Elmer Fudd, etc., etc. I can't get over when they grabbed the book earlier, you guys. I cannot get over that. When they grabbed the book to look up 401, and then a few seconds later, Judge is asking, do you understand the objection? That was a time. That was a time. Travelin says, no comment, just love for your streaming. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 2. Appreciate the kind words. Chloe Alberts Revenge says, this is love speaking. Judge, I really need to ask this witness this because reasons, okay? Just reasons. I mean, I'd rather her just say that at this point. Like, please just let me. Just be honest with your reasoning. LaDonna Ames became a member. Thank you so much. Miss AB. Miss AB says his phone, and I think we're talking about Doug and this tweet that's on the screen right now. His phone made that noise with that tweet. It was Doug's phone sending this SpongeBob meme. Oh my gosh, what a time. What a time. And ETH Geek, perfect time for lunch, says Peking duck squeak, the whole hog, and word salad. Who's ready for lunch? Yeah, I always think it's interesting. Love says whole hog a lot. I've heard her say that a few times recently. But ooh, you know, it's like fall season. It's almost like duck season. You know, for the meat eaters in the chat, if you guys haven't tried duck is really good. Duck is really good. Shout out to the squeaking duck chair. Thank you, Eat Geek, for the 2. Dante says, because these people existed at some point in time in this world, anywhere, proves they are YSL, and that's the relevance. And that's Love's argument summed up. Pretty much. This is the spark notes of a Love argument of this RICO case. Thank you so much, Dante. Mark in Texas says, holy-ish. Love's control freak fighting with her paranoia is not pretty. Well, now she gets to pan right to the Georgia Seal anytime she wants to go up to the bench. So I think she's loving that. She doesn't like that to be on camera. She doesn't want to be mic'd up, which I think it was great for her to point out that the mic at the table can't be turned off, right? That's an important thing to actually note. I think it's humorous that of all locations in that courtroom, that microphone this morning that could not turn off was situated right in front of her. Like, just the odds of that is very, very humorous. But yeah, now that she can just, oh, can I approach? And she's already approaching. You know, she stands, here's my 403 sign. If this is the courtroom, right, and this is where the witness is, and Love's hovering over by the witness, and you got to go all the way over here to approach the bench. Love's like crowding over here, blocking the camera, doesn't want to move from that position very much. But then as soon as she's ready to approach the bench, as she's asking, she's already like over here. She's like, can we approach? Like, yeah, my 403 sign, you guys. Shout out to Rule 403. And thank you so much for the 5 mark in Texas. TGG Gaming, thanks for being a member. Love should be on Rice Street to see how life is. I mean, wouldn't that be interesting if, you know, even something minimal? I think Love would lose her mind having to sit there for an hour. I've seen you guys also joke, like, if she doesn't get her homework done, send her to Rice Street till she gets it done. Like, what motivation? You'll see how much someone might be motivated to get out of Rice Street. To say and do anything to get out of there. Put them in there to do their homework. But yeah, I think it's always important, you know, to stay grounded. And maybe being familiar with the situations, the circumstances that people are dealing with, because you're dragging a case on. Maybe that would help a little bit. But some people, they don't, they're detached from what others are going through or experiencing. It's like their worldview is only the whole world's. But thank you for the great food for thought there, TGG. Peter Ortiz, thank you so, so much. I had got you in the banner. Peter Ortiz says, hi, OG and fellow conspirators. So shout out to the co-conspirators in the chat. I think Doug was giving Love a hint. What is your thought of guilt or innocence of these defendants? I mean, I am not anywhere close to, for the major charges, right? Beyond reasonable doubt for, especially not all of the co-defendants sitting in the room. I'm still, and I don't think anything can undo this for me, but I really think that there are people that either weren't indicted or that pled out that might have greater culpability for a lot of these counts in this indictment that are attached to other people. But they're not the ones here on trial still or awaiting trial as a separate co-defendant that didn't take a plea. And it just seems so twisted to me. And I could be totally wrong, but based on what I've seen from the case so far, that's kind of where I'm at. So Peter Ortiz, thank you so much for your generous support of the channel and for me and for always saying hello to the chat. And thank you for the great food for thought. You guys are, you know, in the chat, share your thoughts on what you think. What do you think about the different charges, the different co-defendants, the plea deals, who's not charged? What do you think that the jury might think? Because what you think the jury might do could be different than your own personal opinion. And then thank you again so much, Peter. And then Belle Louise says, Diddy is done, but who else is charged? So they did say they were still investigating. So that will be interesting to see if they decide, you know, if this is some type of trafficking thing. Are there other parties that were helping you facilitate this trafficking? Where's Tay-Biz? Tay-Biz would be like, the names must be named. So who is it? Who is it? And again, this will probably be a complicated case as it moves forward. And again, we'll see a lot of it through filings and news reporting, but we won't really have the camera in sight to watch it go down because it's, you know, going to be a federal case. Not much sunlight there. So definitely one to keep an eye on. Who else is going to be charged? Antoinette Ford says, thanks, Peter, for the membership. I think I read this already, but thank you again for being so kind and showing your thanks to Peter, but then also for sending it to. Touche says, I sure hope the jury has your memory of the details. The length of this trial alone is feeling more and more unjust. Well, as I get the baby mom names mixed up, right? So I messed something up there. But that's the thing to always keep in mind, guys. The jury isn't supposed to be sitting on the internet and looking things up when they forget things, or, you know, maybe if they take notes, they can refer to their own notes. But some of the exhibits that are being discussed aren't actually tendered to the jury. So there's things that are in this trial that we might be able to pull up on screen because someone requested it through discovery. But the jury, if it hasn't been tendered, the jury can't really ask to see that thing. What the impression that they got of it the first time could be what they've got to work with. So always really interesting. And it's just it's a conundrum because it's unreasonable to expect the jury to remember so much for so long. So you're right, Touche. Thank you for the food for thought and the 5. Army Nurse says, thank you for alerting to look back at the TV when something important comes up. I am making a crochet blanket. Be careful with those hand signals as you're crocheting. You got to be careful, Army Nurse. And my eyes are on it. So I think this is in reference to possibly this tweet as well. Everybody's enjoying this. And if you guys are on X, give Doug Weinstein a follow. You know, he can't always talk about certain things from the case. He's very funny, down to earth, but he does interact with a lot of people and share information that he's able to share when he can. Definitely a good follow. Now, Katie Coco says, is RICO count 1 all or nothing? Meaning, if they're all charged and 1 convicted, they all get convicted. Same with the rest of the 50+ charges. Now, with the counts, right? So, say a defendant is facing count 1, which is the main RICO charge. And then like count 2 will just say is, you know, having possession of a firearm. Now, the jury is going to be asked to decide guilt or innocence for that defendant on those counts for that defendant, right? So the jury can go through and say, well, we think 2 of the defendants are guilty of count 1, but we don't really think the rest were part of the RICO, right? So they can decide, they'll decide on an individual basis. Even if one person's guilty of RICO, the jury can still decide that RICO existed, but this person was outside of it. We don't think they're guilty of being part of that. On the other hand, if we think that somebody committed X, Y, Z, and that thing was done in furtherance of the conspiracy, then all of a sudden now that RICO is going to stick. Except there's a third consideration. And we don't have this hashed out. So what I'm about to say, it is not hashed out yet. Steele is making the argument, and the state's supposed to have counter responses. I'm wondering if that was one of the briefs filed this morning. If the jury decides these counts that have a longer statute of limitations, like the murder of Donovan Thomas, right? Murder, if we think these co-defendants are guilty, complicit, culpable in the death, the murder of Donovan Thomas, you know, that would keep us within the statute of limitations window because the statute of limitations for murder hasn't expired. However, if we think that these defendants are innocent of these things that would take them through that time window, and the statute of limitations has expired for everything else, but the jury says, well, yeah, RICO, sure. Well, can that RICO actually stick? How can the jury say people committed these acts in furtherance of the conspiracy when the window has expired, the statute of limitations has expired? So that's still an unsettled issue that Love was supposed to reply, have some counter argument for. Looking forward to it. Because she's really up against someone who does a lot of appellate arguing. So that'll be a good time. So hopefully that was kind of a complicated answer, I think. And of course, the third layer of it is still undecided. And then regardless of what is decided, like, it's going to be a complicated jury instruction issue. So we'll have to wait and see there. That is not the end of deciding how this RICO should be applied and instructed, even though we're on day 131. Thank you so much, Katie Coco. Shout out to my locals. Kevin Kirksey says, remember, and guys, you are the car people in the chat. I am not. So I always have a extra level of appreciation when you guys come in with the car knowledge. Same thing with like the firearm knowledge. I know a little bit from watching other cases, but when you guys are able to distinguish, you know, a caliber of this kind shouldn't be classified as this type of firearm. Super, super helpful in the chat. Always a great appreciation for you guys. But Kevin here says, remember, he testified it was a Q35 under oath. And, you know, a lot of you guys are calling that out. And this has a curse on the screen, so you guys got to censor your words because I'm pretty sure this got flagged, but StreamYard still keeps it. But the state messed up because the Infinity is a Q50. So this is a big deal. This Infinity is a centerpiece of tying these defendants to the murder of Donovan Thomas, because young Doug was supposed to rent this car, this Infiniti, for the purpose of commissioning this murder. Right? So the Infiniti is not just irrelevant. And then if you've got your own witnesses confused about which model it was, like, hello. But yeah, you guys are so sharp in the chat when it comes to stuff like this. That is not my wheelhouse. So I have a very, very big appreciation for it. And thank you so much for the 10, Kevin. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, love the legal equivalent of a performer with a wardrobe malfunction. No matter what, the show must go on. Whether a nip is hanging out or not. No, poor Janet Jackson. Shout out to Janet. Also really interesting, I haven't really been keeping up on it, but I saw that Justin Timberlake took a plea deal for his DUI charges in Sag Harbor, New York. And from what I caught, the judge seems like he thought the plea deal that they put together between prosecutor and defense attorneys, it was too lenient. So he tacked on some extra, I think it was like 25 hours of community service. So the judge said, all right, you guys came to your own negotiations on this plea deal, but it's not enough. I think there should be more here. So gonna tack on some extra stuff there. So speaking of wardrobe malfunction, just thought of Justin Timberlake there and how that plea deal negotiation was very generous. Even the judge thought it was too generous. So little interesting parallel here with the YSL and the plea deals here. Michael sends 99. Thank you so much, Michael. Dante says, Judge, it's okay and relevant for the witness to do what he did because he's a detective, and that makes it okay and relevant for him to do what he did. Therefore, it's relevant. ADA love. You know, honestly, I thought Judge Whitaker was gonna, like, crumble down and just, like, let it go. And I am really, really shocked and surprised that Whitaker actually stood firm and said, no, but what's your argument there? How does that go to it actually proving anything? What's the evidence you plan to have him talk about? And I was honestly shocked she stood firm. I was shocked. And yep, lunch is supposed to be 1:30. 1:30. Yeah, supposedly 1:30, supposedly. That's a good qualifier there. And yeah, I think put a 1 in the chat if you think that Whitaker seems more annoyed with Love today. Put a 2 if you think she's just ruling on the objections themselves. Put a 1 if you think she's ruling, and in my opinion, she's sustaining more objections than we've heard her so far since she took the bench. Do you think it's because she's frustrated with the state? Or do you think it's because she's actually hearing the defense's argument? What do you think? What do you think? And Diogo says 1 since yesterday. I agree. I think 1 really since the Miss and Mr. call out there with Seth Brown. It's a good time. It's a good time. And then I do see, you know, difference of opinion here, and I'm only seeing a response, but based on how Obi's responding here, I think Mayor Bear said the same thing. It says, agreed, the car thing is a minor error that should have no consequence. I mean, I'm sure they'll be able to bring it up on redirect. Right? They'll be able to clean that up on redirect. And the jury might be like, okay, little mistake. But I do think that the defense will be able to say, didn't she say it was this model? Didn't she work with the Hertz employees? You know, didn't the Hertz employees blah, 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 and you talked about this model to them? So did you have your reports wrong? And I think that it's something that when you point out that that's not the same car, and the jurors are also wondering, like, how can they see what that car is in that video? They might be wondering, how does this guy that we called that was a customer service representative last week, how does he know? How does he know he can see these things that maybe we can't see as jurors? I do think it could become relevant, but it could also become, the jury could totally tune it out. I also don't personally have much faith in you know, the state redirecting and rehabilitating on details. Yeah, and that's the thing, like, I really think Schardt and Steele will bring it up. I'm with you on that, Plans and Pens. Oh, okay. So Mare Bear's saying, I just think that'd be the first thing that she'll correct when they come back from lunch. And I think she should. Like, I don't think she really caught it because I don't think she could be like me, right? Like how Mr. and Miss blend in Whitaker's head, car models blend in my head. So Love might not even have caught that happen when it was happening. I had the chat to catch it for me because I don't know the difference. Like, I can look at two pictures and see, like, okay, they look different. But I would never know offhand if you give me Q50 that my mind is going to picture that exact model of car. So, but there we go. I think it'd be smart for her to ask. Get ahead of it. Thank you, Mare Bear. Boss Mom became a member. Thank you so much, Boss Mom. Shout out to the Boss Moms out there. Shan Lewis also became a member. Look at everybody joining today. We had Shan join, and then Just Joy joined. And then that was a mouthful. Just Joy joined. And then Nick Starro, my friend Nick. Thank you so much for gifting some memberships, Nick. Nick is doing well, he always does a Friday panel stream. But this one's a little special this Friday. You guys won't want to miss it. While Nick Starro was traveling the United States, he stopped at a Buc-ee's and got a Buc-ee's onesie. So, if you're not looking at the chat and you want to, make sure you are subscribed to Nick Starro so you don't miss a good YSL panel. This is a 10K celebration. He just hit 10K subs, and we're bringing out the Buc-ee's onesie. So definitely make sure you're subscribed over there. Tons of great content, but also Buc-ee's onesie. So hope to see you guys there Friday night. And I'm assuming 6 p.m. start time. That's Eastern. It will be a good time. Yeah, there you go, Casper. 10K celebration. And yeah, Michelle saying Love asked a follow-up question about the, in quotes, Q35, and he stood firm on the model. Because you guys are also saying that it would have been a G35. Right, this is all on you. Like, I don't know the difference in the models, but I heard you guys say it's Q35, I mean G35 and not Q. I'll defer to my car expert witnesses in the chat. And thank you again so much, Nick, for, being a good friend. I know we met through YouTube, but I'm going to call you a friend. And maybe if you come out for closing arguments, I will shoot up to Atlanta. I shouldn't say shoot up to Atlanta. They'll catch me in a conspiracy. But that'd be really fun. And I have plenty of time to prepare and get the time off. So that'd be super, super fun next time you're in town. And then King and Queen gifting 10. Thank you so much, King and Queen. Super nice of you. And you know what's cool about King and Queen is it gives us an excuse. We can use some crown emojis. We can shout out King and Queen. Show some thanks in the chat. Oh, look at that. Get some crowns going. And hold on, you guys are saying 50 Cent? Oh wait, is it about Diddy? I don't know why I thought for a second it'd be about YSL. Let me see what 50 tweeted. Guys, why did you guys have to do this to me? Is Steph JK still here? I'm not reading the caption out loud. Can you guys see it on the screen? Steph, this is for you. Oh, my goodness. My goodness. Yes. Catherine, I agree. Catherine says, after hearing what they did to Slug/Tick when he was 11, I feel like the state makes half these kids into criminals. And thank you so much, King and Queen. We got tons of crowns in the chat here dropping. Look at that. Look at that. Thank you so much for showing appreciation. And no, there was never a nut juice emoji on deck. You guys already have the emoji combo you need to make it happen. And then Miss Tooties 86 became a member. Thank you so much. Chris Hayes slimed somebody. If you guys got the gift from Chris Hayes, make sure you say thank you. Thank you so much for gifting a membership. Ken Thompson. It is better to have loved, with the D in parentheses, and loss, than to have never loved at all, Miss Love. That's going to be her new email signature. Stop it. She'll get ideas. It's going to be, Your Honor, I changed my email signature. Do you want me to reprint these email correspondences for you? And then it takes twice as many pages because she adds more quotes to her signature. Good times. Thanks for the 5, Ken. Esquire says, I'm here for the cross, cat. Hello, everyone. I can't wait for cross. I don't think we're going to get there today. Do not think we're going to get there today. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? I would love it. And then Nick also said, Your Honor, the defense presents the case. Get v. You almost got me. I'm going to say fooked as a rebut against Miss Love. Can you imagine that troll if somebody did that in court? There are some bold, brazen, and I would say like rude, kind of aggressively rude attorneys out there in the world. And I do think that, I think the clients have great attorneys. I think it's important for their attorneys to have decorum, right? But for entertainment's sake, I would love to see one of those attorneys that just loses their mind, has no filter, doesn't care about decorum to the court. And I don't really love that because that's bad for the client. That's usually bad for the client. But maybe during like a deposition or something, I would love to see an attorney just like rip with lines like this. Like get Alex Spiro or whoever in there with love in a deposition room. And let us see them go back and forth at it. Just launch the fire in the roasts. You almost got me there, Nick. Thank you for the super. Eva M for the 10 says, thank you, Kat. You are welcome. Thank you. What are you guys saying? They really almost got me with that, Nick almost got me with that case. The spoof of a case name. Miss AB says, 1, yes, because she sees what a terrible case this is. She's over it, but is stuck with the hot potato. It's just love passing the hot potato back and forth to herself. Oh man, that is definitely on the lunch menu today. That is a great visual. Oh my gosh, is Flesh of the Gods in here today? That needs to be on his idea list for his animations. Let me get a link. Flesh of the Gods, if you were out there and listening. It doesn't even need to be relevant in the content. Just put a potato animation, a hot potato animation. This is Flesh of the Gods channel. He's doing a ton of rewinds, which is really interesting. You guys have liked looking back at some older days in the trial now that we're on day 130, whatever. But in addition to his rewinds, and the live chats are always great. You guys will come over. You'll see familiar faces for sure. But he does a lot of hilarious animations, like of the ex parte transcript. Rather than having to read it, he had the voices generated and had cartoon animations for everybody that was in the room. So really interesting, like, to have visuals to go along with something that's ordinarily only in text. So this is Flesh of the Gods channel there in the chat. But oh my gosh, a hot potato and word salad would be hilarious. Oh goodness. Just passing the hot potato back and forth to herself forever, since God created Adam and Eve. Ike for the 99, thanks. No comment, Ike. Now I gotta go look and make sure. I love your commentary. Thank you for the pure support there. Shout out to Ike. Ike is so funny. Kevin says, okay, my car people. Kevin, our resident car expert witness, says car, quote, rented was Q50 car, testified to was Q35, not a G35, which was mentioned once as a predecessor model to the Q series. Okay, so in either case, Q35 is like a term that Thorpe maybe combined between the two. but we didn't really get clarification. We got a double down. We got a yes, that one. And I know the defense will bring it up. Okay, wait. So do we have a... Let's refresh Doug. Yeah, so there were some briefs, and we can look maybe at the end of the stream because lunch is kind of ending down. I hadn't seen them come up on the portal. There were some like motions in limine from the defense. They were short yesterday from Steele. We heard him argue them orally yesterday. But those are the most recent things that I saw. So I'll have to check the portal again. And yeah, I think it's just something, and thank you again for the 2 and for being our car expert witness, but it seems like he took Q50 and G35 and just hybrid ganged them. We're just gonna hybridize them. And then ST Satchel gifted another membership. Thank you so much. And let's do you guys can do a 60 seconds, anything you want to say in all caps. But if you have nothing to say, nothing you can think of, it's a great time to show some appreciation for the wonderful, wonderful mods. So there you go, 60 seconds all cap session starting now. And I wish Mlat had a better ring to it. Mod love all the time. Tons of mod love. Casper with the infamous all caps words. Please end this case already. Obi says, Miss Love, will you marry me? Okay. It's Trenton says, Love belongs in jail for evidence tampering. You know, shout out to prosecutorial immunity. We got an LFG. You guys can fill in the blanks there. Aw, that ill kid J says, I heart Steph JK. So do I. And then we have mods in lowercase. Look at ST Satchel not triggering the YouTube trigger. Thank you, mods. Lots of love. Like and subscribe. Ooh, hold on. Leslie says I had peanut butter and vanilla wafers for lunch. That sounds super good. I've never thought of that. That sounds so good. Blue-Eyed Hillbilly says shout out to the mods. Kevin says loud noises. Casper says Rice Street. Yes, those are Chipotle salads on Doug's post. Doug love all the time. Dlat. When will mistrial be granted? Excellent mods. Aw, Tamika says, my fellow mods, you guys rock. Steph, love my mod fam in chat. Shout out K&W. Shout out to Blue-Eyed Hillbilly. Smlat. Super mod love all the time. There we go. We gotta keep adding another letter every day. Queen Bee says, thank you, mods. Connie says, stop kidnapping the witnesses. So much love in here. And there we go. I can pull up the portal. Oh, hold on, wait a minute. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Marcellus Williams case. This was 1 hour ago. This is not zooming in really well. So hold on one second. Let me put it in reader mode. Okay, so this is in reader mode. This is about Marcellus Williams because his picture's not there. But he's set to be executed on September 24th. A prosecutor, Wesley Bell, moved to vacate his sentence earlier this year in January. And it looked like they gave him a new sentencing. They changed his sentencing to take the death penalty off the table and just give him life without parole. This is a week and a half ago now. But then the Attorney General moved for the Supreme Court of Missouri to undo that. And it was undone. So as soon as the death penalty got taken off the table, it was put right back on. And today there was just news an hour ago saying that the St. Louis County Prosecuting Attorney's Office will appeal the Missouri Supreme Court a judge's ruling upholding the conviction and death sentence for Marcellus Williams, whose execution is 1 week away. So, a notice of appeal filed Monday night did not include any details about the basis for the appeal. Meanwhile, attorneys for Williams have submitted a clemency petition to Governor Mike Parson that emphasizes how relatives of the murder victim oppose the execution. Democratic St. Louis County Prosecuting Attorney Wesley Bell cited questions about DNA evidence on the murder weapon in requesting a hearing challenging Williams' guilt. Bell said the evidence indicated that someone else's DNA was on the butcher knife used to kill Gale, but not that of Williams. And this is where everything got twisted a week and a half ago. So rather than finally having this hearing that he was trying to have since like 2014, the prosecutors, they ended up having a conversation, and that's where this plea deal came on the table. Because the DNA evidence, the knife, was spoiled back in 1999 by the investigators and the prosecutor back in 1999. So this thing that looked like it could have exonerated Marcellus Williams because there was presence of male DNA that did not belong to Marcellus Williams, suddenly, even though this mess up happened in 1999, suddenly a week and a half ago, the office is like, well, you know what, actually, we can't really say that it exonerates him because we can explain the DNA that's on there that doesn't belong to him. The DNA actually came from our office mishandling the evidence. So suddenly, when he thinks he's about to finally get in front of a court, a finder of fact, and present them this evidence that exonerates him, they say, well, you know what, we can explain that evidence and why it doesn't exonerate him. So instead of doing that, they give him the opportunity to take this Alford plea and take life off the table. Judge signs off on it, but then the Attorney General, as we said, blocks that. And okay, so they have a copy of the clemency petition that asked Parson to spare Williams' life. Parson has been in office. Parson, a Republican and former county sheriff, has been in office for 11 executions and has never granted a clemency. Maybe I can just find the letter. Because sometimes the Innocence Project just posts right to their own page. No, so I don't see. And if you guys want to sign the petition, they really just note that, Wesley Bell's motion to vacate the conviction is denied. So nothing new on Innocent Project's website just yet. But maybe they'll update that. And then in the petition, the family defines closure as Marcellus being allowed to live. The petition states Marcellus's execution is not necessary. A spokesman for Parson said in an email Tuesday that attorneys for the governor's office have met with Williams' legal team, and Parson will announce a decision later, typically at least a day before the scheduled execution. Now, interestingly is, last time he was about to be executed, it was stayed with less than 60 minutes remaining before the execution. So typically at least a day before we'll get a decision. Well, last time clock was really ticking down. At the August hearing, Assistant Attorney General Michael Spillane said that DNA evidence aside, other evidence pointed to his guilt. They referred to the evidence in the case being weak. It was overwhelming, Spillane said. And I personally disagree with this from what I've looked. I've done deep dives on my channel. I think I've got like 2 4-hour videos on this case and the initial writ of certiorari sent to the Supreme Court of the United States, which it didn't end up being necessary because the governor at the time ended up staying the execution. But we read through it and it laid out a lot of things like, there's bloody fingerprints that don't match Marcellus Williams, and the shoe prints at the scene don't match Marcellus Williams. The best evidence that, in my opinion, that they have is witness testimony from a jailhouse witness and an ex-crack addicted girlfriend who also had warrants out for her arrest, that officers helped her with those warrants, and she didn't actually end up getting arrested for the things she had warrants out for. So that was the most damning evidence, in my opinion, against him. And one of them came forward because of a cash reward that was offered. But this is Attorney General talk. This is coming from the Attorney General's office. And since this case in 2000, they've always maintained statements, this kind of sentiment. Haley Bedard, a spokesperson for the Death Penalty Information Center, said there have been no verified instance of an innocent person being executed in the U.S. since capital punishment was reintroduced in 1972, but there have been nearly 24 people executed, despite strong and credible claims of innocence. Prosecutors at Williams' original trial said he broke into Gail's home on August 11, 1998, heard water running in the shower, and found a large butcher knife. When Gail came downstairs, she was stabbed 43 times. Her purse and her husband's laptop were stolen. Authorities said Williams stole a jacket to conceal blood on his shirt. Williams' girlfriend asked him why he would wear a jacket on a hot day. The girlfriend said she later saw the laptop in the car and that Williams sold it a day or two later. Now, who they didn't let come testify is the person who bought the laptop, who says that when he was selling it, Williams said, "My girlfriend asked me to sell this." So they do not let that witness testify at his trial. Prosecutors also cited testimony from Henry Cole, this is the jailbird, who shared a cell with Williams in 1999 while Williams was jailed on unrelated charges. Cole told prosecutors Williams confessed to the killing and offered details about it. Williams' attorneys responded that the girlfriend and Cole were both convicted of felonies and wanted the $10,000 cash reward. And there's even, in those appeal arguments, you'll see the citations of Henry Cole asking prosecutors in his interview, they cite the transcript of his interviews with investigators, asking when he can get his money, when he can get his money, when he can get his money. Williams has been close to execution before. In August of 2017, just hours before his scheduled death, then Governor Eric Greitens, a Republican, granted a stay after reviewing the same DNA evidence that spurred Bell's effort to vacate the conviction. And there's been over 500,000 signatures on the change.org petition. So lots of stuff. Very interesting case. That's, been like, there's been so much uncertainty surrounding it for like 2 decades now. So that is a bit more on the current status of the Marcellus Williams case. And yeah, we're still on the seal. And then let's see. No, not the 50-cent jokes again. Ike says, Steph JK, take 1 bottle down, smack it around, and there's 99 bottles of lube and baby oil on the wall. Oh my goodness. Oh, and 84 Aries Goddess, hello, good to see you, says, steal love all the time is slat, nailed it, lol. Yeah, pushing positivity and slat is for steal love all the time. They'll use that against them too. They'll be like, and have you ever met Brian Steele? Did Jeffrey Williams ever try to hire an attorney for you? Did Brian Steele ever give you legal advice? Like, just crazy. Yeah, Ike, you're a wild man. Oh, goodness. Yeah, and I'm a big, one of the things, like, philosophically, as I got older, I was like, well, if somebody's convicted or if somebody gets the death penalty, they did it. They did it, they did it, they did it. And then, like, I turned 11. I don't know what age. That's just, I'm pulling a number out of thin air. But, I got older and I was like, oh, that's not how things work. That's not how things work. And I'm of the opinion, if you don't have the ultimate confidence in somebody's guilt, I shouldn't word it that way. If we cannot have full confidence in the jury's verdict, because to me, it doesn't really matter what an attorney general thinks or what I think or what Obi thinks. If any one of us is 100% certain of Marcellus Williams' guilt, it does not matter. What matters is, can we be confident in the jury verdict? If the jury didn't get to hear everything, if we find out that something that we know now could have changed the jury's decision, then I would say we cannot be 100% confident in the jury's verdict. And when you have a sentencing and outcome like that on the line, you need the utmost certainty. 100% certainty. And Ike says Steph JK started it. Steph JK showing accountability. Yeah, and I always wonder, I don't know if I could sit on a death penalty case. I mean, I'm sure, like, the defense team would want me on it, right? But I'm sure the prosecutors would want me off. Oh, and interesting too. So Linda says it's rather interesting to hear growing up in a country without the death penalty. Yeah, a little bit of me and my own ego. I forgot that, death penalty isn't part of criminal justice all over the world. And to be fair, it's not part of some states either, right? There's some states in the United States that don't have it. I'm in Florida, and interestingly, for the sentencing phase now with death penalty cases, you still need to be convicted by all 12. But when it comes to death penalty, only 8 need to agree that, whatever the elements are, depraved state of mind, and there's no chance to rehabilitate the defendant. If 8 people check all the boxes that, yeah, we think death penalty is warranted as a sentence, it only takes 8, not 12 anymore for the sentencing phase. So a little bit of crazy stuff here. And what's really crazy is people are like, Florida's pro-guns, but boy, if you get caught, gun enhancement is a serious thing with Florida. I mean, even self-defense cases, if you lawfully defend yourself and you use a gun and the jury disagrees with you and doesn't think it was lawful, that weapons enhancement attaches on like another 20 years. Like, just crazy. So Florida has some, I guess it's supposed to be a deterrent. It's supposed to deter crime, that now it'll only take 8 people to sentence you to death. And that's something that someone with a first-degree murder charge can face in Florida. Florida.
A couple of things, and to make certain that I move in limine that these matters not be broached on cross-examination.
I knew it was going to
have
be cross.
Intentionally not asked about the content of anybody's interviews, and I don't know whether or not any member of the defense intends to attempt to elicit
Doesn't want the thug
testimony
line.
about what
We
any
want thug.
particular witness or defendant said who has not testified from Detective Thorpe, but I would ask that the court preclude questioning about what anybody said in an interview that has not yet testified. And I don't want to have to object like I'm trying to hide something, but I did specifically ask about certain people, but I intentionally did not go into what the content of any interviews were. So, in as much as that may be an issue, I would rather if we can address it before the jury comes out.
All
Oops,
right.
squeak counter.
Anybody want to be heard on that? Well, I know that. So, does anybody want to be heard on that?
I guess it depends on the question and the reason for it, so that's very broad. So I don't want to agree with, I don't want the court to just say, yes, that's off limits, but I think we should do a question by question objection.
Okay, and what would your basis be?
Hearsay, as to any witness that has not testified.
All right, I mean, I don't know that I can decide that before I hear sort of what questions being asked.
I'll give you an example, if I may. You've heard the name Spencer Wright, Your Honor, which is R-I-G-H-T for the Miss Winfrey. Well, it is my belief that Spencer Wright lied, did not tell the truth. He was looking to get a deal, a favorable agreement from the district attorney's office through the detective as well. And Detective Thorpe took out warrants that then were not followed through. That would not be hearsay because it's not offered for the truth. So that's why I said the question by question should be continued.
Your Honor, having Detective Thorpe testify that Spencer Wright lied necessarily gets to what Spencer Wright said. I think it's an improper question to ask him if he lied.
I would not think that was what Mr. Steele would be asking. Mr. Steele.
Example, it's a very broad objection, so you asked for a response. My response
Okay.
is we should go question by question.
And Your Honor, the reason that since Mr. Steele used Spencer Wright, for instance, if the question is, did Spencer Wright tell you, or did you, given that Mr. Steele's assertion is he thinks he lied, and therefore asking him about what he said isn't really offering for the truth of the matter asserted, it's hearsay, it's an out-of-court statement, and I don't believe that it can be cured with the assertion, well, I believe he lied. If he wants to get into what Spencer Wright said, then Spencer Wright can be called as a witness, but I don't think that it's proper to allow Detective Thorpe, one, to characterize, to testify about what Spencer Wright said when I've not opened that door, and there's no exception that affords him the ability to permissibly elicit that type of testimony from the witness. I'll stop there.
So I would think that if I understand Mr. Steele's argument correctly, if he asks, what did Spencer Wright say, or who did Spencer Wright say did X, Y, Z, that he wouldn't be eliciting that for the truth of what Mr. Wright said, but to then follow up and say warrants weren't taken out for whomever that person was, I guess. Is that what you're saying?
Well, Your Honor, he could ask whether warrants were taken out based on what Spencer Wright said, but I think that him getting into whether he lied or what he said specifically.
Yeah, I don't
would
think
not be
he's,
proper.
yeah, I agree with that, but we weren't talking about a question about whether the officer thinks that, or the detective thinks that Mr. Wright lied. It would have been, you had said this would be hearsay And he's offering something that if he asked it wouldn't be for hearsay purposes because it wouldn't be for the truth of the matter.
Your Honor,
So I mean, I can't make a blanket ruling that nobody can ask anything about.
But-
Go ahead.
asking about whether Mr. Steele believes that it's the truth or not, eliciting specific statements from the witness. It's an out-of-court statement that may or may not be considered true. He may say he's not offering it for the truth of the matter, but I think it's akin to asking what Detective Thorpe did based on information he got from other people. And the idea is that it wasn't that what they said is true. He followed up on it, but I can't talk about what the other people said. And in the same manner that the objection was sustained, that I can't even, it's somehow embedded hearsay, this idea that having Detective Thorpe talk about what Spencer Wright said that Mr. Williams' attorney believes isn't true, somehow is okay because he doesn't believe it's true. It's the same type of situation where he's asking a question that necessarily relies on hearsay and sort of almost implicitly puts before the jury information that without Spencer Wright testifying, they should not be made privy to. And he can ask a question, did Spencer Wright give you?
Oh, this is my fault. I was trying to pull the motion and the portal is so slow and heavy. My bad. My bad.
Information? Did you try to confirm it or to, disprove it based on what Spencer Wright said? Did you do certain things? But getting into the specifics of what Spencer Wright said, I believe, is even more improper than, is not proper.
All right, well, thank you. Okay, we're ready for the witness and the jury.
It's nice to hear her get an okay, thank you, because Whitaker gives a lot of those to the defense when they make their record.
And I will be asking if he interviewed certain defendants. I will not be asking what they said.
Okay. Yes.
Just as a protective measure, it is my understanding that Detective Thorpe did not interview Mr. Williams. I would object to any questions. Did you interview Mr. Williams? I just don't see the relevance of it. It already came out. I objected to it. Did Mr. Williams come down? It was with Mr. Sledge. I objected to that question by the prosecutor. Did Mr. Williams come down? Did you, Mr. Sledge, speak with the police with Mr. Coben? Did Mr. Williams come down? I asked the court that comments on pre-arrest silence under ORR, and I know it's not a blanket rule anymore, but it's a 403 analysis. I don't see any benefit to it. So again, I don't want Mr. Williams' name to come up. Did you speak with or interview Mr. Williams?
Your Honor, I have a response of the court.
Go ahead.
Judge, on cross-examination of Mr.
Wait, I'm sorry, it's the
Sledge,
portal buffering.
It was elicited that that it was talked about that Mr. Williams encouraged Mr. Sledge to take Kenneth Copeland to the police
Right.
station, and that the state instructed the witness to not tell the jury that. The fact that, and then Mr. Sledge somehow said yes, but the fact that that happened, and the fact that if that is what's out there, and of course I impeached him, I believe, but the fact that if it's relevant that Mr. Williams encouraged him before Mr. Williams, the pre-arrest silence prohibition does not apply to if Mr. Williams is encouraging someone to go. Did Mr. Williams go with him did Mr. Williams ever go down to the police station himself to talk about the fact that his stepfather's house was shot up? asking about Mr. Williams going down to the police station after it's been talked about that he encouraged someone else to, I think is very relevant. If he's encouraging someone else to go, then he can go himself. And I'd have to find the case, but specifically.
Right, I don't think a question that just says, did you interview A, did you interview B, did you interview C? And the answer is either yes or no is a comment on pre-arrest silence if they say no. So you may ask that question.
She needs to clean up Thorpe saying that he told Woody to come down to the
Are we
police
now
station
ready
to
for
talk
the
to them.
witness and the jury?
I wanted to ask the court, so will the court allow me to ask whether or not Defendant Williams ever, not just did he interview him, but will the court permit me to ask if he ever came to offer information about the shooting at his stepfather's house?
No, I think that gets a little too close to pre-arrest silence. No. Are we now ready for the jury and the witness?
Yes, I have.
Yes, okay.
And Katie Coco, if you're in the chat, when court ends or if we get a break, we will go over the state's brief filed this morning at 3:18 a.m. is when Doug received it. State brief on overt acts. And here's the link. I'm dropping that in the chat right now. And there we go. We'll look at that on a extended break. Oh my gosh, I just caught this. Steven says, are we still love-splaining today? Shout out to Peter Ortiz for the 2. Peter says Florida has a death penalty for a child R-word also. Wait, what case is that? I have to look at that one, Peter. I feel like sometimes I might know the case, but don't know that it's actually a Florida case. Thank you for the 2. Ike says she's obfuscating witness objections, specific question objections. Wait, I really like the love-splaining term. I really like the love-splaining term. But I think she's trying to get in the way, and this is her own witness, so... And the court still has the sound off, so... But yeah, it's like she ran and filed this motion in limine during lunch, but can barely get her homework done.
Looks like it is
I
it?
think it is.
Okay. Detective Thorpe, before you talked to Kenneth Copeland, did you know that Jeffrey Williams had rented a Corvette before he rented the gray Infiniti?
No, ma'am.
After you spoke with Mr. Right, did you also, without talking about what anybody said, speak with a person with the last name Stillwell, Termon Stillwell?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak with that person along with ADA Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that in the DA's office?
Yes, ma'am.
When you mentioned earlier that you put out a picture, a photo of the person entering the barbershop with a gun, I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 292 Charlie, 292 Yankee Charlie 2, and ask you if this is generally the depiction that you released to the public?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I'm going to now show you State's Exhibit. Just 1 second. 5 Yankee. 5 Yankee. And ask you whether this is or isn't similar to the photograph that you released to the public. Just 1 second.
Oh, this is good too, Esquire. Love is arguing to
And
the
while
nth
we're
degree
actually pulling
again.
up, it's going to be a different exhibit. I'll ask you this. After speaking with Kenneth Copeland, did you also speak with Antonio Sledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall who all was in the room or in the interview with Mr. Sledge?
Yes, should be Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither.
All right. And did you also speak with Diamante Kendrick?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was in the room when you interviewed him?
Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis.
Did you also interview Shannon Stillwell?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Who was in the room when you interviewed him?
I believe it was Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither on that one also.
And were all of these interviews captured in the same way that the interviews in normal interview rooms are recorded, audio and video?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Showing you 296 Yankee. Is 296 Yankee reflective generally, like, of the area that you put out or depicted when you put out the photo of the car passing by the barbershop?
Yes, ma'am.
After you did you learn about a Kelvin Treadwell during the course of your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever speak with Mr. Treadwell to your,
I believe so.
okay. After, did you know about a person by the name of Javaris Bradford before you turned your file over to the district attorney's office?
No, I did not.
Did you learn about a person named Javaris Bradford afterwards?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall where you first heard the name Javaris Bradford in the course of this investigation?
The fall investigation done by Senior 88, Mike Sprinkle, and his team.
All right. Ariel Bax, had you heard that name prior to turning over the case to the district attorney's office?
No, ma'am.
All right. Did you learn that name after ADA Sprinkle began looking into this case?
Yes, ma'am.
What about, did you know about a person by the name of Kenya Morton?
No, ma'am.
Did you learn about Kenya Morton after you turned the case over to ADA Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you personally ever pull any phone calls from the jail from a Martinez Arnold?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Were you now, did you personally ever interview or speak with Mr. Williams, Jeffrey Williams?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Tell me if you interviewed or knew of, rather, the name Justin Cobb before you turned the case over to the DA's office?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you remember how you first learned of that name?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you learn about it before your investigation, or did you know of that name before you began the investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas?
No, ma'am, during.
Did you speak with Justin Cobb before you turned the case over to the district attorney's office?
I do not believe so.
Would you tell the jury whether after the interviews that you made, whether you conducted any other acts to further your investigation, either in tandem with Mr. Sprinkle or someone else, in order for you to further your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas, without telling what anybody said?
Okay. Yes, I did.
What types of other actions did you take to further your investigation?
Interviews.
Mhm.
We conducted several interviews afterwards,
Okay.
in which they took the lead.
And who took the lead?
Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle.
And after those interviews, and when you collected cell phone records, was it you that plotted them, or did you simply aid in collecting the cell phone records?
ADA collected cell phone records and sent it all over to the ADA's office.
Okay. Before you turned your case over to the district attorney's office, did you execute a warrant for people who were not later indicted for the murder of Donovan Thomas?
No, ma'am.
Did you, and by a warrant, I mean, did you have a cert or an arrest warrant signed for Antonio Sledge for the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, I believe so. I did.
Is that a person that the district attorney's office declined to prosecute for the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you execute an arrest warrant for Kenneth Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the district attorney's office decline to prosecute Kenneth Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the district attorney's office indict people that you had not arrested or executed arrest warrants for?
Yes, they did.
Was one of those persons Javoris Bradford, as it relates to the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I
to your
believe.
knowledge?
I believe so.
And what about Justin Cobb?
I believe so also.
And did the district attorney's office execute or indict the remaining people that you executed arrest warrants for?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
How long is it customary to investigate a murder? Do you have a certain timeline that you have to finish it by?
No, ma'am.
Do you close it after one arrest, or if there are other suspects, or do you continue to investigate it?
Continue to investigate.
Is it unusual for you to investigate a murder for over a year, or is that common?
No, ma'am. It's not unusual.
Okay. And so over the course of a year, can you tell the jury what is it that would take a year versus allowing you to finish a murder in 48 hours, like you might see on TV? Your Honor,
I mean, sustained, you might be able to ask them the different, but sustained as to that question.
yes, Your Honor. Would you tell the jury some of the factors that led to the length of time that you investigated this particular murder? generally speaking?
Cooperation, other substantial evidence, physical evidence from the scene, tangible, and that there was a series of people that we had to interview to suss out what was good leads, what was bad leads.
Okay. Were you ever given any, were you ever able to obtain any surveillance footage from a McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue?
I believe I was not to my knowledge.
Did you make an effort when you obtained information in an interview to follow up on each piece of information, or did you just discard some and just?
No, I followed up on.
Just 1 second, Your Honor. Can you describe for the jury where the are you familiar with a place called the Green Store?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of place is the Green Store?
It's one of the local neighborhood convenience stores, mom
Um,
and pops.
Okay. Were you ever able, or did anyone ever give you reason to believe there was surveillance footage at the Green Store of interest to you?
Not to my knowledge.
When you interviewed people who were under arrest, did you make certain to always read them their rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And if they weren't under arrest, was there ever any reason to read any rights?
No, ma'am.
All right, just 1 second. Do you recall the time, the exact specific time that you took the warrants out for the murder of Donovan Thomas, arrest warrants?
I believe it was around the month of November,
Of what year?
2015.
Okay. And do you remember when it was that you turned the case over to the DA's office?
January of 2016.
Okay. Did you know the name Demise McMullen?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you learn about that name prior to turning the case over to the DA's office?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, I think that that's all that I have at this moment.
All right. Any
Thank
defense
God.
counsel have questions for this witness?
I don't know why my camera's not working. Hello? Who knows? My camera's funky, but I'm here, you guys.
Detective Thorpe,
Good afternoon, Mr. Steele.
how are you?
Fine, sir. How about yourself?
Can I ask you some questions?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So just to orient you and the jury, you're at the Atlanta Police Department with Kenneth Copeland. That's what I'm focused on, okay?
Yes, sir.
Wait, you
And,
guys can see me?
There's something in evidence already. It's a video audio recording.
Yes, sir.
And you were the one who started or ensured that that room was being video and audio recorded when you were with Mr. Copeland. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, it's already in. It's JW, Jeffrey Williams, 241D. May I play it, please?
You may.
It should come up on your screen.
Who's Walter Lee Maddox? Who? Who's Walter Maddox? No name? Did y'all ever rent or own an Infinity? Infinity. Y'all ever rent one of those cars before? Have you ever been stopped in an Infinity before? Have I? Yeah. Have an accident in an Infinity? No. A Maxima? Have I ever had a cover in? No. Okay. Let me think. So did you? Anytime. I had a coverage in the Pontiac, that was a couple years ago. I ain't had no coverage, I ain't had no registry, I ain't have none of it. What kind of car your brother drive? Oh, was that in there? A white Dodge Charger, this truck car he gave me. Your brother got two cars? Nah, his girl got a car in the car, he got the Dodge Charger. Oh. And she got the little ugly little Malibu, like a 19 something. 2014 Dodge Charger? Yeah. White? Yeah. Who drives a Nissan? A Nissan? What color? What color is it? Gray. How about that? Okay. Y'all ever had a Infinity Gray, a gray Infinity Q45 before? A truck? No. A cup? Yeah. Not that I know of.
Were you able to hear that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's fair, that's accurate, looks true?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you were asking Mr. Copeland questions about a gray, potentially rental car Infinity. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And this is within 8 hours approximately of the shooting of Mr. Donovan Thomas and the two other people, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you asked him those questions, Mr. Copeland was there because you had information, I believe, that the streets were calling his name about being involved in this crime, right?
Yes, sir.
So you gave him the opportunity through a conversation you had on the telephone. If he wants, he doesn't have to, but if he wants to come in and talk to you, that's what we're going to talk about, his possible being involved in the shooting, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, when he told you, no, he didn't know Mr. Maddox, no, there was nothing to do with a gray colored Infinity rental car, you had already, obviously, information that he may have been involved with that car. Is that fair to say?
Objection made as to that car.
Sustained.
The car that I just referred to, the gray rental car Infinity.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, he denied any knowledge or access to that type of vehicle that we just saw in Jeffrey Williams 241D, right?
Yes, sir.
And you had a reason to believe that he was not being truthful, correct?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, as to the improper form of the question.
Sustained.
You did not, at that point, you had information contrary to his denial, true?
Yes, sir.
Now, he also at that same interrogation meeting, interview, whatever you want to call it is fine, with Mr. Copeland, you also asked him where he was at and around the time of the shooting. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And he told you two places of interest. One is a McDonald's, right?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterizes regarding at or around the time of the shooting.
Overruled.
Tells you about a McDonald's, right?
Yes, sir. He told me about McDonald's.
And that McDonald's, the jurors have seen pictures and they've heard the address, but we're talking about on Cleveland Avenue, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And it's near a laundromat, if you're familiar with the area,
Yes, sir.
okay. Near the laundromat, near the auto place, and across the street is other establishments, including a gas station convenience store, fair?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, at that time, were there cameras, when I say cameras, surveillance cameras, on the laundromat building?
I believe so there was.
Were there cameras on the McDonald's?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Were there cameras on the auto parts store?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Were there cameras across the street on the convenience store, gas station?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you went, I assume you followed up on that alibi, true?
Yes, sir.
When you went to those establishments, or did you go to those establishments?
Yes,
I object on the basis of assuming facts, finding evidence. There was no, the question was regarding an alibi and base. I think it's an improper question.
Did you go to those establishments?
Hilarious.
Okay.
Hilarious.
Did you attempt to locate and ask for, use subpoena power, the jurors may not use a search warrant, to get any of those video surveillance cameras if they existed?
I went and checked to see the video footage. So if they had video footage that could be of use, then that's when I'll go and obtain a search warrant to indicate in the search warrant, this is the time frame I'm looking for. But I believe at McDonald's, they already reached their 15-day mark. So the video footage, I think, was already overwritten, I believe.
Now, who did you already told the jury that you would take notes and put this all in your reports, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you have to do that. You have to document what you're doing, right?
Yes, sir.
Because sometimes cases are tried. In our case, we're 9 years after, 9+ years after January 10th, 2015, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jurors whether you ever put in your report anywhere that you saw the video at the McDonald's or you spoke with somebody?
No, I believe I did not.
Is there a reason you did not put that detail in your report?
No, because I didn't understand any evidence from that. So that's why I didn't document in my report, but I had it in my notes.
Okay. How about your notes then? Did you ever, where are your notes today?
I can't find my notepad.
What?
And to be fair to the jury, I asked you about your notes previously, fair?
Yes, sir.
And you said the same thing. You can't find it, right?
Yes, sir.
It's gone.
Yes, sir.
Now, how about you mentioned McDonald's. How about the auto parts store?
Hi,
That
I'm
video
back.
surveillance. Can you tell the jurors what you did to secure that
I'm here.
surveillance on January 10th, 2015, the relevant period of time?
Same time, I believe I went out there maybe a couple of days later to look because I focused on the McDonald's since that was he was talking about. And I did not obtain any video from them either.
What did that person tell you? If you remember.
Objection is to hearsay.
Sustained.
Let me ask you this way. In your report, did you put anything about going to the auto parts store to inquire about their surveillance?
No, sir.
Okay. And it would be in your notes?
Yes, sir.
Notes are gone.
Yes, sir.
Can't find.
Can't find.
Okay.
He asked him too quick for you.
Sustained.
Across the street, the convenience store, gas station, their surveillance equipment. Did you go there and ask them for theirs?
I believe I went asking for theirs.
You did not?
I believe I did not.
Okay. And how about the laundromat across the street from the McDonald's?
I don't think their system was working at that time.
Do you remember who you spoke with?
No, can't remember the name.
And the same questions, it's not in your report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You mentioned the green store. Do you know the true name of the green store by any chance?
No, sir, not offhand.
Okay, that's fine. But it's called the green store for the obvious reason that it was green?
Yes, sir.
All right. And how far, if you know, and if you don't know, just say, I'm not familiar, would you say the green store is from the location, God forbid, that Donovan Thomas was shot?
Want to say maybe a couple of blocks.
We're talking close, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, Mr. Copeland told you that on January 10th, 2015, when I say told you, I'm still sticking to the next day or 8 hours later. He told you also that he was at around the Green Store at around the time of Mr. Thomas being shot. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware, did you find out, did you look for it, whether the Green Store had surveillance cameras?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did the Green Store have surveillance cameras?
I believe their system was down also.
Okay. And who did you speak with?
I can't recall the person's name.
And did you put it's not in your report, fair to say?
No, sir.
And the notes are gone.
Yes, sir.
Yep, Steele's up first.
Now,
for Frost.
surveillance footage is a good tool. Would you agree with that for law
Yes, sir.
enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Because a surveillance camera, if it's properly working, no one tampered with it, it doesn't really have any motivation or agenda. Is that fair?
Vague and
Overruled.
motivation.
True.
True.
And it just captures, if it's working properly, the images that it has in front of it, right?
True.
So we wouldn't really have to debate whether Mr. Copeland or others were at a McDonald's if we had that surveillance.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Now, with regards to Mr. Copeland, when he told you he made the denial of the infinity, remember what we just played?
Mhm.
At that point in time, that got you, I assumed, so you tell us, that got you interested in maybe he's not being forthright. Is that fair?
Objection, Your Honor, as improper questions regarding.
Sustained.
You questioned whether he was being truthful with you. Is that fair to
Objection
say?
still, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you have questions on his answers that he denied the infinity?
Objection,
Bless
vague.
you.
Bless you. I
I'm
said vague.
sorry.
I said objection vague. The question was, did you have questions?
Questions on his, sustained.
How did you take it when Mr. Copeland said, no, I don't have anything to do and no memory of the infinity?
Objection, Your Honor, vague
Overruled on that basis.
Okay, how did I take it?
and
Yeah.
relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you about Jeffrey Williams, okay? You found out that Jeffrey Williams rented a Corvette vehicle from Hertz rental car at the airport, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And when I say rented, on or about January 6, 2015, something like that. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
If my day's wrong, I'm not trying
Yeah.
to, it's around that time, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the Infinity on around January 7th, 2015, fair to say?
Okay. Did I find out if he rented it January 7th?
You found out later that
Yes, sir.
Mr. Williams, in his name, there's an Infinity vehicle rented, right?
Yes, sir. Through the DA's office. Yes, sir.
Tell the jurors what evidence you have that Jeffrey Williams drove that Infinity rented vehicle.
Objection, Your Honor, regarding matters that are within the province of the jury in terms of evidence.
Rephrase.
Do you have any evidence to share with the
Rephrase.
jury?
That's the issue, that she's rephrased the question.
I think that's a proper question.
Rephrase the question.
I'm going to have to move on to another topic. Let me ask you about,
Do y'all want to approach for a minute?
sure.
Shout out to Whitaker for the assist to the defense there. Because he was ready to move on to another topic. And I mean, we'll see if he comes back with a question that's rephrased that he can get into this topic.
Check and make sure it's a little distracting. Check and make
Or maybe they're just approaching for a tech issue. Who knows? Who knows? Ashleigh Linnell says, Cat. Oh, and I'm like hidden over here. And sorry about my camera. It's really weird that that happened when we're hearing all this testimony about how cameras weren't working. I don't know what happened with mine. It was a good time. Ashleigh Linnell says, Kat, imagine how many police officers and security details they needed when Travis Scott performed in Atlanta. There's no way she doesn't know who he is. The lying is driving me crazy. Love and lock up. Live, laugh, and lock up would be hilarious. But I agree. Imagine if Gaither worked the Travis Scott concert, because she was working with the Orlando Magic at the time, right? She was Florida. Imagine Gaither was at that. The squeak. Thank you for the 10, Ashleigh. And we got a squeak. Defense group huddle. Carrington Matthews to the rescue.
You've taken it anyway, so go ahead.
Doug joining the party. Chloe Albert's Revenge says 10 words into her soliloquy and my eyes glaze over and I start to drool. Yeah, I think it was a collective sigh of relief and she's like, I have no further questions for this witness. Like, whew. And shout out to Chloe. Thank you for all your support.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, so Schart's going to take
Mr.
over.
All right.
Same here, sir.
Ms. Schardt, you're standing up. You have questions? Well, I mean, you're up and nobody else is, so I guess you can take your turn now and then we'll see whether anybody else has questions.
Yeah, so Schart's
Just to
taking
report,
over.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
All right, my name is Max Schardt. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have a copy of your report in front of you?
No, sir.
Okay, let me see if I can get you.
No further questions.
I can't hear you, what? I don't, oh, if Mr. Schardt has one, I have one that he could use.
I believe
It
it's
doesn't matter.
And, Your Honor, may I just
Com-
approach and bring it up? And I'm not asking Detective Thorpe to refer to it at all right now. I just want him to have it handy in case he needs it.
In the event, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And yes, Monica, we are still on Thorpe, Detective Squirrel Brain. We're finally on Cross, though. Steele's Cross was
Okay.
short. Schardt has now taken
Thorpe,
over.
I'm going to ask you about October 19th of 2015,
Okay.
okay? And that is the day for reference. Do you know what happened on that day off the top of your head?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that was the day that you spoke to the person who identified himself as Nicholas Robinson, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I'd like to talk to you about how that happened. Zone 1 Day Watch contacted you about having a person in custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were informed by your fellow officers that this person was named Nicholas Robinson.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's the way, to your understanding, this person identified himself to the police.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this Nicholas Robinson, he was in custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He had, on that day, on October 19th, 2015, he had been arrested for a felony offense of theft by receiving, correct?
Yes, sir.
Objection, Your Honor, as to, never mind, withdraw the objection.
And he was also had probation warrants.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The reality is Nicholas Robinson was on his way to Rice Street, to 901 Rice Street, the Fulton County Jail.
Yes, sir.
And your fellow officers called you and said, this person may have information on something you're working on.
Yes, sir.
And you decided, well, before I get there, on direct, as I understand your testimony, you testified that you did not think Nicholas Robinson was trying to help himself out by talking to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when I say help himself out, I'm talking about get consideration on charges that were now pending against him. Are we on the same page?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your testimony is you do not believe that he was trying to get help for those.
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
Is that your testimony? You don't believe he was trying to get curry favor and get help with his pending charges?
Yeah, he may have, but that was not up to me.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Prior to October 19, 2015, prior to the date he had been arrested, had Nicholas Robinson ever come up to you and tried to give you information?
No, sir.
Okay.
Great question. Great answer for the defense.
You decided to conduct a formal interview with this person who to you was known as Nicholas Robinson.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what was he wearing at that time of the formal interview? Was he in Rice Street Blues yet?
Relevance.
Sustained.
Loves those uniforms.
During the course of your interview with Nicholas Robinson, he continued to refer to himself as Nicholas Robinson, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you referred to him as Nicholas Robinson because you believe that was his identity, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he never corrected you.
Yes, sir.
And you all, without getting into what was said, you all spoke about the shooting of Donovan Thomas.
Yes, sir.
Okay. After this interview on October 19, 2015, Investigator Gaither informed you that this man's name was not, in fact, Nicholas Robinson, correct?
Yes, sir, but it was not after the interview. It was during the interview.
Okay, during the interview,
Yes, sir.
Investigator Gaither informed you that this man was not, in fact, Nicholas Robinson,
Correct.
and his name was Spencer Wright.
Correct.
Okay, and just to be clear, when we say during the interview, it was well into the interview. The interview hadn't just started. You guys had been talking for some time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this interview happened on October 19, 2015.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The warrants that you took out on the Donovan Thomas case were taken out. I know you testified that it was in November sometime.
Yes, sir.
It was actually taken out on October 20th,
Okay.
2015. Isn't
Yes.
that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about your reports. You've been in law enforcement for how long?
30 years and 8, 9 months.
30 years and 9 months.
Mm-hmm.
And all that with Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay, when you were brought on by the police department, before you even started you started on the streets, right?
Yes, sir.
On the streets? Okay, before you even started, they trained you on writing reports, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and throughout these 30 years of service you have with the Atlanta Police Department, you've obtained refreshers, taken refresher courses on writing reports, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've been trained that your reports are to be accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, accurate about evidence received,
Yes, sir.
accurate about things that have been told to you,
Yes, sir.
and accurate about the work you do on a case, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were supposed to document that work, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's also, these reports are also supposed to be complete, correct?
Yes, sir.
So as per your training, work you've done on the case, your reports are to include a complete accounting of this work, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you testified, and I'm not going to retread over things that Mr. Steele covered, but just briefly. You testified that you went to the McDonald's to search for surveillance video.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what date did you do that?
I believe it was not the 11th, I think it was the 12th.
So less than
January
15
12th, so
days.
January
Okay,
12th.
January 12th, you
Or-
went to the McDonald's
Yes, sir, I believe it was.
to look for video,
Yes, sir. I can't recall exactly what day it was.
but you're pretty sure it was January 12th?
Yeah, it was in that time range. It wasn't like 2 or 3 months later.
Okay, did you not just testify that when you went to the
15
McDonald's,
days.
they informed you that the video had been taped over?
Yes, most of it is on a 15-day cycle, so I don't never know when their 15-day cycle starts or ends.
Okay, but if you went on January 12th, that would have been at 2 days.
Yeah, once again, do not know when their 15-day, everybody's system is different. May not follow the same 15 days like as in the months. It's like sometimes we get them and the video can be 2 hours behind, 2 hours ahead, based on that particular location. So I do not
Shard's
know when their
face.
15-day rotation was.
Look at his face.
Who went with you?
I went by myself.
Who did you talk to at McDonald's? What was her name?
I cannot recall the name.
Did you record any of this?
No.
And none of this is in your report?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it's not.
Yes, it's not.
Okay. The auto parts store. When did you go speak to people at the auto parts store?
Maybe a couple of days later.
And who went with you?
Nobody.
And is that recorded?
No, sir.
And is that mentioned in your reports for APD?
No, sir.
His face stuck.
When did you realize you lost your notepad?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
I cannot recall, but I knew that upon hearing the indictment, I went looking for the case file, and I could not locate the case file.
Did you not hand over your notepad to the DA's office when you handed over your file?
No.
Okay. Let's talk about the Green Store. The Green Store is formerly known as Mommy's Grocery. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's on Glen Street.
Yes, sir.
About 100 yards from where Glen intersects with McDaniel Street, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You would agree quarter mile from the scene where Donovan Thomas was shot?
Yeah, about a block and a half, 2 blocks maybe.
Block and a half to 2 blocks.
Yeah, possibly, probably.
To drive from the Green Store to that scene about a minute,
Probably less than that,
less than a minute. Okay,
depending on the traffic.
gotcha. Okay, as I understood on direct, your testimony about surveillance at the Green Store was no one told you they had surveillance.
Well, I believe they said the system was not working that day or something like that.
No, I'm talking about what Ms. Love asked you. I believe you said that no one told you that they had surveillance. Is that not correct?
I can't recall, but I believe it was to that degree that the video system was not working, so they didn't have video.
Okay.
If the video system was not working, they didn't have video.
So your testimony isn't that no one told you they had surveillance. Your testimony is you went to the Green Store?
Correct.
Okay, who went with you to the Green Store?
No one.
Who did you speak to?
I cannot recall the person's name.
What day did you go to the Green Store?
Probably within that week, I believe it was.
Okay, and it was that trip to the Green Store, was that recorded?
No, sir.
Okay, is that in your notes?
No, sir.
I mean, excuse me, in your report?
No, sir.
Okay. You testified that on the night, early morning of January 11th, you had a brief conversation with Deshaun Quarterman.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Deshaun, other than that brief conversation with Deshaun Quarterman, did you speak to Deshaun Quarterman any more about as part of your investigation?
No.
Okay. Mr. Copeland, Kenneth Copeland, you said that you were involved in about four, I believe the testimony was 4 formal interviews with Mr. Copeland?
I believe so it was. Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have Mr. Copeland's phone number?
No,
Did Mr. Copeland have your phone number?
no,
Did you ever speak on the phone with Mr. Copeland as part of your investigation, other than that first night when Deshaun Quarterman called him and you?
no. I can't recall ever talking to him on the phone
Okay,
or
you just-
interviewing him on the phone. No, sir.
well, okay, I want to be clear. I'm not saying just an interview. I'm saying talking to him on the phone.
No, sir.
So your testimony is you never spoke to
Not that I
Kenneth
recall.
Copeland on the phone. Not
No,
that
sir.
you recall, or you never did it.
I can recall if I ever did. So I think I did not talk to him over the phone.
Okay. Are there any mentions in your notes, your reports about speaking to Mr. Copeland on the phone?
No, sir.
And Kelvin Watts, you know him as Shell Kell, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever interview Kelvin Watts as part of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Okay. When was that?
I cannot recall when it was, but he you want to go into detail, but it was,
I'm not asking you what was said. I'm
Okay.
just asking when you spoke to him.
I cannot recall. He was brought on an unrelated case.
Okay. So as part of this investigation, I'm asking, not unrelated cases.
Well, I asked him because he was there at the time of the incident. So I asked him roundabout questions and he was like, don't want to talk about it.
So let me ask you this. In your investigation, were you able to determine Kelvin Watts' whereabouts on January 10th, 2015 at 7:20 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object based on hearsay. It would necessarily require it.
Overruled.
And where was Kelvin Watts?
He was at the location, incident location.
Where Donovan Thomas was shot?
Yes, sir.
How far away was he from Donovan Thomas?
Your Honor, may we approach? I need to.
You may.
Thank you.
She did not like that that was overruled. Wait, did we get a white noise machine? That's new, right? You guys hear it? Like the difference? It sounds like they turned that on. It's about time. We're 131 days into the trial and they use white noise to finally blank out the audio. Can we approach, Your Honor? We're getting cooked, Your Honor. Oh my goodness. I need to share new info I was withholding. You guys are hilarious. Please stop. This is gutting my case. Oh my goodness. And big shout out, Monica Chappelle. You got us over 100 new members today. She gifted 10. That put us at 101. So as always, guys, if you got a membership, say thank you. And the beautiful Monica Michelle here gifted 10 of them. And also said, can you please catch me up? I have been away for most of this morning. Thorpe, is he still squirrel brain? What's incredible is, you know, the court came back around and I was like answering your question. They started speaking. So held it back, got quiet. And then we get into like the ultimate squirrel braining right as you walk in and ask this question, if he's still squirrel brain. Like, come on. How did he not even see in advance what Schardt was getting at? When he asked, when did you go to McDonald's? The 11th or 12th. How do you not know what Schardt is about to ask you after he says that? Like, his questioning just started. He didn't have, Schardt is very good at asking you something now and then 30 minutes later coming back to it unexpectedly. So you can't really catch where he's coming from because he circles around to it. But that was right when he started his questioning. It was easy to see where he was going. Just crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. So big appreciation here for Monica for joining us and with this timely question of, is he still squirrel brain? Thank you so much for your support and for the gifted memberships. Lottie B had said, wait, what happened with Steele? Did he just give up? I honestly think because we saw them doing like the huddle to strategize, I think he just passed it over to Schardt to keep going. Because it sounded like he was asking about, did you have the evidence? Did you look at the evidence? Did you review the evidence? And Schardt is going right down that home run right now. You're not really following up on the things that you should be following up on. So you didn't talk to Nicholas Robinson, Spencer Wright, whatever we want to call him, until he was facing charges in October. You didn't talk to him. He didn't come talk to you from January to August or to October. He only came in when he was facing charges. You lied about the McDonald's surveillance footage and when you went down there. You don't have reports. It sounds like you didn't even go. I think Steele did the right thing passing it over. And thank you, Lottie B, for the super chat for asking.
Okay.
Investigator Thorpe, how did you determine that Kelvin Watts was on the scene?
I'm going to object to assuming facts not in evidence, and I'm going to ask that a proper foundation be laid.
That's overruled.
The video surveillance footage of a person coming inside the barbershop was presented to the media, placed on the news, and his father called me and notified me that the person I'm looking for with the assault rifle is actually his son, Kelvin Watts.
Oh, okay. Let me try to clear this up. Okay. Investigator Thorpe, could you turn, does Donovan Thomas Sr. have multiple sons?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. Would looking at your report refresh your recollection about who was in the barbershop?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please turn to page 3 of your report where it talks about January 11, 2015? I'm assuming your page 3 is the same one I'm looking at. Do you see where it says on January 11, 2015 at approximately 18:45 hours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your recollection about who was in the barbershop with the gun?
Yeah, okay, yes, sir.
Okay. Who was in fact the individual that was in the barbershop with the gun?
Okay, DeMonte Thomas.
Okay. And is that another one of Donovan Thomas's senior's children?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Kelvin Watts, I'm going to ask again, do you know whether he was at the scene or not?
No, sir.
You don't know one way or another?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ever specifically ask him, without giving me the answer, did you ever specifically ask him when you interviewed him about a
Objection,
different case?
relevance as to whether he asked him, it would.
Overruled.
Did you ever specifically ask him if he was at the scene or not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you able to identify, you've seen the surveillance video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to identify all of the people that were standing by Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr. when he was shot?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any other defense attorneys with questions for this witness?
So redirect. Shout out to
Ms.
Schardt for
Williams.
cooking.
Questions for this witness? Okay. Is there redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Thorpe, you were asked on cross-examination about an alibi that Mr. Copeland gave at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
And do you recall exactly what it was that Mr. Copeland told you he was doing at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes, if I recall correctly, he stated that he was home in the bed asleep.
Okay. So did he ever tell you that he was at the green store at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder?
No, ma'am.
Did he ever tell you he was at the McDonald's at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder?
No, ma'am.
He's just emphasizing he went off Woody's word and didn't verify where he was.
Did Mr. Copeland offer you, let me ask you this. Was that information that he gave to you about his whereabouts captured on the video surveillance in the interview room?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Copeland ever tell you anything different about what he was doing or where he was at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder outside the interview room?
No, ma'am.
Now, how many, you said you worked 300 homicides or more during your time with APD?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that you give to the district attorney's office the results of your investigation? Do you normally just turn over your notepad or do you summarize it in a report?
I summarized in a report.
Okay,
It was called the Lead Investigator Supplement.
all right. You were also asked on cross-examination about the time it takes to get from the murder scene to the green store. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Kenneth Copeland ever give you any indication that immediately before or immediately after the murder, he was at the green store?
No, ma'am. He never gave me any indication. Sorry.
In all of your interactions with Kenneth Copeland, did he ever change his whereabouts as to where he was at the time of the murder?
No, ma'am. He did not.
You were also asked whether you interviewed Kelvin Watts.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you said it was in the course of another investigation, do you recall what investigation that was?
Yes, ma'am.
What investigation was that?
It was a homicide.
A homicide of who?
I can't recall the victim's name. It was a young lady.
Now, as it related to that particular homicide, did you interview Shannon Stillwell?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were asked on cross-examination about asking Kelvin Watts his whereabouts at the time Donovan Thomas was murdered, do you have any indication, or did you see any indication on the surveillance footage that you saw that Kelvin Watts was there at the scene of the murder?
Not definitively, no, ma'am.
And regarding the victim of the murder that you were speaking to Kelvin Watts and that you interviewed Shannon Stillwell about, was that victim Tiara Jones?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
When you take notes about what you learned in your investigation, do you include every negative outcome that you have? In other words, I went to this store and found nothing, this store and found nothing. Do you include all of that every time in your investigative summary?
No, ma'am.
He didn't go to those places and find nothing. He's saying he went there and found stuff from there.
Would you keep that information or share that information if you were asked about it?
Yes, ma'am.
You would share it?
Yes, ma'am.
So why don't you put all of the negative information, like in terms of not having found anything, in your investigative report?
I try and keep my supplements relative to the investigation. So if they wish to do a follow-up, they say, okay, this is where he went. He got this. Let me go back and verify this, verify that.
You were asked on cross-examination as well about questions that you spoke with Mr. Copeland regarding,
Yes, ma'am.
and specifically, if he rented a gray Infiniti.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any knowledge that Jeffrey Williams had rented a gray Infiniti at that time?
No, ma'am. None.
And
So basically, because they got that info, one
Kenneth
thing was
Copeland
true.
at the back of police headquarters,
Yes, ma'am.
did you see how he arrived?
No, ma'am.
Were you given information about how he arrived from anyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you given any information about who all was in the car when he arrived?
No, ma'am.
Did your questions regarding what kind of car that Mr. Copeland may have owned or rented have anything to do with what you believe he arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
You, when asked on cross-examination about Mr. Copeland's whereabouts at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder, do you know or have personal knowledge of where his cell phone records indicate he was at the time of the murder? Personal knowledge, do you?
No, ma'am. I do not have personal knowledge.
Did you see yourself and Mr. Copeland on the screen when you were asked on cross-examination about defense? Jeffrey Williams Defense Exhibit number 241Z.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see the cell phone on the table before you in front of Mr. Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
When I asked you earlier if Mr. Copeland carried a cell phone, did you recall at the time that he had one during the interview?
I didn't recall that he had one during the time of the interview.
When you video record interviews such as this one and others, does the video recording of the interviews, do they serve to preserve information that you may not remember later?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you turn over all of the video recordings of interviews that you do to the district attorney's office and to be provided in discovery?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Kenneth Copeland make any effort, to your knowledge, to hide the phone that he had with him during the interview?
No, ma'am.
Sustained.
Did you see Kenneth Copeland attempt to cover up the phone?
No, ma'am.
Did you see Kenneth Copeland make any moves to conceal the phone from your eyesight?
No, ma'am.
It doesn't help you. The defense has already established he had more than one phone.
Do you recall whether Kenneth Copeland pulled out that phone during the interview and offered to show you stuff? Do you recall?
No, I do not recall him doing that.
Would looking at that interview, a certain portion of it refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that someone scratching?
We're gonna show that to you in just a moment. Do you know who or where it is that you got the name Walter Lee Maddox?
I believe,
Without saying what someone said, just do you believe?
law enforcement database.
Okay. Prior to Kenneth Copeland telling you, did you know that his brother drove a Dodge Charger?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 378 Yankee Echo at timestamp. And I'm going to show it to you. Just to see if it refreshes you. Approaching at timestamp 3/21/14, Your Honor.
You're gonna show us the phone sitting on the table. And shout out to Ms. Kim's. The voice, hands, and motions give me nightmares. And she's not even mic'd. Move myself. Well,
And
let me
since
put
I'm not
myself
playing
back.
sound, are you able to remember whether or not Kenneth Copeland pulled out his phone to show you information by looking at this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Is your memory refreshed after reviewing it?
Yes, ma'am. Somewhat. Yes, ma'am.
Somewhat.
During the interview, did Kenneth Copeland, and it's 378 Yankee Alpha, during that interview, did Kenneth Copeland pull out his cell phone and show you and offer to show you information?
I believe he did. Yes, ma'am.
Did you see him pulling it out and extending it towards you?
No, he was mostly keying it up himself.
Was he keying it up himself in front of you under your nose?
Yes, ma'am.
During the course of your investigation, was it common or uncommon for the people you were interviewing to essentially key up information under your nose?
No, ma'am. It's not unusual.
Did anyone else do that during the course of your investigation?
No, ma'am.
Sustained.
Definitely have Schardt do the objections because they get sustained.
When you turned your file over to the district attorney's office in 2016, did you also turn over the recordings that included the interviews that you conducted?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were asked about the auto parts stores by at the auto parts store and the other places in the area, nearby where the murder of Mr. Thomas occurred. At the time that you were investigating the homicide, do you recall what time it was or when in proximity to the murder that Kenneth Copeland said he was at the McDonald's?
He said afterwards.
And did he also give you information about persons who were at the McDonald's with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Through your investigation, did you attempt to and gain phone records for people who he said were at the McDonald's with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Was, according to Mr. Copeland, Demikion Garlington at the McDonald's at the same time he was?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Copeland, to your memory, give you information during any one of his interviews about where he and other people went after leaving the McDonald's?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that?
Jeffrey Williams' residence.
Okay. Did you determine the location of that residence after speaking with Mr. Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
When you reviewed the video surveillance at the Texaco back in January, when you first reviewed it, what were you looking for?
I'm looking for any one of those vehicles being in the parking lot near the gas pumps.
When you first reviewed the surveillance footage at the Texaco, did you know what Diamante Kendrick looked like?
No, ma'am.
Did you find any evidentiary value when you first reviewed it, or see or anything that you felt you needed to follow up on as it related to people going into the Texaco?
No, not till afterwards.
Okay. And when you say not until afterwards, what do you mean?
As we, when the case file was turned over to Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle, we started going over it, and he noticed, he opened up the interior cameras and saw subjects of interest.
Your Honor, he's not talking. Go ahead.
He saw people of interest walking in.
When you say he opened up the interior cameras, can you explain what you mean?
Yes, we downloaded both interior and exterior cameras. What I was looking for on the exterior cameras was possible a tag for the vehicle that was used in the drive-by, or that if the car posted up at the gas station, circled the block, how many people was inside the vehicle, and if I can identify the people inside the vehicle. Senior ADA Sprinkle, he said, let's go ahead and look and see if anybody was inside the store. And he said, once he opened up the interior cameras, that's when we noticed people of interest that he started developing.
Okay. Does ADA Sprinkle, was his knowledge of that digital system similar to yours or greater than yours?
Greater than mine.
All right. At the time that Mr. Copeland left the police department after your interview, did he leave with his brother who was waiting for him?
Yes, he did, ma'am.
Do you know whether or not he was taken home by that brother?
I do not know their destination afterwards.
Now, when you looked at the video surveillance at the Texaco initially, did you find anything of evidentiary value? Did you recognize anything of evidentiary value?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Shout out to Doug.
Were you able to get a license plate on any vehicles?
No, ma'am.
Did you do anything to intentionally hold back or withhold anything in the notes you talked about on cross-examination? Did you like intentionally destroy them or anything?
No, ma'am.
How long did you run the footage on the local news media in order to get information about this murder?
I think they ran the media, the news station makes that determination. I think they run it for like a week or 2 weeks.
Okay.
And if we put in a request, they'll run it again.
Did you all put in a request for it to be run again? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
Did you put that in the report that you ran, that video, for purposes of finding out who was in the barbershop at the time of the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And what other kind of information, you were asked on cross what you didn't put in your report. What other kind of information did you put in your report?
That was it.
No, I mean in terms of, did you detail who you interviewed?
Yes, ma'am. I detail who I interviewed.
Did you detail the times that you interviewed them?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail information that was shared during the interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail your efforts to, for instance, follow up on who shot up Mr. Copeland's house?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail information about people that you initially investigated but ultimately chose or decided not to charge?
I believe so, ma'am. Yes.
Did you put information about Quintez Griffin in your interview,
Yes, ma'am.
in your report?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put the information about Spencer Wright in your report?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put that Spencer Wright initially gave you a name, Nicholas,
Yes,
in your
ma'am.
report?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put information in your report about talking to Mr. Hendricks?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put in your report what Mr. Hendricks told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put in your report information about talking to Mr. Sanders?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put in your report what he told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report each time that you talked with Mr. Copeland prior to 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you detail each time as opposed to just putting one time?
Because each time it was a different time and different interview.
Did you detail in your report the type of shell casings that were found on the scene of the Donovan Thomas murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the type of shell casings that were found at Van Ira?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report whether you conducted an informal or formal interview with Diamante Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report what Diamante Thomas told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report information regarding the video surveillance that you captured from Hair Unlimited Barbershop?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report social media posts that you investigated?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the type of the type of vehicle described by persons that you interviewed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put in your report information about what your investigation revealed were retaliatory shootings after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you only interview Kenneth Copeland while he was outside of custody and voluntarily came in, or did you interview him after he had been taken into custody for other things?
After he'd been taken into custody for other things.
Did you detail in your report going to Hartsfield-Jackson Airport to try and find information provided to you by Kenneth Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail the date that you went to Hartsfield-Jackson?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail who went with you to Hartsfield-Jackson?
Yes, ma'am.
Who went with you to Hartsfield-Jackson?
Detective Summer Benton.
What date did you go to Hartsfield-Jackson?
I can't recall. I can look at the note.
Okay.
Look at,
I'm showing you your report.
okay.
They're going to say that he verified one thing, that a car was
I
rented.
believe it was June 11th, 2015.
So forget everything else he didn't verify.
Did you detail in your report who it was that suggested meeting you at the homicide office the first time that you spoke with Kenneth Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you requested Kenneth Copeland to meet you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that he agreed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you were not able to find any information about the rental that Jeffrey Williams did when you and Summer Benton went?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the date and time that you interviewed Demekion Garlington?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report what he told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you interviewed Justin Cobb?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the date and time that you interviewed him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the names of the persons that Kenneth Copeland gave you that were people you found of interest in the investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report where it was that Kenneth Copeland advised you that he got that information?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report information about a social media site called Death to Snake Ends?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And did you detail in your report what it was? Your Honor, he was asked on cross-examination what he did not put in his report. I'm asking what information he did put. So I don't know how it's cumulative when this has not been covered by me, but it was covered on cross.
Overruled.
Did you detail in your report when it was that you saw that social media posting about death to snake ends?
Yes, ma'am.
I feel like if you say you didn't put something in your report and then you read other things that were in the report, it's not actually
Did you detail in your report who all was
redirect
present
properly.
at the time you interviewed Diamante Kendricks?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was it that you interviewed Diamante Kendricks? Do you recall?
I can't recall the exact date.
Which showing you your report, refresh your memory.
Yes, ma'am. It was October 6th.
Of 2015?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, October 6th of 2015.
Did you detail the time that
Yes,
you
ma'am.
interviewed? Why did you detail something so simple as the time that you interviewed him?
You know, exact time, the time that we started and the time we ended.
Did you detail in your report that Spencer Wright admitted giving you the false name of Nicholas Robinson?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, so he's truthful now because he admitted it
And
later.
did you
but
detail
Woody's
in your
not when he
report
does it.
when and against whom you took out arrest warrants for this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Just one second.
We are 32 minutes into redirect.
Other than Mr.
Crossing.
Copeland's brother, did you see anybody else accompanying Mr. Copeland at the time that he came to see you?
No, ma'am.
Cross was 30 minutes, including the bench conference.
Did you
So-
detail in your report that Mr. Copeland came to see you with his girlfriend, Deshaun Quarterman?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Just one second. Your Honor, with the exception of a matter I'd just like to approach the bench about, that may be the only
Okay.
question that I have.
All right, come on up.
So, very long redirect. I imagine we might see some cross because there's some things that I think could have been objected to, and maybe instead of objecting, we'll just take it up on recross, or maybe they'll just want to get it done with. I think we're all like dying in here, like, just move along, love, please. Like Chloe Albert said, 10 words into her soliloquy and my eyes glaze over and I start to drool. And Steph JK, if you guys want to take a minute and shout out Steph JK in the chat. Very hilarious today, but Steph JK sent in 5 and said, I got my first Cash App thanks to you, Kat. So I'm reinvesting. Thanks for being so amazing, Kat. Definitely don't have to do that. That's really sweet of you. Guys, I did put the mods who were comfortable sending over their Cash App or Venmo in the description of all videos. It should be automated, so like YouTube should be putting it there every time I upload something. They spend a ton of time with us. So you guys have asked, we've answered. Anyone that's comfortable giving their Cash App is now in the description of these YouTube videos. So Steph JK, thank you for thinking of me, but please, if someone sends you something, all you. Always love to have you here and love hanging out with you. We've been in Tay Business chat, Classy Beats chat. I think Flesh of the Gods, maybe you were in there the other day too. So you're like one of my YouTube friends now. I appreciate having you here. Blue Sky says, why didn't they interview Young Thug? Now, Young Thug, they didn't charge him back then. So, they didn't arrest him. He didn't have to, be questioned. And Young Thug, Jeffrey Williams, didn't volunteer to show up on his own. And you're not supposed to be able to hold that against somebody. Like pre-arrest statements. They don't want to come talk to police. You're not supposed to hold that against them. So, but Love really wants to paint this picture that Young Thug was sending everybody down to the police station to try to divert them away from him and his people. And obviously, Young Thug didn't come down and talk to us himself because he was guilty. Well, not for nothing, but there's a lot of guilty people that love to run somewhere and start telling all the little details to make it seem like they didn't do something they're being accused of. So I don't really know why Love is so stuck on that logic. But who knows? Live, laugh, logic. Thank you so much for the 2. Wendy Brilliant became a member. Thank you for joining us, Wendy. Super happy to have you here. Moses Dupree says, Olive Garden, all you can eat salad. Stop it. Spelled like O-L-O-V-E. Moses Dupree, that's a good one. I appreciate that. Thanks for being with us. Chloe Albert's Revenge, and I'm going to say both to this. Do you prefer your corn from a can or on the cob? Guys, I love good, grilled, barbecued corn on the cob with the little grill marks. Some salt and pepper. Maybe some lime salt. Oh my god, so good. Corn is great. I love corn. So I'm going to say both. But it's another example of the way Love asks her questions. It's good times, good times. Blue Sky says, I'm waiting for the smoking gun. Yeah. I mean, she's trying to rehabilitate this witness. I don't think it's really working. Cool, so we have you verify, you didn't find out about this infinity until you heard it from somebody, and then you go to the airport and you get some verification on this infinity rental. Well, how helpful is that really to the state when the defense did a really good job with Kenneth Copeland on the stand of establishing that just because the infinity rental may have happened doesn't mean that Jeffrey ordered somebody to do anything, or that these 6 co-defendants sitting in the room had anything to do with what was going on with that infinity that night, at least at the time of the Donovan Thomas murder. So she tried to get a little bit in there of, haha, we verified this one thing, to cover up this notion that they didn't verify a single thing. You verified one single thing. That's where we are. So I don't think they really got it. I think Schardt had really great questioning with the McDonald's. But the defense, the state's going to end up trying to use cell phone records to show that they were around or near the McDonald's. But they all lived really close. Some of them lived close to that area. If they're triangulated, that might not be that precise. So, cell records or cell location is going to be a backup plan for the state, and I think that will get equally demolished on cross-examination. And the defense might call a rebuttal witness for that. So, an expert witness. So, good times all around. I don't think we got a smoking gun with Thorpe. Carrie Williams, at least not one in the state's favor. Carrie Williams became a member. Thank you so much. Kevin Kirksey said, Love, objection, they're talking to the witness. Why did we refresh here? I'll have to remember to pull the closed captions back up. When it does that, it puts them back down to the bottom. Chloe Albert's Revenge, we were talking about where's the notepad. Rico has the notepad. Yeah, I think Lil Mike, Quez, and Rico all conspired to get these detectives' notes. They're just gone. Gone with the wind. Chill Panda has been the MVP today for always giving us this squirrel brain super chat. If someone comes into the chat asking who's on the stand, we can just toggle real quick and go, oh, it's squirrel brain. So shout out to Chill Panda. Tamika says, merch, God forbid steel tees and cat chat mugs. Okay, I thought about doing aprons as merch. Just aprons. And there'll be a he cooking, she cooking, and we can do a they cooking, whatever. But wouldn't that be cool? An apron? Would you guys get an apron? I'll leave it at cost. I'll put it $1 above cost. Let me move these. We can get some merch. We can get some merch. Notebooks? Do you guys want notebooks for your reports and evidence? Steele has a big smile.
And Detective, we're going to ask you to step out also.
Yes.
Thank you.
Uh-oh. Are they playing? They're probably playing a... Maybe they're trying to play something.
So I got an indication just now that somebody was having a hard time hearing through this system. So whomever that was, can we just test it now? Because I suspect it's not this system. It's that people aren't holding this close enough to their mouths. So I wanted to just have y'all see if you can. So can you hear me when I'm talking? Good enough? No.
We can hear the squeak.
Okay, so people, can you?
I think the issue is people, I don't know what changed since the previous board, but I think people are speaking too softly and holding it too far away.
Well, that's probably because I constantly tell at least Miss Love to keep it down because I suspect that she gets loud enough sometimes that the jury can hear her. But with regard to everybody else, maybe she needs to talk more quietly and the rest of us need to talk more loudly. So we'll
They
try to
called
do
her
that.
out.
And hold it closer. Okay, sorry about that. Well, we're about to talk about it anyway, out here because we haven't resolved anything.
Your Honor, with the court checking its notes, could the court just give us the date that was?
Well, I gotta find it first.
Okay.
I think would have been in that week in August, right? That we had the non-jury week.
What did she bring in? She wasn't supposed to bring in.
It is too hot now.
Or maybe she's trying to bring it in and... Oh my gosh, I have so many notes. This is not going to be a productive search for me. Zachary statement. See, I'm never going to find this. I'm almost all the way through the notebook I've been using. I'm probably going to defer until we hear their arguments. Don't lose my notes.
Yeah, I guess if we want to, yeah, go ahead and everybody who needs to use the restroom and then we'll come back on the record before we get the jury back in.
Right, so bathroom break. Well, you know, I'll defer. I'll wait till they come back and see specifically what's going on. I mean, they approach the bench because I'm either going to ask one more thing after we approach or I'm going to be done with this witness. And then we come back and they ask the witness and jury to leave the room. So, you know, good times, another day in the YSL trial. Thank you to Cody's Human for becoming a member. Shout out to Cody. If that's Cody in the picture, very adorable. Very, very fluffy. And I love there's a few people in the chat that, you know, the usernames are, you know, we have Otto, who is a resident favorite. I love Otto. But Otto is actually the dog in the picture. There's Otto right here. Otto's actually the dog. And we misgender Otto often because people think the name Otto is a guy's name. Otto's the dog. But we love Otto's human. And Otto. But I love these names like Cody's human and then it's the dog. Very, very cute. Thank you for becoming a member. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, objection, Your Honor. Tall, grande, or venti. He's not laying enough foundation. Getting to the point too fast. What size was his coffee? And guys, like, to me, I don't really ever order at Starbucks. I make my coffee at home. And quite frankly, when I wake up, I am too lazy to go get coffee. But however you're supposed to order at Starbucks sounds like a foreign language to me. So I would object to this too. I don't know what I would be doing. You guys are so good at putting creative metaphors to describe how Love does her questioning. Chloe also says his notepad is off somewhere with Rico, Love's soul, those lost photos. They were lost in the hack. And Woody's memory. Shout out to the I don't recall. That was a good era of this trial. Ike says, so Waldo, Rico, and Notepad are hiding somewhere. Yeah. Good theme going on here. We should make an I Spy book or a Where's Waldo of, like, Lil Mike and Quez. Like, where are they? Jenny, not from the block, says Thorpe is getting sharded. Oh, boy. Now, I don't get political in here. Trevelyan says he spoke to Kamala at McDonald's. Well, if he did, he certainly didn't notate that. King and Queen says KNW crew, hit that like button. Thank you so much, you guys. Let's get these likes up some more. You're doing a great job. Let's keep it going. Smash the like button. Heck yeah, guys. While we're on this court recess, this bathroom break, if you want to hit that like button, that'd be appreciated. And King and Queen, thank you for your chat. Phil says, Schardt got his foot on Love's neck. Steele let him take over because he doesn't want to be impolite. Very smarter move. I think it was a good strategy. Either, Steele decided to move on from what he was going to ask, and that actually was it, and he was just trying to buy some time and just decided against doing it. But I do think it's a good possibility he did the handoff. And Whitaker seems much more likely to let Schardt ask his questions when he's the one at the podium, when he's the one out in the in the bleachers out there in the defense side. When he raises an objection, sometimes I can't really even hear his objection, and she's sustaining his objection already. So as defense attorneys, especially when your client's interests are aligned, they might not always align. If the judge leans in Schartt's favor compared to you, let Schardt do some of the lifting. And I think Schardt does a very good job. So great point, and definitely seems like Schardt had his foot on Love's neck. Can't wait for some recross. I hope we get some. Michael Rook Johnson became a member. Thank you so much. Shout out to fellow person with a hat. Kins MW says, Schartt's price has skyrocketed after Glanville. I would say it's deserved. And watching some of Schartt's interviews, I think he's very passionate. He seems like he's really involved in the community. Tries to teach his son well. So I still think even though his price went up, and kudos to him, I think he seems like the type of person that would fight for someone out of passion too, which I think is important. No matter how much money an attorney makes, the idea that Steele would go and sit in a cell with his client, like, I think Schartt's got that gusto too. So definitely agree with you. His price has skyrocketed if he wants it to. Miss Kim's, you guys always know I love seeing Miss Kim's, always so happy and positive. Miss Kim's says, good afternoon all. I hope everyone is having a wonderful day. Thank you, Kat and Mods, for doing such a wonderful job. I love the energy that you project. And, thank you guys so much in the chat for keeping it going. I know you guys get bored when it's a day where Love asks a lot of questions, but you guys really keep this fun. You guys make it possible to get through these days without feeling like it's boring. So thank you so much, Miss Kim's. You are right on point. And you guys know Mod Love all the time. Gwennon Garnett says, detectives in striped shirts. You mean Gaither and Dennis? Where's Rico? Yeah, we're not going to let you leave until you tell us where Rico is. Just holding you here for 9 hours. Shout out to Gwen, and thank you for the 2. Peter Ortiz says, it's funny how he lost his notebook. It's evidence. Well, but that's the trick, right? You lose your notes, you don't have to give them to the DA, and then the DA doesn't need to disclose it to the defense, because if you don't have it, you can't disclose it. You know, Brady's about equal access. Or a fair, reasonable access, opportunity to access. So if you don't have something, we can't turn it over to you. Oops. And that's a problem in other prosecutions. Definitely not isolated to this one. It's just really, really shocking that these are heavy charges that carry big, long sentences. And we're treating it like, oops, oh well. It's like you go through the drive-thru, you get your order, and you find out that they got your order wrong. They're treating getting the stuff wrong in this case as if you just need to go and say, hey, I asked for no ketchup, and you guys gave me ketchup. Just that kind of mistake. There's no gravity to it. Just stupid. Thank you so much, Peter. Dave911 says, for anyone that doubted what Woody said about Detective Thorpe being a squirrel brain, he just removed all doubt. Yeah, that's one thing we've cleared the reasonable doubt burden on, I think. And honestly, on this redirect that, you guys can have your own opinion. My opinion here is that on redirect, Love underscored that Thorpe was easily played, easily fooled, easily finessed. But whatever, that's her strategy. Thank you, Dave, so much for the 5. Bridgetta has been a member for a month. So glad to have you with us. What is Squirrel Nut talking about? I don't know. The 2 of them. And then thinking back, don't forget too, Detective Thorpe, some of the stuff he was monologuing in some of those interview videos with Woody. Like, wasn't he the one with the 68 metaphor? Yeah, he was the one that was saying, like, Woody wasn't giving him anything back, or no one's going to give you something back if you don't give them something to work with in return. Just going on about having so much more potential like that. Really, I remember thinking he sounded like he was giving a sermon. Sitting there with Kenneth Copeland. I tried to block a lot of those interviews out. Like, they were long and intensive, but maybe I'll go back and rewatch what Thorpe was saying. Yeah, the fangirl theories. Screaming. Like, just stupid. Like, just yelling at him. And I remember him saying, like, he needed to leave all this behind, and he's got his family, and he's throwing away his potential. Like, that line of inspirational monologuing. Peter Ortiz says she is possessed. Quick, find a priest. Find a priest, do an exorcism, and get her to stand at the podium. Instead of walking around, and you guys called it right away, on redirect, all of a sudden she's raising her voice at her own witness because he just got demolished on cross. Like, somebody do this exorcism and get her at the podium with a regular microphone. Kevin Kirksey says, her mic off is giving little brother the unplugged controller. This is so funny to me. Oh, and dang, it's back on. Stop, Miss Love. It is so, so funny that she was the example that got called out as the person that doesn't need to be so loud. And I love that. I do that with kids too. And I think if you guys ever played Nintendo 64, it has like the 3 handles. It was a unique shaped controller. When you give that to a little kid, I don't know what it is about the shape of that controller. They always hold it upside down. They're always holding it with the middle prong sticking up. But definitely if you want, a toddler to feel involved in the game, and you don't want them like mashing buttons and affecting the game, you can give them an unplugged controller and they really think they're doing it. It's a nice little trick. Thank you, Kevin. That's a great, great analogy. 8K says she has spun the jury. I think they're still spinning. I think they're still... Where are we going with this? Where are we going? Thank you for the 2. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, Sir, show me on the teddy bear where he touched you. He'd be like, I lost it. I lost the teddy bear. Okay, they did say bathroom break to be fair, but been about 10 minutes. So hopefully, I mean, I was hoping that they came back on the record like they said, and maybe we'd be able to hear some of it. But maybe they're keeping that off camera. And maybe they're back already. I hope they actually come back. We'll find out. AK says, she hid too many nuts for Squirrel Brain to find. Stop it. Oh my gosh. Between Nut Juice and Squirrel Brain, like this is... But I think you're right. I think you're right. Ike said, these report questions are becoming cumulative. Love thinks it's working for her. And not for nothing, but I think, oh, we have words. I think we're back.
Mr. Kendrick.
Thank you for the 2, Ike.
Said in the interview.
Kendrick's statements in the
Let me
interviews.
be specific. Did Mr. Kendrick tell you that he did not remember what day did you interview him? Did you indicate in your report, reflect in your report, what day you interviewed him? Did Mr. Kendricks, did you ask him where he was or what he was doing on January 10th? And did he reply he couldn't even remember that day?
No, I'm not going to allow that. And you said yourself, you think you can maybe ask that through another witness. So
I can.
ask it through another witness because
Okay.
that's more the type of thing you should ask on direct,
Okay,
then redirect.
no problem. Yes, Your
Thank
Honor.
you.
Okay.
Mr. Kendrick.
What did I say?
There's no S at the end.
No S at the end.
No S at the end.
Shout out to Doug.
Okay, anything else before we get this witness back and the jury back? Are you about to wrap up with this witness? Okay, and then how long is your next witness going to be?
I'm trying to see how fast they can actually get here, because our next witness is one we have on that list.
So you don't have another witness here and ready to go, even though I've said over and over and over and over again to have your next witness ready to go?
Even though our best efforts have been made to make that happen, the person, I'm not gonna represent them or not. I just want to find out where they are before I say something different. to the
Can we
court.
know who the mystery witness is?
I intend that it will be G. Baker that we put on the list this morning.
Could you speak into the mic, please?
G. Baker, who arrested Quindarius Zachary.
G. Baker, I think is what she's saying.
Yes. Yep.
And, okay, well, is there somebody else if that witness isn't available?
Probably. Let's see.
I mean, frankly, I'd rather that a witness get I don't want anybody inconvenienced, but I'd rather you have an extra witness here than we have an hour left with the jury, but nothing to fill their time.
Yes, Your Honor.
So what are they going to have G. Baker say?
Okay, anyway, well, so how much longer are you going to have with this witness?
Now, I think G. Baker is being called because Love is already trying to get ahead of the rumor or maybe perception that she misrepresented on the affidavit for the materials witness warrant for Quindarius Zachary. That's my guess. That's my speculation.
Not an hour, about 30 minutes, maybe, not even that long.
30 minutes more with this witness?
Judge, 10, 15, I have about, I can count the questions for the court.
Okay, again, this is redirect.
It is. So these are.
I don't want you to count the questions. I just want you to stay focused. Do we have an answer to the question, how long the next witness is away?
No,
This is crazy. So not only is she going to call attorneys to the stand.
Okay, well, let's just continue with the redirect, and then there may or may not be any recross, and then we'll see if the witness is here yet, and they better be.
What does they better be mean from Whitaker?
Serious, I know. Okay, so let's get the witness and get the jury.
And I'm catching this, Janelle. I hope you feel better quick. That does not sound fun. Spinal fusion does not sound fun. Fast, quick recovery for you. Get out of that pain. And I can't believe they're calling the officer
before the
that
jury's brought in, just
arrested
really
Zachary.
quickly, if I may.
They're walking in. The witness is walking
One
in.
of the things I wanted to put, I wanted to inquire of one of our investigators about their efforts to secure one of the witnesses and the difficulty that we have had.
He's panicking
with
about that
respect to
affidavit.
That witness. I expect that witness will be coming in. It's the one that we've been discussing, but I think it's pertinent information.
Not right now, and frankly, it doesn't matter if you have a particular witness. What you have been instructed is to have enough witnesses to fill the day.
Yes.
Okay, so if one witness is difficult, then you need to have another one lined up.
Yes, sure.
Let's get the
Especially
jury,
if you had me
please.
sign off on a warrant. Like, she's really going to try to get ahead of the affidavit to secure that materials witness warrant. That's insane. She's going to do the same thing that she did with calling Derek Wright to the stand, but in this different circumstance, a parallel circumstance with Quindarius Zachary and the subpoena to make sure he comes up and doesn't plead the fifth. Yeah, she just added 28. Call one of them. Like, this is crazy. And I really don't need to be worked up at almost 4 in the afternoon. Yeah, please show us the affidavit. I did love that. Frankly, it doesn't matter. If you have a particular witness. We have 100 witnesses and none of them are here. Oh. I hope the defense tries to object to whatever. I don't even care if it's objectionable. I just want to see them object to whatever Love says as a first question and see if Whitaker sustains it just because she's pissy. Oh my goodness. I know I do need to get a screaming goat. Who's eating the candy? That was pretty loud.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Thorpe,
Yes, ma'am.
did you detail in your report an incident regarding Kenneth Copeland, his child's mother, and his child being shot at on February 19th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the description of the vehicle that Kenneth Copeland said participated in that shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that after that shooting, you spoke with both Kenneth Copeland and his child's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that that happened on February 21st, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report, you were asked regarding by Mr. Steele, you were asked about your questions to Kenneth Copeland and the gray Infinity or Maxima. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report whether or not you were looking for a Pontiac Bonneville around February 21st, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report asking Kenneth Copeland about waiting so long to talk about the date of the homicide incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report him stating that he was not a snitch?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that only after you talked to Kenneth Copeland did you begin to learn or investigate Jeffrey Williams' rental of that Hertz Infinity?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the information that you got from one witness that may or may not have been consistent with the information you got from another witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object to this line of questioning under 403.
And Your Honor, my response is when the question was asked about what he did not put in his report, I think it's important that that the jury is aware of what all he did put in his report.
Overruled.
Did you detail in your report who it was that was in the room with you at the time that you interviewed Quindarius Zachary?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you interviewed him on August 5th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you interviewed Diamante Kendricks on October 6th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that the date that you spoke with Spencer Wright or Nicholas Robinson at the time was October 19th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report confronting Mr. Wright about giving a false name?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report taking Mr. Wright anywhere for him to show you particular places?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked on cross-examination regarding the date that you took out warrants, and you said that it was October 20th, 2015. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you took those warrants out the day after you went with Spencer Wright to a certain location on
Yes.
October 19th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report what you observed when you arrived on scene on January 10th, 2015 at 21:15 hours?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report seeing yellow crime scene tape restricting pedestrian and vehicle traffic into the area?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report who you met with when you reported on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report who escorted you through the scene?
Look at
and showed
Whitaker
you
looking
tangible
over the
evidence?
computer.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report being advised that Mr. Thomas Jr. had passed away from his injuries?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the lighting on the streets of 330 McDaniel Street at the time you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that the lighting did not require additional support lights for processing?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your reports that there were 3 different shell casings on the street, 3 different types of shell casings on the street?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report information that you got from the anonymous person about what may have led to the shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you were going to have an autopsy conducted by the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the date of birth and address of each of the victims, including Reginald Hendricks and Quindarius Sanders?
Yes, ma'am.
How many of the notepads or when you describe on cross-examination the notepad that you keep notes in through your investigations, what kind of notepad is that? Is that a big notebook like the one in front of me or a small one?
Is this
Small
what
one,
she's
ma'am.
going to end on?
How many notepads have you kept throughout your time as a homicide investigator?
Relatively none. Once I get through transcribing all my notes over into my case file, I usually refurbish those notepads into working other scenes with other people when I'm not the lead.
How many notepads
You
have
reuse paper
kept-
that's written
do
on?
you have you made over the years?
I made over the years, probably close to 200, 300.
That's a lot. There's no way that's truthful. How do you refurbish paper that's written on to use for in other cases?
You were asked about the things that you did not put in your report by on cross-examination. Is there anything that you left out, any other things that you left out of your report?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, I think that that's
Buffering right as she's ending.
all that I
Hilarious.
have of this witness.
All right, thank you. Is there recross from anyone? Mr. Schardt, Mr. Steele.
Are they going to pressure her to get another witness up? What a way to end on your redirect, to get your witness to say that he refurbishes his notebooks after transcribing, but those transcriptions don't exist anywhere. Like, what the heck? Oh gosh, rate that redirect on a scale of 1 to 10.
Thank you. Investigator Thorpe, first of all, I just want to clear this up. You spoke about interviewing Kelvin Watts in relation to the murder of Tierra Jones.
Yes.
Okay. And then Ms. Love asked you if that was the case you interviewed Mr. Stillwell about, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's be clear. You interviewed Mr. Stillwell as a victim in that case, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Okay. the green store. That is the location when Kenneth Copeland spoke to you that he claimed to be at. No, let me back up. Kenneth Copeland told you that he was not present at a murder, correct?
Correct.
He told you when you spoke to him in these interrogations that just prior to the murder,
Interviews. Go ahead, sir.
in the interviews, just prior to the murder, his claim was he was at the green store.
Yes, I believe that was one, and he said he was in bed.
Okay.
Also, he was at home in the bed.
And then went to the green store.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's the store that,
Object as to mischaracterization of information that has,
He just agreed to
of
it.
the evidence.
that's absolutely not a mischaracterization.
He just
What
agreed
time
to
did he
it.
get out of bed?
I do not know.
Go ahead.
Okay. So after he got out of bed, according to him, he went to the green store.
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's the store that's a block and a half or 2 blocks away from where Mr. Thomas was shot.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then his story to you was after the shooting, he was at the McDonald's.
Yes, sir.
All right. Over the last like 30 minutes or so, I'm not going to go through all of them. Ms. Love asked you about 75 different things that are in your report, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the bottom line is your report is thorough, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, your report includes you and Investigator Summer Benton going to the airport
Yes, sir.
to look for rental records in the name of Jeffrey Williams from Hertz rental or from any rental car company at the airport.
Correct.
Okay. And the reality is at that time, you did not find any records, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That was a negative. You received negative results.
Correct.
Okay. But despite the fact that you got negative results from the rental companies at the airport, you still put your efforts to find evidence in the report, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He did say that. I intended to get an
Go to the
autopsy
airport.
requested. Notated that.
Looking for rental records, not finding them, made your report, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But going to the green store, looking for surveillance and not finding it, that didn't make your report.
Yes, sir.
Going to the McDonald's, looking for surveillance and not finding it, that didn't make the report.
Yes, sir.
Going to the going to the AutoZone or the auto parts store right next to the McDonald's and not filing surveillance, that didn't make the report.
Yes, sir.
Your testimony seems to be the only things that didn't make your report.
Your
You
Honor,
would-
I object to the characterization of the testimony. The jury can hear what the testimony
You were
was.
just asked by Ms. Love if anything else didn't make the report and you said no, correct?
Yes, sir.
So your testimony is the only 3 things that didn't make your report are going to the McDonald's, going to the green store, and going to the auto parts store looking for surveillance.
Yes, sir.
And we can't find your notes.
Correct, sir.
No further questions.
All right.
Your Honor,
Yes.
Your Honor, may I ask just one, based on what was just asked, may I ask just,
Come on, Mr. Steele.
Oh my goodness. I love that the camera showed his whole strut to the stand after that
You have
too.
your supplemental report in front of you that Mr. Schardt gave you by any chance?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the jurors some of them may not understand this, in law enforcement, some may not. So I just want to ask you some questions about reports, okay?
Yes, sir.
You testified already, you made it clear that report writing is something that you studied, you were taught, and you know it from your 30 years of experience, it's critical, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's critical because people rely on what you do, right?
Objection, Your Honor, as to, the characterization about people lying on.
Overruled.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Because you're doing the work, and then later, people like Ms. Love and the Honorable.
Objection, Your Honor, as to any reference to, it's not relevant. People like Ms. Love and.
What's your question gonna be?
Prosecutors rely on what you do, right?
Yes, sir.
And oftentimes they're not with you when you're doing it.
Yes, sir.
And people like me who represent people charged with crimes, we rely on what you do. We read your reports. You know that, right?
Yes, sir.
Judges like the Honorable Judge Whitaker listens to things that you say from reports, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And through that process, you want to make sure that you dictate, that you put into your reports everything you can that you did in the case that's material, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, at the bottom of each report, you have to sign and you take an oath and you swear, right?
Yes, sir.
That the report is true, correct?
Yes, sir.
Correct,
Yes, sir.
legible,
Yes, sir.
and complete.
Yes, sir.
And that's what you did in this case.
Yes, sir.
And you tell the jurors and you put in all the details of what you did, whether it was negative, positive, or whether it had to get further investigation or not. You put it into the reports, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you want to be fair to everybody and explain to them what you do, right?
Yes, sir.
What you do is important.
Yes, sir.
By not putting in anything, because there's no mention, and if there is a mention, just tell me I missed it. There's no mention of getting the McDonald's video in your report. Am I true?
Yes, sir. You're right.
And there's no mention of getting the video of the, what we're calling the green store, right?
Yes, sir.
So you're going back approximately 9 years, 8 years, 9.5 years, whatever the date is, to your memory of when you went to the McDonald's, right?
Yes, sir.
But you can't remember who you spoke with at the McDonald's, right?
Yes, sir.
And to be fair to you, are you telling this jury on your oath that that McDonald's told you that the day before or 2 days before, we don't have that video?
Your Honor, objection is to the question. It was asked and answered, and to ask if he's telling him under oath it's meant to harass and embarrass.
Well, overruled.
Okay, what was that, sir?
You're relying on your memory, right?
Yes, sir.
And your memory, I'm not trying to argue how good or bad your memory is, but the reason you write the reports is so you have something contemporaneous, meaning at the time, right?
Yes, sir.
That's why you bring your notepad, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in your notepad that you brought with you to the McDonald's, right?
Yes, sir.
And you wrote down who you spoke with, right?
Yes, sir.
You got a telephone number in case you had to follow up, correct?
Yes, sir.
You saw their videos to ensure that they were correct, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you're not going to take somebody's word for it, because they could be telling you the truth, but they could be mistaken, right?
Yes, sir.
And you have all that information in there, right?
Yes, sir.
You might have even taken the video that they had, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
They're ruining my case.
That assumes facts not in evidence, and that question was asked and answered regarding the video.
Sustained as asked and answered.
The notes, though, that you keep those as backup in case there is something inadvertently or intentionally left out of your supplemental report, right?
Yes, sir.
But in this particular case, for whatever reason, those notes have vanished, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you remember testifying in a case? Do you know who the Honorable Judge Ellerby is
Yes, sir.
in this
Oh,
courthouse?
boy.
Another judge,
Yes, sir.
powerful like Judge Whitaker?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember testifying in a case, State of Georgia versus Brandon Kirkland, also
Your
known
Honor,
as Big
objection
Red?
as to relevance.
Use notes in that case.
Relevance might be, so I can't
It-
rule on that.
Your Honor, this is a whole other.
Why don't we approach?
Sounds like he used notes in another case or something like that. So we'll see. Steele just got the state's witness to say yes, that my notes mysteriously vanished. Like, this is so beautiful. And you know what I like? I think the defense, they know how to humanize people. I think they know when to listen and hear people out. They know when to peep some BS. I think they really heeded Kenneth Copeland's interpretation of Detective Thorpe. He'll feed whatever you give him, he'll pass it right back. So your notes mysteriously vanish? Well, if you don't give him a second to think about why you're asking that and what it could look like for, you know, the integrity of the work that he did and the integrity of the case that the state built off of his work, he's just going to say, yeah, they vanished. Like, come on. Oh my goodness. Holy moly. Exactly. K Tally Pit Love. Aw, cute dog. Says, love your channel. Stop the madness. Stop the madness. Thank you so much for the 2. Brian Bradshaw says, love, I object. The defense stole my witnesses. Let me get it correct. You said witnesses, and you are right. This is not the only witness that this has happened with. Like, just come on. Thank you for the 2, Brian. Dave911 says, what can the judge do to love for no witness ready? Yell and slap on the wrist. I don't know. Give them like harsher restrictions next time something happens, admonish them. I mean, I guess sanctions could be on the table. I do not ever think that Whitaker would go that far. I think she would just keep it in mind and then cut them short another time if she chooses to do anything at all.
You'll all, we were up here, pass along what we just said.
Do you remember testifying in or about April 7, 2016 before the Honorable Judge Ellerby in this courthouse in state of Georgia versus
Won the
Brandon
sidebar.
Kirkland, also known as Big Red, Jonathan Kirkland, also known as Prue, P-R-U.
Yes, sir.
And you're on the same oath that you're under today, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember the prosecutor in that case being Miss Love?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember under questioning by the Honorable Maxwell Schardt in that case?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember explaining that your notes were also not around? Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember explaining that once an arrest is made by you, you shred your notes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in this case, you didn't shred your notes. You can't find them. Is that true?
Correct.
All right. Now, what does refurbishing notes mean? Is that
No,
your-
no,
go
refer
ahead.
to notepad.
Okay, so
reusing the same notepad.
So instead, if you're writing about your and my going to lunch on Notepad, but then you're going to do another day that you're going to eat lunch with the Honorable Keith Adams, you would rip up the parts that you met with me, so you have a refurbished, a clean notepad to talk about when you went to lunch with Mr. Adams. Is that what you're saying?
No, basically, I take a new notepad and I may use it as a notepad as I'm assisting another detective who is the lead. So, or I'm going out on a suicide or a kidnapping or anything death-related investigation. So I'll just use that notepad instead of taking a brand new one
Sure.
and using that one.
So the empty sheets is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. And what do you do with the sheets that you wrote about notes on this case? That's the shred?
On this case, I didn't do anything with those. I just can't find the notepad itself.
This case was preserved, but it's
Okay.
vanished.
Okay, talking about the Kirkland case.
No, talk about our case today
Okay.
that you're sworn under.
Okay.
That's the one that vanished. You can't
Correct.
find it. Okay.
Correct.
Now, I want to talk with you. Since we don't have the notes, you didn't give those notes to District Attorney's Office, correct?
No, sir.
All right. So all we have to go on, all the jury has, is your memory that we don't have that recording for the McDonald's, right?
Yes, sir.
Same question for the Green Store, just your word.
Yes, sir.
Now, with regards to questions that you asked on redirect examination by Ms. Love, that there were certain people in this case that you charged with murder on or about October 20th, 2015. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And one of those people was Mr. Sledge, who came out, right?
Yes, sir.
One of those people is Mr. Copeland, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember stating that you're aware that the district attorney's office did not charge the offense of murder of Donovan Thomas to Mr. Sledge? You aware of that? You remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And same with Mr. Copeland. They did not
Yes, sir.
charge him with that either. You never charged Jeffrey Williams with murder of Donovan Thomas, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
You never charged Jeffrey Williams with any crimes, fair to say?
Yes, sir. Fair to say.
You know the district attorney's office hasn't charged Jeffrey Williams with the murder of Donovan Thomas.
Well, actually, I'll let him go with that one. I thought he was going to ask a different question. I withdraw the objection.
All right.
You're aware of that, correct?
Okay, repeat that again, sir?
Sure. You're aware that the district attorney's office through the grand jury did not charge Jeffrey Williams with the murder of Donovan Thomas. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do you have any information that you can share with the jury that Jeffrey Williams was in possession of the Infinity rental car, gray, from Hertz on January 9th of 2015?
Nothing that I discovered. No, sir.
Same question for the next day, January 10th of 2015. Any information you could share with this jury that Jeffrey Williams was in possession of that same rental Infinity vehicle?
No, sir. Not on my investigation. No, sir.
January 11th, you realize that's the day it's returned?
Yes,
You don't
sir.
remember, okay. Do you have any information to share with this jury that Jeffrey
Your
Williams?
Honor, as it relates to this portion regarding the objection about the scope, I would object that it goes beyond.
No,
Sustained.
come
Another
on. You got to
question.
do whatever on read.
Very brief.
She's
on
ready
this one.
launching
Thank you.
for her redirect. She went so far beyond the
And
scope that should have been
Detective Thorpe, I know
allowed.
nobody in here believes that I'm going to be brief, but I really am going to be brief. With respect to what Mr. Steele just asked you about not putting anything else of value into the report or leaving anything out, did you put in your report that you took gunshot residue samples off Kenneth Copeland's hands at the time that you interviewed him?
I believe I didn't.
You did not?
I believe I did. I can't recall.
Could you please
That's
look
not
at
a
your
good
report and
answer.
see if it refreshes your memory?
That's not a good answer.
What page would you be looking at, ma'am? I'm sorry.
Just the page where you talk about your January 10th, 11th rather, interview with Kenneth Copeland.
All right.
I don't know. Isn't that the defense? Can't they object and say this is beyond the scope?
Jurors, I'm gonna remind y'all, if there's some time like this where there's a pause when a witness is looking at something or looking for
Stretch your
something, and
legs.
y'all feel the need to stand up and stretch, please feel free to do that, okay? Especially towards the end of the day.
No, ma'am.
As you sit here today, do you recall whether you did a gunshot residue test on Kenneth Copeland's hands?
Yes, I did.
How do you know that you did?
By the video.
Okay.
I believe it was on the video.
And was that something substantial that you considered during your investigation that you did
Yes, ma'am.
gunshot residue?
Yes, ma'am.
Why didn't you put it in your report then?
Overlook.
Okay.
This
Now,
isn't a good answer.
did you put in your report?
She's willing to dismantle the idea that he didn't document things by saying Oh, well, there's important stuff that you didn't document, right? So that means everything that it's not a black and white of what was documented and what wasn't. This is the example she's using to demonstrate that. If I'm a juror, I'm sitting there going, you should be taking notes of who you did gunshot residue tests on and what came of them. Why wouldn't you think that was substantial enough to document down in your refurbished notebooks? Like, the sacrifice she's choosing to make, like, the weighing of the risk versus reward is not there.
All of the information that you included or that you asked Kenneth Copeland about in your interviews with him,
Yes, ma'am.
did you put every piece of information in the report that you talked to? And when I say every piece, I mean, did you put every detail of your interview with Kenneth Copeland into your report?
No, ma'am. That's why the video is included. You say refer to details
Okay.
from the video.
Did you put in your report that after you took gunshot residue from Kenneth Copeland's hands, that you resumed your interview with him?
No, ma'am.
Did you resume your interview with him at about 4:00 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, you were asked on recross by Mr. Schardt, I believe, whether Kenneth Copeland said after he got up, he went to the green store. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put in your report exactly what Kenneth Copeland told you he did in chronological order after he got up?
No, ma'am.
Is it recorded on the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Kenneth Copeland tell you that after he got up, he left his girl's house and that his brother gave him his car?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he tell you that after he got up, he went and got a Band-Aid for his mouth?
Your Honor, objection. This is outside the scope of cross.
Your Honor, I'm asking information that Mr. Schardt pulled up regarding what Kenneth Copeland did after he got up. Mr. Schardt specifically asked him, did he tell you he went to the green store after he got up?
Overruled, but let's keep in mind that we're on redirect at this point. Ask if whatever the necessary few questions are, and let's be done with this witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
For nothing, but that was
On
leading
January
anyway.
the 11th, while you're talking to Kenneth Copeland, do you tell him exactly what time Mr. Thomas Jr. gets shot?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So do you have any way of getting from Mr. Copeland exactly how long it was before or after Mr. Thomas got shot that he actually got up from his girlfriend's house?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Steele asked you, at the time that you made the arrests in October of 2015, did you have the Hertz rental records that the DA's office were able to get?
No, ma'am, I did not.
And on recross, you were asked by Mr. Steele whether or not you charged Jeffrey Williams with any crime
No, I did not charge.
in October 2015.
No, I did not.
At the time that you took out those warrants in October 2015, did you know that Jeffrey Williams had rented the gray Infiniti?
No, I did not.
I have no more questions.
Hallelujah. Put a 1 in the chat just because. Oh, for the squeak. Oh, re-recross?
You were asked about if your report included verbatim what Kenneth Copeland said to you in the interviews. Remember that?
Yes,
Okay, you didn't need to put what he said verbatim because it's on a video, right?
correct.
You were asked about the gunshot residue. Whether you put that collection of the gunshot residue from Kenneth Copeland, whether you put that in your report, right?
Correct.
And you didn't because you didn't need to because that was on video, correct?
Correct.
All right, where is the video of you going to McDonald's and asking for surveillance?
Objection, Your Honor. That was asked and answered about the, there's
Overruled.
assuming facts
Where's
not
the-
in evidence
where's
about
that
the
video?
video. That-
Overruled.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't have a video of myself going into McDonald's.
Okay,
So that was never recorded on a video, or I did not
So why isn't
do a
it in your
digital
notes?
audio recording of that either.
cool, thank you.
All right.
Exactly that.
Thank you. You are excused.
Beautiful re-recross. Now, where's the next
Another
witness?
Witness available?
No, Your Honor.
No.
Okay, well, this is ideally and far too early to be finishing the day. I will say we have I have an email that says that a fire alarm is going to go off at 5 p.m. That's a test. So I guess we'll at least avoid that. Sometimes they go on for a long time and they're really loud. Ladies and gentlemen, I will see you all at 9 a.m. Remember, only the evidence that comes through the witnesses on the stand in this case is what you are supposed to be deciding this case based on. So don't talk to anybody about this case. Don't allow anybody else to talk to you about the case. Don't research in any way, internet or otherwise. Don't watch, listen to, absorb in any way, any kind of media accounts about this case or anybody involved in it. And I will see y'all in the morning. Thank you.
I would love if they excluded the next witness. Chloe Albert's Revenge. Did you detail in your report what font was used? Times New Roman or Helvetica? I love that the chairs turned all the way around, like Thorpe was all the way out. And heck yeah, AK with the throwback from regular cross. Recross. AK said, Schardt, so you detailed everything but the cameras, and we get that circled
All right,
back.
couple of
Love could have
matters.
just
First
passed
of
the
all,
witness.
Miss Love, that needs to be the absolute last time that you don't have enough witnesses to carry us at least until 5. And if it happens again and there is something less than an earthquake, an 8-car pileup, somebody died, 3 people died, and so none of the witnesses were available,
Yes.
I may just say you can't have that witness, because at this point in this incredibly long trial, to have to end at 4:25 is not a good use of anybody's time. Do you understand?
I do.
All right. I have, and have yes, some of y'all also got, and y'all who didn't, I forwarded a very lengthy email from Miss Merchant regarding Mr. Arnold, who is her client, and the information that she received very recently that he might be called as a witness this week. And it appears, and I know you know this, Ms. Love, because you got the email too, but that she told the state a long time ago that she was not going to be available certain dates. And she
Again.
also asked, because I have reviewed in camera portions of her correspondence with you at this point, that you give her at least 7 days notice if you were going to call, or when you were going to call Mr. Arnold. So she's on vacation. She has a leave of absence. I don't know what your plan is, but have you worked that out?
Your Honor, what I asked, and I'm not sure if it was conveyed, was whether there was anyone else that she was willing to let come in and in her stead. But I can tell you that the reason that we moved up the time frame for her client has to do with our
Challenges with other witnesses?
yes. And so given that, I understand that Ms. Merchant wants 7 days in advance.
Well, that's not as much the issue as the fact that if she can't be here and
Right.
he's still going to be on the stand, then you need to not start him.
Right, I
Okay.
understand that. If she had someone that he was okay with being here, then, you know, and
Okay.
that was.
All right, so you and she have worked that out then?
No, I haven't had a chance to talk to her. I
Okay.
had someone talking to her on my behalf. I
Okay.
will respond to her
All right.
and say that, because
But
if she
I
didn't.
mean, I
have-
haven't responded, even though it got sent directly to me, because I don't normally do that. But if you would please let her know that, as far as I'm concerned, she is not expected to cut her leave off.
No, I
that
understand.
You need to work around
Do you?
that.
And we were, yes, I
Okay.
was, yes,
All right.
that's fine.
Sounds like a
couple of other
strategy.
things. So I haven't been able to review in full the briefs that Ms. Abbasi and the state provided on the overt acts, but with regard to one of them, and I don't even know if you have either, because she, I think, sent it this morning, but there was indication in her letter brief that the issue at the jail may have been a self-defense issue. And so I would like to see the video
Okay.
and find out whether there was any evidence at all of a shank being on Bussy or whatever his name is.
I think that he took one. I think there was one after, but I will
Just
show you the
bring the
video. I
evidence.
think
Okay.
that that's easy enough to do. We can,
All
we
right.
can send that to the court.
Okay.
Look
And
at
then finally, when I started looking through all of the in-camera looking in camera through all of the correspondence between the state and various attorneys for one-time co-defendants, you know, it's at this point about this thick, which is a lot. And I am wondering, and I know that I'm kind of the one that said, do you want me to do it in camera? But do you have an objection to just providing all of it to the defense? Because frankly, I'd rather they do the work than me. And you may just,
I would prefer if the court would allow us to just review them, given.
all right, I'll trudge through it, but it's going to take me a while because as y'all know, I'm here with you every day, so. Okay. All right, anything else? Hmm? Which one?
Oh, you're gonna be
The-
speedy on the
the-
video that you need?
Well, we did once, but.
Imagine that. The one time
Can
love
you
is
try
rushing
this
to hand
again?
something over. And big shout out to Spiritually
For some
Imperfect for
reason, I
gifting
do not
5
know why,
memberships.
This keeps resetting itself to 40% volume today. So it's at 100% now. So let me. All right, so maybe that was the problem. So it's not this, you think it might be. Well, you've just got really good hearing then. Do you have it? This is all. Leave this out.
Steph JK in the chat. Are you still here, Steph?
It's just that you'll have to remember to readjust it to 100%.
I think that 40, 100, Your Honor, is the.
That's Kokomo.
Oh,
Not the implementation of the mic.
okay, then I just have no idea. Okay, so everybody that comes up to the bench, hold it close to your mouth. And also at the same time, talk into the little box for Miss Winfrey. We'll do the best we can. And if there is ever a time, I'll just remind the defendants that you cannot hear what is being said. Let me know and we can review for you what it was that was said. Okay, everybody understand that? Yes? Yes, okay, wonderful. All right, is there any other matter in the half hour extra that we have that anybody wants to bring up or deal with? Everybody just wants to go home.
I'll put this in writing just for ease, but on it's pronounced Nyson? The firearms, Nyson? Nibin, on the Nibin report.
This is a discovery for like
two different officers. I
guns.
just want to alert the state again, just as a courtesy to Mr. Williams and everyone. There are 2 firearms that are listed that were seized in the unlawful search of Mr. Williams' home. I'll put it in writing again, but I just, I'm not trying to delay things. So I just want to make the state aware, and I will put it in writing, but you have it on for 2 witnesses.
Make sure those witnesses don't mention anything about those firearms. Yes, make it clear, because he's bringing it to your attention. I'm bringing it to your attention. These are professionals anyway, so once you tell them that, that should not happen. Okay. All right. Yes.
Assuming QZ is not here tomorrow, and is the plan that we are just going down the list that was provided this morning? Is that,
I don't know what the plan is.
I'm just trying to figure
Who
out
are
what
your-
materials to bring tomorrow.
that was a deep sigh.
Your Honor, as I said, we have rearranged and are rearranging. And as a result of the change in circumstances, and as we have to rearrange that, we are not putting up who we intended to put up. And so
It
we are
happens.
rearranging in real time, and we have people doing that and working on that. And so that's where we are. And I don't know.
All right.
We found out some
You're
information.
so mysterious all the time, Miss Love. Is it your plan, if Mr. Zachary is available, to call him? And if not, could you share with everybody else who you plan to call instead?
Yes, it's our plan to call
Okay.
him if he is available.
All right.
And yes, when I speak with our team to see who is
Now it's your
now
team.
next up and available tomorrow, I will share that with them.
When will that be?
Well,
It's 4:35 right now. 6 o'clock?
6 o'clock, I think we'd be able to tell because they've been out.
Okay.
Is that a real 6 o'clock? Because we were supposed to get the list yesterday by 8 o'clock and it didn't come until 5 something this morning. So,
Trish.
I don't know.
I mean, we
Look
can
at Trish
see
and Doug.
what to
Yeah.
bring tomorrow.
Your Honor, it's,
Well, I mean, it'll at least be somebody off of this list that y'all came up with at 5:57 this morning, right?
yes, and the
Okay.
other,
So y'all will know that much. She'll endeavor to do the best she can to get you the other information. It's 6, won't you, Miss Love?
yes.
It's a big list, Your Honor.
I sure will.
Y'all, we covered some of them today. It's not that big of a list. Y'all are all professionals, and you've been prepping this trial for who knows how long now.
I hate that Love mentions her team to
Okay,
deflect
anything
something.
else? All right. All right. I feel like can we do 9 o'clock? Or I feel like every time I say, let's come back for lunch at the same time as the jury, or let's start at the same time as the jury, that we've got 5 things that need to get dealt with. So we'll give it a test. 9 o'clock tomorrow. All right, we're adjourned.
Look at them at the state table though, like trying to get it together. This is crazy. If you guys want, because this is going to be over 8 hours soon, Oh, that was like dizzying the way the court feed just did that. I'll mute it. We'll see if anything happens because you never know. Where did I pull up? This was the state's brief regarding the overt acts. I shared it earlier, but it's in the chat right now. I'm debating. I'll think about it for like 15 minutes while we get through these supers if we want to read this now, or maybe I can start if you guys want, and we can start at like 8:40. I can start at like 8:30 and we can go through these briefs. This is relating to the arguments about overt acts, and I think it's 10 pages. Or, okay, it's 8. So maybe we can just read that tomorrow at like 8:45 right before court starts. Or we can read it now. I don't know. We'll weigh as we go. This is a great time if you guys want to figure out where you guys are going next and shout out what you're going to watch for the rest of the day. Or anyone you know that's going live, or anyone you see maybe doing a video on the YSL trial later, shout them out in the chat. We can go hang out somewhere. I can even set up a redirect. But in the meantime, while we weigh on what, I think it might be good to do this in the morning, but we'll see how I feel in 15 minutes. Shannon Alexander, thank you so much, says, did I detail in this report that I need and alleviate a headache? Yeah, I think that's like a common thing, like love gives people headaches. Thank you so much, Shannon. Good to see you. Shout out again to Spiritually Imperfect for gifting the 5 memberships. Super, super generous, and love to have you with us. You've created like something I'll never forget with that peanut butter and jelly reference. Jeremy Lopez says, I'm Mexican, so gotta have the corn on a cob. Heck yeah, and it doesn't show the Mexican flag on StreamYard, but I'm assuming we have a flag there. But yum, 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 yum. Touche says, the state's only neutral witness has been the owner of the Fast and Furious car. Everyone else is either investigating and on their side, or threatened/coerced to say what they want them to. Yep, and super interesting to hear, you know, Ashleigh Merchant was getting ahead of that. Look, they already know about my leave of absence, but now they're trying to call Martinez Arnold. You know, we've already had 131 days. What are the odds that you're trying to call him when I'm on a leave of absence? And then Love argues, well, if she'd be comfortable finding a stand-in, she shouldn't have to find a stand-in because you can't coordinate your case. So, totally agree with you, Touche. Thank you for the 10. Thank you for your support always. Black Butterfly says, what young guy from the hood will go, well, anybody, I think this is more expansive than this, but what young guy from the hood would go to the police station about a murder that police didn't inquire to him about? It's a dumb questioning, Love. I agree. I think the jury, at least someone on the jury, is wondering what the heck she's doing making the witness testify to this type of thing. Like, just goofy. Thank you so much, Black Butterfly. And then ST Satchel says, all's fair with Love and Rico. No. It does not seem that way. Great saying, great saying. We can play on the words. Thank you so much, ST. Monica Chappelle, you've been so generous. I'm appreciating you so much. Monica Chappelle has gifted another 5 memberships. So show Monica some love in the chat. And especially if you got one of those memberships, make sure you say thanks to Monica. Asia Mullen became a member. Thank you so much, Asia. 2 Souls for You says, one of my souls isn't Love's. I think hers got lost with the detective's notebook. No. Did you get refurbished? Refurbished souls. Oh, man. You have like karma going on with your soul getting refurbished. Oh, boy. Thank you for the 2. And then Kyle Alexander says, I hope the defense has said McDonald's or other location videos. Then they should call Fani to rebut the cell phone data. And that's an interesting thing, right? That's in Fulton County that we heard arguments from this very district attorney that cell locations, the triangulation, not very precise. So how are we going to use that as our plan B? Not even to corroborate, because there's really not much to corroborate. You don't have a video from McDonald's, and your other witness has been completely impeached. So are you only going to rely on the cell site data, the location data, when your DA is saying that it's not precise in a written motion? And when that happened, it's been a while now. That was like back in April or May. But when that happened, people had the foresight to wonder, is that going to become relevant in the YSL RICO trial that they're trying to prosecute? So I'm very interested in seeing that. I love seeing techie stuff argued because I always learn something from it. And I love seeing the hypocrisy. I think the state shouldn't be able to pick and choose how to use things when it benefits them, and then try to, out of the other side of their mouth, use it in the opposite manner against a defendant that has constitutional rights that are not guaranteed to the government. So I'm excited to see if that comes into play in what we see. I'm totally excited. Thank you so much for the 5. Left Coast Mana says, celebrating my month with 10 new Cat Williams slime gangs. So we've got a Slimer, and then we've got the 10. Shout out to Left Coast Mana. Shout out to Left Coast Mana. Super, super generous of you. Thanks for being here with us for the long haul. Cheers, cheers to the 10 new ones. And don't forget, you guys, there is a Slimer emoji. So check that out anytime you want to talk about some slime. Thank you so much for your generosity, Left Coast Mana. Touche says, I feel like there should be laws around consequences and admissibility of things if notes and reports are, quote, lost. I thought it was beautiful that, and also that it was able to come in, that Whitaker didn't keep it out. But this other case, you said something else with notes. You shredded your notes, but here you're saying you transcribed them, you lost them, they were refurbished. What does refurbished mean? Like, there should be standard operating procedures in place for things like notes, things like these reports. Same thing with Gaither. She said she turned over all of her notes, and they were on the 5th floor at APD when she left. Where are they? Where are they? Because Gaither took notes, and she said she turned them over. She's not just saying, like, I didn't have any notes. She said that she had them and left them with APD. So all of these witnesses from the APD, these detectives, all of them have a funky bunch story about their notes. Like, how do you have confidence in where this case is going? Thank you so much, Touche. Fran drew one of my favorite pictures to see. Fran drew in Crawfeet says, I prefer nails on a chalkboard than hearing love. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with Fran Drew. Put a 2 if you'd rather hear actual nails on a chalkboard. Other way around. I did that wrong. 1 in the chat if you'd prefer nails, and 2 if you'd prefer love. Nails on the chalkboard for 1. Love for 2. Eternity says, didn't Squirrel Brain tell Woody to lay low? Yep. Y'all cat in chat. So, heart y'all. So Eternity hearts us, guys. We love Eternity too. Throw some purple hearts in there. But yeah, and that's also incredible that now we're finding out that he told Kenneth Copeland to come down to the station. So, like, it just gets messier. You think we know enough that it's crazy, it can't get any crazier, and then every day something crazier happens. Vanishing notes and refurbishing. Thank you so much, Eternity, for being a member. Keisha E gifted a membership. Aw, and look how pretty. Love your smile. I always love a good smiling picture. Thank you so much, Keisha. Brian Bradshaw says, look at Tanya Kraft's story. Okay, Tanya Kraft. I just gotta pull up a Google search and bookmark it. That way I have it there. Corruption phantom case prosecuted. Reminds me of this with no evidence. Okay, hold on. I'm not getting... Is Tanya Kraft the right name? Because I'm not getting anything that seems relevant. Put it in the regular chat, though. I'll wordsmith with some spellings of Tanya and see if I can pull it up. Thank you for the 5. Sorry I can't pull that name up with the terms Georgia case. Spiritually Imperfect says Rico is with Carmen Sandiego, Squirrel Brain notes, and the WD-40 for that chair. See, but WD-40 can't fix it. I think it's got to be like a pinhole in the air cushion. It's got to be like a tiny pinhole, too, if it's making a squeak like that. But WD-40 is needed for the other chairs. The witness chair squeals, whatever. Thank you so much for the 5. Shane Turner says, do any cameras work at mom and pop stores? A case so important, but you didn't keep your notes. Yeah, especially if you realize that you're not going to get the camera footage. wouldn't you want to document the statements of what that mom and pop store owner or employee was saying? Notate right there the reason for not being able to give you the cameras, your follow-up with, if it's an employee, but you call the manager and the manager tells you something different. Don't you document that? Why wouldn't you document that? I don't have an answer. Thank you for the 5, Shane. Ms. Kim says, well, this is love trying to call the witness. I'm calling them now, and then lo and behold, we don't have another witness for the day. Oh boy. Thank you for the 2 Ms. Kims. Toothless Tiger says, I know love wants to pimp slap Doug right now. Oh man, it has been it's a delight when the camera pans in Doug's direction. We got to see him and Miss Trish do the hand to the face, like, how are you going to answer that question, love? But it's been a bit of a loss to not have Doug in the main camera view to see his facial expressions more often. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, read these words, love. Your Honor, I pass the jury. No, you know what? Do a directed verdict. Just do a directed verdict. Touche says, just call Hilton finally, get a mistrial, and let's be done. Guys, I still think Hilton should have been made a witness. All of that ex parte hullabaloo, I think it's more important for us to hear from Hilton, and I don't care if that means she has to get off the case. I think it would have been more important for us to hear from Hilton because she was the one explaining at length in these one-on-ones where only she was present with Kenneth Copeland, and then she was characterizing those conversations in an ex parte meeting. So we need to be able to probe her state of mind on what she was saying in those ex parte transcripts. The transcripts can't really tell you that. We could speculate, but it's not testimony. It's not evidence. I think Hilton should have been a witness long ago. It's not going to happen, I guess. Thank you for the 5, but yeah, God, I would love to see Hilton on the stand. I really would. Hold on, is someone saying hubbaloo? Is hubbaloo a positive word? It's a kind way to say mess and chaos, I think. Shenanigans. Mike the Bomb says, you the judge, but I run this. We got a little stomping foot down at the end of the day, but we'll see if it carries any water the next time the same thing inevitably happens. Thank you for the 5, Mike. Ike says, sadly, I feel that Miss Love has failed upwards, like promotionally, so failed upwards in the GA public sector as an attorney and has never, ever really been challenged. Just me being fair. And I can see the same thing too, especially, seems like there's higher turnover in some of the offices in Fulton County. If you don't really have competition when you're climbing the ladder, you don't really have to put on your best foot forward. You don't need to be challenged. People aren't really challenging you because a lot of the time you're challenged by the person gunning for your job, gunning for your seat, trying to compete with you. So if nobody wants that position, you just slide on up. So I think you're on it there. I think you got it, Ike. Thank you for the 5. Peter Ortiz says, did you detail that you filed a false report? That would be hilarious if they questioned that. What was that risk that Steele took a little risk and gamble earlier on Cross, not Re-cross or anything, but on Cross. He took a little bit of a gamble and it was interesting. And he got the answer out of Thorpe. I just don't remember the question. But Love objected and Judge sustained it. But he took a gamble and said something slick with one of his questions. So that was a good time. Thank you for the 2, Peter. And then ST Satchel gifting 5 memberships. Super generous. You've created like so many new members in the last few days. So thank you so much. And you guys know the drill. And now we don't drop an SS in the chat because we're going to do STS because we've made a correction to the name there. So if you guys want to show some love in there, drop an STS. Thank you so much for all of your, you support the channel so much, but you're always sharing really good insights and food for thought too. So I'm so glad that you're here. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, anybody know Love's address? Gotta be careful. We're not doxing. This is a joke. I'd like to send her a gift certificate for a relaxing evening of electroshock. Do they have stuff like that? Like, I know they got those like little things that can like relax your muscles. They're like the little electric, I don't know what they're called, massagey pad things. Do they have like spas for that? Because we're going to say you're keeping it PG and kind here. Kind and friendly in the chat. Thank you, Chloe Albert's Revenge. Mason Martin says, I did detail in my report. I'm here every day. Oh boy. Can you imagine if he comes back and says, here's my notebook, and it's like a page of notes, but then there's more notes written on top of the notes. Oh my goodness. Thank you for being a member for a month, Mason. Ike says, Miss Love has a tactical mindset, but in a trial that requires strategic thought, and that's true. I think that's a good, well, she does step on her own minefields in the moment. So maybe I'm questioning her tactical implementation. Defense, the private sector, is waiting in the tall weeds for her, and she's proving that she can't do battle on that level. And I really thought it was awesome we got to see Steele and Schardt not have to create a circle around type of questioning. They got up there with the state's witness today, Thorpe, Squirrel Brain. He's earned his name, guys. Woody was spot on with that. And I don't mean to insult somebody, but I get why Woody called him that. And the defense was able to go right up there and go right directly into their lines of questions. They didn't need to try to sneak up on Detective Thorpe and, you know, get him to answer a question without realizing why they were asking him. They didn't need to put any buffers between their questions. And I think Love doesn't really recognize that, and if she doesn't adjust, if she does recognize it, it does lack strategy, for sure. And then, oh, right after this, Adrian Love's nephew. Adrian Love's nephew, thanks for the 2, says, my auntie's doing her best, leave her alone, LMAO. Oh my god, this was funny when I saw it earlier and I forgot about it. This is hilarious. You guys know I love when someone comes in here with a troll name. Shout out to Adrian Love's nephew. And as Hilton says, you know, we got to have good talks with our nephews. Tell them to do the right thing. So, appreciate you, Adrian Love's nephew, whoever you are. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, objection, Your Honor. He's impeaching my witness. Only I get to impeach them. They are mine, mine, mine. I really wish they cut her really long redirect and re-redirect off. I'm glad she got, like, yelled at after the fact, but still, cutting it off in the middle would have been so glorious. So glorious. Take it back from her. They're not hers. Thank you, Chloe Albert's Revenge. Truth always wins. And there's a good little lyric for you. You're not going to get any karaoke out of me on a stream, but Schardt was in the kitchen, stumbling. Wrist twisting like a stir fry. There you go. There you go. Good song, and random sidebar here. You know, I have so much fun listening to new music on Classy Beach channel, and there's like probably a dozen people in this chat right now still that I saw over there both yesterday and Friday night. I think he does them on Wednesdays too, but every week on, I guess, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, Classy Beats does music hangout streams where we get to listen to music. It's all different genres. Blows me away the stuff that people are recording and producing, and it's so good and you haven't heard of them before. So super fun chat. So speaking of song lyrics, like Truth Always Wins has here, if you guys like music and want to come hang out on something that's away from the YSL trial, come tune into one of those. I really, really had a good time yesterday and Friday. Mr. Nobody says 16 years in, still making rookie mistakes. Poor Love. Julio not Rico Suave, love it, says, I'm behind. During Steele's cross, there is a chair in the way and I can't see the spicy leg kicks. This is unconstitutional. Like, yeah, we want to see the leg kicks. And if you haven't been in here, I did add a Atkins side eye stare. I'm going to put it in the chat right now. But I did make an emoji of the look that Atkins gives Love when she needs to stop. Oh boy. It was a good time. But yeah, sometimes you see her finicking in that seat there. Yeah, she got yelled at. Are you behind on the stream still, Ian? I mean, you started late, but you're behind on the rest of the stuff that happened earlier. That was a bad way for me to word that. But yeah, she actually got yelled at. She actually got yelled at. With a little bit of gusto behind it. I think there was some oomph. We'll see how much that plays out, though. Mason Martin says, well, Woody wasn't lying with the squirrel brain. Yep. Thank you, James Patterson, for becoming a member. And uh-oh, you've got a car in your picture. Be careful. You could end up as a cumulative 403 exhibit in this case. Like, here's a random car belonging to James Patterson. Blue Sky says 700 witnesses and none are ready. Like, look, I don't even know. I don't even get it. I don't even get it. Thank you for the 2. Bird Nerd says, the bird is the nerd is the word. We should come up with Razzie Awards for the prosecution just on this case. I would love, and I don't mean to insult the profession. I know it's not easy to come up with questions on the fly and run trials. They're serious things with a lot of moving parts. But I think it'd be interesting if there was a Razzie Awards for like cases, whether civil or criminal, you know, who messed up their cases real bad. You know, we talk a lot about Lally in the Karen Reed case. We've got love for this case. We have a little bit going on with the Courtney Clenny case with Khalil Quinnan, because he got caught from his filter team. Like, you know, let us see what those group chats involving attorney-client privilege and work product, let's see what was in them. Don't filter those. So it would be interesting to do an awards type thing, breaking down, highlighting entertainingly bad prosecutions. And I guess we could, you know, in civil cases, it wouldn't be prosecutor. It could be either attorney side, criminal defense attorneys too. I think some people would add Jason Bowles from the Rush trial in that mix, defense attorney. So that might be a thing, you guys, if you want to keep that. The Braderhoff Award. Stop it, Elaine Braderhoff. Oh my gosh. That's a great name. Very subtly great. I love that. That might be a thing, you guys. And then Jaha Lewis says, can we start a love, quote, in as much as count? I think we'd run out of numbers. We would run out of numbers. And then K Tally Pit Love. Again, I get to see the dog. Shout out to you. Thanks for the 2. Steele's cooking is beautiful to watch. It was good. Short, simple crosses. ST Satchel says, Daniel Boone, I've never been lost, but I was bewildered for 3 days. So the notepad is bewildered. Well, and you know what? I don't think we need to add any more adjectives to this notepad. We've got refurbish. We've got mysteriously vanishing. What was it he described in the other case? He just shredded it? I feel like there was another word he used in the Ellerby case that they brought up on cross. But just, you guys want to come up with some adjectives for this notebook, be my guest in the chat. Be a thesaurus for the next 5 minutes. Thank you, ST Satchel, for the quote. 403 is ready, says, love this chat, all fun, love the host. And I could be wrong, but did I see you say maybe you weren't feeling well earlier? If that was you in the chat, sometimes it moves really quick. I think I caught a glimpse of that. If that was you, I hope you were feeling better. We love you too. We love you too and hope you're getting well. We've had a lot of shout outs to 403 in the last couple days too, so thank you for having an awesome name. Chill Panda said he started fast talking, I smell cap. And then he comes back, right? That's right after the yes ma'am, yes ma'am, yes ma'am, yes ma'am, yes ma'am. Like, the shift in a way a witness starts to answer, a jury's allowed to read into that and make their takeaways. And they could conclude the same thing Chill Panda did. Starting to fast talk, I smell cap. Thank you for the 2, Chill Panda. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, you can't write a brief, wear a brief, or be brief. And then also, always impeaching her witness, like a soccer player who scores the wrong goal. Oh no! I love soccer, and I love, like, it's like a funny thing when you're like 5 years old, you're watching 5-year-olds play soccer, and like the parent from the field is like, the other way, go the other way. And that's like love with the case sometimes. Probably that kicking under the desk that we can't see anymore. Oh man, shout out to Chloe. Bird Nerd says, amendment, daily Razzie Awards are more in order. Yeah, you gotta do it daily. No, we don't want that. Oh man. I don't want to. It's sad to think about there being so much going on that we could actually have daily Razzies. L1915 says, no more unrepresented witnesses, love. He's gonna try. Get a stand-in counsel. Thank you to Audra for becoming a member. Casey Dog says, I think Whitaker is letting love self-destruct. I mean, honestly, for entertainment purposes, I'm like kind of okay with that. And I can see that being a possibility. But at the same time, it just doesn't seem like the right thing to do when people are in custody. And I know this case is going to continue to go on and on and on and on. So I don't know. I'm like so torn on this thing. Like, yeah, maybe, but also like that'd be kind of twisted. So just as much as it's possible, it kind of frustrates me. What do you guys think? Thank you for the 2 Casey dog. Janky Grandpa, I think, you know, you've been gaming lately. You've got a dog in your picture too. I think you've been gaming lately. If you are still here, if you want to tell us what you're playing lately. I've been trying to sneak some gaming in my downtime when I can find it. But always good to see you, Janky Grandpa. He dropped 5 gifted memberships in the chat. Shout out to our, we got to have an adopted grandpa in the chat. We're going to adopt Janky Grandpa today. So shout out to Janky. Ricky says, YSL Adams, is that a real 6 o'clock? That was hilarious. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody clipped that over on Twitter. Thugger Daily, JR, let me see. Let's see. Okay, I don't really see a quick clip from... I don't see a new one, but I'm sure someone's going to clip that. If not, I can try to clip that, or at least timestamp it in the description, because that was awesome. That was an awesome question. Can we get a real 6 o'clock? Because last night, it was supposed to be 8 p.m., and then it turned into, what, 5:57 in the morning? Great point, Ricky. I will timestamp real 6 o'clock. AK says, it was made clear that he didn't have notes for another case with love. Yeah, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. And I didn't really piece together that that was another case with love. That as a lead prosecutor, I'm assuming she's prosecuting that case, whatever the Ellerby case that was mentioned. Love's like, object, can we approach, abort mission. Big oops. Because this is a trial, like, yeah, the jury hears it. That's not good for the jury to hear. But now this is on TV with tons of eyes on it. And we're seeing that not only is this case all messy, and maybe that's just how they do RICOs, but it's also how you do regular cases. What's your excuse then? So, totally with you, AK. Great mention that it was another case with love. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, I figured it out. He finishes the notebook and used the pages as toilet paper. He knows exactly where the notes are. He's sitting on them. Perjury. He's using refurbished notes as toilet paper. Ugh. FFS, good to see ya, says, I was watching on TV. I'm shocked they didn't try to say the notes disappeared in the, quote, hack. The ex-post Doug sent had me rolling. I'll be on rewatch. So, glad to see you on rewatch, but if someone else ends up doing the stream late night, hope to see you chatting in there. It'd be good to hang out with you. Esquire says, love will talk more to make witnesses last till 5. You called it. You guys called it. Now, that ill kid J says, I heart cat with the green heart and all the mods, Steph JK included, free Jeffrey Slime. I don't see reasonable doubt, you guys. So if you're saying free Jeffrey, I mean, right now that looks like the right move, at least for these major things, right? Maybe they want to stick him with possession, and maybe the jury feels that, I don't know. But these major things, we're still on day 131 trying to establish reasonable doubt for Donovan Thomas based on an Infinity rental. That Thorpe has no evidence that Jeffrey Williams was in that car that day. And that's just wild to me. That part is wild to me. So thank you, that Ilka J. Good to see ya. Prime with the shark. And Shark's got a lot of attention today because the closed captions call Max Shark. Prime says, your mods are the best. And then if you've got some logos, heck yeah, let us know. And I don't know if that's like an @ symbol because sometimes things look funny. But you can let us know, where do you do your logos? Are you like an Instagram person, Twitter? Maybe YouTube. I don't know if logos are like that good to put on a video platform. But let us know. You never know who might need a logo. Resins Rose says, is it true Moonktünk and Woody have warrants out? So I don't know about Moonktünk. I don't know any news about Moonktünk. Woody doesn't have a warrant. It was apparently for his friend relating to something with a 4-wheeler and crashing into a vehicle. So that wasn't Woody having the warrant. It's just he was with the friend when that all happened. So that's what I've got there. And then we're going to end on, this is incredible. This caught me off guard seeing it. Monica Foster dropped $500 in a super chat, $500 in a super chat. So there are 3,000 people in this chat. If you guys, that's incredible. If you guys can show Monica some love, that would be like, like, I don't even have words. Monica just says, "Hey Kat, you rock." And that is so like incredible. That is a huge super chat. So we're going to show Monica Foster some love in the chat. And Monica, you will be, and I mean this with all respect, you will be the squeak counter for the next 7 days. You will be the sponsor of our squeak counter. We love our squeak counter here in this chat. It is a very, very high accolade, and we mean it with the utmost respect that you will be the squeak sponsor for the next 7 days. Just incredibly overwhelming. Incredibly. Like, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. And I think with that, we can read this brief. We can read this brief. So if you guys have been waiting to read this brief, another reason to say thank you to the beautiful Monica Foster. So we're going to pull this up. You guys know I like to put it in the print view. It's easier to see on the screen. I can expand it better. And if you guys want to read it and follow along here, this is the state's brief. Monica is king, I think Queen Slime. But holy moly, like this is a holy moly moment. And also one last, before I read this, I want to make sure, I still see it pinned, but guys, there is that GoFundMe for Quindarius Zachary. I know if you guys close the pin chat, it won't be there anymore. It was an accident. Hold on. Oh my gosh, well, email me. Steph, can you, I can't reverse it, but I can send, probably a Cash App could be a solution. If not, I'll write out to Ian Runkle. I know Ian Runkle has had that happen on his chat. And he got in touch with YouTube support to reverse it. And I can ask how he did that. So let's do this. Okay, so let me make sure I got an email. And let me make sure, because when was this? I don't have any emails from anyone named Monica, and really the ones I see for this day. And hold on, do you guys see Monica in here still? Can we tag her? Okay, I see her name coming up when I try to type. And a quick recap, Anthony. So really it was Detective Thorpe on the stand all day. All day. So to the point where we find out at the end of the day they don't have other witnesses to call, and maybe that's why they were dragging him out. But you know, they tried to get in some more testimony about how he looked at things that Kenneth Copeland told him, how he looked at the January 10th Donovan Thomas, all of that stuff. And then once we got to, I really think the spicier moments, if you want to condense it down and save your time, after they got back from lunch, you'll see when they pass over to cross-examination finally. If you watch from there, you'll get a good sense of direct, because Love does a really long redirect. So you could probably get a good idea just going to where you see Steele come up for cross, and then watch from there. I think that'll be a good summary for you without having to rewatch all 7 hours. Hold on. And I don't know, guys, I honestly don't know if on the other end you can request a refund. Like, as the person that sends a super chat, I don't know if that's an option. So that's why, like, where is Monica? Where is Monica? Okay, Monica. So I have two things. Let me make sure I see an email from you. So I didn't get an email, Monica, but the reason if you could email me is because like if this stream ends up ending, right? I don't have a two-way communication with you. And while you send me an email, I'm going to make sure I DM Ian Runkle because I know he's had an issue like this where someone did the same thing with 200 instead of 20. So I'm going to find out exactly what he did. And he said YouTube support actually helped them. And yeah, Runkle is really nice. And also, since he got it done, I trust him, like, to say that, like, he figured out, like, because, you know, like, YouTube's kind of a ghost. Like, you try to get support from them, and it might not actually be support. I did DM Ian Runkle. Sorry, I was muted. Didn't realize it. But let's see. And I saw one reply from Monica here. I know I saw the accident. But I want to make sure, Monica, that I get a confirmation from you. Especially, I'd like to see an email from you. Because I don't really know how long it'll take. Like, if Ian Runkle is busy, like, I don't expect an instant response from him. Okay, and Rob's had it. Let me message Rob, too. I'm not connected with Rob, so I don't know if he'll see my message. But I'll try. Actually, I don't even know if I see Law and Lumber on Twitter, because it only says 61 followers. I don't think that's the right one. And I'm sorry, this is me, Savvy Amira. I have to go through and catch up on emails. I've been waiting. I have a website launch that we're doing, like my day job when I get off of here. And we're troubleshooting all week and next week. So that's just been, I felt like I haven't had the time to check my emails and read them and respond to them. Because I can't do that while I'm on the stream. I won't actually give the email the attention it deserves if I try to do it multitasking. So that's on me, but I did get your emails. Okay, so let me. Thank you, Ghost. Thank you, Casper. Hold on, I'm gonna send a. Hold on, there's a more specific URL. Monica, if you're paying attention in the chat, it might also be a good idea for you to file a support ticket on this specific URL right here and choose the option for a one-time purchase specifically. Oh, they have a live chat option, you guys. So I'll go into a live chat option. So you guys don't have to hang out, but absolutely, Monica, if you are in here, please copy Monica if you are in here. And let me get a screenshot. Of the super chat with the timestamp. And thank you, Casper, for the link. I'm sorry for my silence, guys. Do you want me to play ABCs of Steel while I do this? Because I'll stay live and I'll show you the YouTube support chat. And guys, if you're tuning in late, we're just trying to resolve a YouTube issue. So nothing more YSL content. To keep you entertained, I'll put on the, we'll do some ABCs of Steel. I think it's like 3 minutes long. So I will be back. And before I put that playing, Monica, I still did not receive an email. That was take on trending at Gmail. The mods have also put it in the chat a few times. Thank you, mods. Do not see an email from you. So we'll be back, but to give you guys something to do if you're hanging out to see if YouTube resolves this, helps us out. Here's some ABCs of Steel in the meantime.
A as in Alicia, and B, Your Honor, as in Barry. C as in Colette.
G as in Goldfetter, K as in Kittens, M as in Magic, P as in Perfect, C as in Colette, U as in Unbelievable, V as in Victory, W as in Wonderful.
O for objection, S for sustain, E for buffering, E for peptopane. S for slime, my friend, and U as in what you mean. I as in I don't recall, M as in may I sleep. All the ABCs of Steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. G for gavel slams down T, T for telling anything, R for rights we stand, I for infinity. Life's a courtroom dance. Keep your stances strong with ABCs of Steel. You can never go wrong. Oh, the ABCs of Steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. Oh, the ABCs of Steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. Oh, the ABCs of Steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round. Yeah, they keep on spinning round. Never gonna let me down. 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 Never gonna let me down.
So we are still here. We're waiting to see if we get a response. They said I was number 1 in line. That was a loud beep. Sorry, guys. Oh, this sounds like a chat AI that doesn't realize I'm not the one who sent the super chat, but I'm trying to get it refunded for someone else. This is Kat. And hold on, I don't know if I'm going to share anything that's like if they need like an email or phone number or something. So And yeah, if you guys are tuning in, we're resolving a major super chat issue. So we're not doing YSL stuff anymore today. We will do the brief in the morning. My support chat person's name is Kate. We're Kate and Kat. And thank you also to Prime, who says your mods are the best. Appreciate that. Love the mods. They're being so helpful right now, too. Okay, so Monica, if you were in the chat, hold on. So they are saying, regarding my request, we can only review this from the purchaser's end. So Monica, where are you, Monica? We need you here. Hey, Nancelot, we are just doing some YouTube support requests for a super chat. We're not doing YSL stuff for the rest of the day. We're just trying to resolve something while there's still receipts and they connect to this. Okay. Yeah, I see, like, when I try to type Monica, I can see that it lets me, like, her name will pop up, so... All right, so, reading this out, it says, you know, this conversation will be saved on my account, but Google, their support doesn't have a way to connect my account to the account of the one who made the purchase, so Monica still needs to reach out there. So, I think there, if need be... You could like pull up and screenshot like me talking and pointing to this Google support on my stream and link them to this stream where I am saying that I authorize them to issue this full refund of this $500 chat. Obviously, I'm pulling this up through StreamYard, but I'm sure YouTube will find the transaction. It's timestamping for me that it was sent at 5:02 p.m. Eastern. So that's what we've got. That's what we've got on that there. And then other than that, I don't know. Let's see. Okay, Monica's here. Okay, so there is a link if you could click it. Google Chat wants you to send the request, initiate the request. They said they can't connect, but if you just heard me, if you just tuned back in, if you look like 2 minutes back in this, you'll see me typing in real time with Google support, authorizing, you know, refund the whole super chat. So you'll have to initiate the request. I think, does this link work? Let me make sure. So if you go to the link that I just sent, if you go to that link, and then you'll be able to fill out that you need help, but in the drop down, I need help with my YouTube, say one-time purchases, and then just explain exactly what happened, and you'll be taken to a live chat. They got someone speaking to me right away. So I would do that, and you should be able to speak with somebody. Maybe it was a bot. I don't really know. But yeah, so that's what I've got. And just to be clear, I did not see an email come through if you had sent me an email. I really didn't see one. So there's well, if this is, what time zone is this? Is this Pacific time? Because 5:45 a.m. Eastern is not going to be it, but we'll start the stream early and read through the state's brief tomorrow before the stream starts. And then big thank you in the meantime. You guys are sending supers while we're troubleshooting. Thank you so much. Resins Rose says, is it true Mungtuk? Oh, we got this one. So no warrant for Woody. Don't know anything about Mungtuk, but it seems like Woody's friend has a warrant. Pink Slime says, cute. Pink Slime is cute. Just a picture of Dan Doherty, the Wheaton Terrier. Love it. Love it. Casey Dog says, okay, so this is from Monica Foster. Accident or not, you're still green slime just for being in the best chat. That's what's up. Gang, gang. Thank you, Casey Dog, for the kind words and, you know, making a more positive thing. Mistakes happen, guys. But thanks for the good spirits, Casey Dog. FFS says, Kat, when you get a minute, check your messages. I sent you something earlier. Santa explained some stuff. Not a biggie. Uh-oh. And is it related to bugles? Is this related to bugles? And I do have I had missed a second Cash App earlier from Viana who said, relating, I think you guys heard me say earlier, you know, sickle cell warrior. And we talked about that a little bit, but she also said for acute chest syndrome means you'll end up being sick weeks before pneumonia. And I've actually heard talk that that's now what's going on with Quindarius Zachary. I don't know for sure, but it's just what I've heard floated around as a possibility. And yeah, that would make it a big issue for the state to try to call a witness that was already dealing with something that's medically taxing. Then you put them in Rice Street. Well, it's not fair to Quindarius Zachary to be in that situation. And the state is trying to dance all these excuses around why they can't call their next witness. And now they're trying to call the cop that arrested him. It's just a whole nightmare. So Viana, thank you for being, you know, having some feedback and a bit of understanding there on the process of what can come from being sick with sickle cell if you're not taking care of it, and then what it could be like if you have something additional happen on top of it. Pneumonia is not fun. Acute chest problems are not fun. And dealing with any of those things in Rice Street, probably not a fun combo. And then it's just Chris. Good to see ya. Thank you. 5 on the Cash App says, I appreciate your channel with the heart, the green heart, and the snake. Slack KNW gang. Thank you so much, Chris. And you guys know It's Just Chris. I see It's Just Chris so much on X. Great, great. I consider you an internet friend now. And we've got Casey Dog with a 2 just because we have the best mods. That is super awesome. Oh gosh. So I got a beep over from, I got to show you this, guys, whoever's still hanging out. The Google support chat just beeped me. Look at this promo. They said, before you go, I was wondering if you've heard of our new YouTube music streaming service. As a YouTube Premium member, you'll get full access to YouTube Music. Yeah, you got to plug the product. Shout out to YouTube for plugging the product. Bird Nerd says, this is why you're the best, Cat, going to such efforts to help somebody who made a mistake in your chat room. Yeah, I mean, oh my gosh. Like, I don't want to take anyone's money that they didn't mean to send. I feel weird sometimes receiving super chats in general, and I certainly don't want one that someone didn't mean to send. That's not, it wouldn't feel good. But additionally, on the flip side, I know what it's like to you know, you don't expect to have your car break down and suddenly you're out $450 you didn't expect to be. I mean, that's kind of what making a $50 versus $500 mistake feels like. So from both sides, the receiver and the person doing the mistake, like, I empathize with it. So 100,000%. And thank you for the 5, Bird Nerd. And then Peter Ortiz for the 2 says, love ROG, so sweet of you, Cat. We are here. Hopefully we can make sure Monica gets that chat request in, because they did say it's got to be from her. And yeah, so options are, let me look at the window. So when I'm here on that link, this link here, it gives me I need help with my YouTube. So then I would go to one-time purchases, and this is just a sample. But then do one of these options, and then once you fill that out, it'll ask you if you want to do like a live chat or an email support ticket. So I need more songs. I need background music. There are some weird like background musics built into StreamYard. I don't know what they sound like, but this one's called Feeding the Ducks. So while we wait, it's a bit sultry. Oh, great point. So maybe if this is an Apple thing, would it really be Apple support instead? Oh, okay, that's true too. So Monica, don't click on my name, try to click the link. Yeah, it does sound like just waiting music. Let's see what else StreamYard has in the meantime. This one's called Night Driving. Oh, this song? What happened at the end of today? Well, Love got yelled at for not having a witness ready, because she's obviously not ready to call Quindarius Zachary. And then we also find out that Ashleigh Merchant had sent an email notifying the judge, and I guess she CC'd the state and possibly the defense on it, that, hey, you're trying to call my client and I'm on a leave of absence. I'm on a vacation. I filed these dates with the court, and Love wants to call the witness exactly when she's going to be gone. And the judge inquired about it, and Love's response was, well, if she's comfortable having a stand-in. Listen, we all watched you respond when when Whitaker said, do you really want to call another attorney to the stand? In reference to Ashleigh Merchant. And then now they try to call her client as a witness while she's on a filed leave of absence for vacation. And then Lancelot, Thank you for grabbing them. I think Tay-Biz actually had sent, I saw it in my email. Tay-Biz, I think, sent the indictment over for the Diddy thing. Yeah, love is crazy. What else is new? Okay, Monica says the email is not valid. Alright, what else we got? Because this is a sleepy song. We've got acoustic cinematic. No. We'll switch to some dance pop. This was at least high energy. This one's lo-fi. Casey Dog, thanks for the 2, says I'm over here grooving to this background beat. So guys, there is like a 90-day cash cycle on YouTube. So first of all, it'd be about 90 days for it to hit my chat, and there's no way for me to actually tell that the payment wasn't refunded. And then additionally, I mean, I guess I wouldn't mind eating it, but it'd be a 30% cut, and it hits on taxes as well because it'll still look like income. Yeah, and Katie Henry here says for Monica, Monica, look at your Apple subscriptions if you're an Apple user and see if you see it in there. What else we got? We got one called, did I play Into Space? I think there's only 2 other ones. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in StreamYard. And then Monica, are you able to try the email one more time? See if you can get it through, because I'll keep communicating with you to make sure that, you know, if they need confirmation from me 100%, but I want to make sure I have a line of communication with you outside of the stream instead of just, you know, if I end it, I think the chat will end too within a minute. Who's pop locking to this instrumental? You're gonna hit the Dougie to it. Oh man. And that's true too. If you use X, you can contact me on X. It's Cat, not Williams, but the O in not is a 0. All right, we have a rock one. We're almost out of StreamYard background music songs. All right, what was your favorite StreamYard song, guys? And this is true too, Monica. Big Baby Jane says you can probably stop payment on it if it's still pending. So that's another thing too. I would try calling your bank. Like, probably ASAP. Pink Slime says not this one. It is very Spike TV-ish. And I think, I don't know if, did I play Daydreaming? Did I play this one? Is this the last one that we didn't play? And I have a question, you guys. Does anybody see, because I see it on StreamYard, but it still gives me a timer. Are you guys still seeing the super chat pinned at the top? On your own, wherever you're watching YouTube? Because it should still be up there. Because super chats last longer when they're... Okay, so it was redacted. Because yeah, I know when someone gifts like a certain... I mean, I've never seen how long a 500 lasts. Like, I have no experience with seeing that. But when someone gifts like a 50, it's up there for a very long time. And this was at 5:02, and it's still, for me on StreamYard, it's still showing it's only, looks like 4/5 of the way decreased about. And StreamYard keeps super chats even when they're gone. Like, I can pull up some old stuff. But I'm not seeing that on YouTube, so I think it was taken away. Okay, cool. So that's also... Alrighty. And you guys are saying it wasn't there long and it's been gone. And I'm going to be completely honest. I don't know how it works, like refunding a super chat or like canceling one. Like I've never, like I haven't had to be in that situation to know. But I think it's a good sign, Monica, also that it is off of that bar. So, I mean, one thing I can do is try to look tomorrow and see what the amounts post as. I don't get to see specific breakdowns all the time, but you know, I can probably tell from the general amount of what the stream ends up saying. So that's another thing too. But I'm holding on here because I don't see an email from you. And I've gotten emails from others in this meantime. Like I have Nancelot's email with the Diddy documents. And thank you, Nancelot. But I just still don't see one from you. So my best advice at that point in time is if it's already gone, it honestly, fingers crossed, it's already been canceled and maybe never processed, or maybe it's being refunded back to you. If not, follow those steps for this contact form. And then if something need be in the future, again, this is a 90-day cash cycle for YouTube. So I wouldn't even, after YouTube processes it and takes their cut, I wouldn't even know that I've received it until, it's not exactly 90 days, but they wait 30 days, approve the amount for the month before, and then you'll get it the month after that. So I'm thinking based on that, I think it's gone. I think if it's gone, that's a good sign for you guys. So down to communicate if you need to. My email again is takeontrending. It is in the chat. But I have a Zoom at 6, so I've got 4 minutes. And I don't want to like rush out of here like I'm just rushing it out without making sure you guys have a roadmap. But yeah, since we don't see it, I think that is a good sign. And Jado, no problem. Thanks for sending it. And I'm assuming you might use a different name. I'm assuming you might use a different name. And this too, great closing advice is double check with your bank. If the app won't do it, I would recommend trying with your bank to stop the payment first and foremost, while it's still before 24 days, before the morning, before something's actually processed. In addition, as a also write to either Apple or that Google support link that I have on the screen. I'll share this one more time. But yeah, I really don't mean to like jump off while you're in limbo over there. I'm hoping for the best that it's gone, because as the chat's saying, it went away pretty quickly when whatever redacted it. So thank you so much for, heck yeah, to State of Decay. Contact the bank, fill out these forms. I still don't see an email from you, and I'm getting emails from others. So try that too. That's takeontrending@gmail. And thank you also to the chat for their advice and troubleshooting along. Oh yeah, I don't know why she doesn't stand for the jury. I don't know, like it just seems like kind of something you do out of habit. And she's like, jury, stand up and stretch your legs. So who knows? But Monica, this is all love. But I do have, and I don't want to go to the Zoom call either. But if need be, get in touch with me through that email. That's kind of where we got to take it from here. And shout out to everyone hanging out trying to troubleshoot. That's super kind of you guys to, be in this mix, listening to this StreamYard backing music. And hopefully, if it's not already resolved, it gets resolved. Oh yeah, we have a video premiere. Hold on, I'll squeeze that in. Go Gadget YouTube link. You know what? I have... You guys got to tell me if it works. I do have my YouTube window open. I'll squeeze a redirect in and see if you guys float over to Taybiz. Is it happening now, Taybiz? Customization. Oh my god, go. Okay, I see it. 6:15, Diddy arrested. That's going to be where I redirect you guys to Taybiz's stream. And hopefully it works. You guys all, and here's a link to it. Let me get you a link. Because sometimes the link is better guarantee. And there we go. There we go, you guys. You guys have a good one. We will start early tomorrow to look at that brief. So I know they said 9 a.m. We'll do like 8:45. So see you in the morning, you guys. Thank you for your help. And Monica, I hope it works out. It looks like it's on the right path, but be in touch with me if you need anything else from me. Thank you so much, you guys. Have a good night. Bye.